Chapter 1146. Han Yunqi seemed to be worried about the child in her womb. She held Emosie's sword with both hands and looked at Long Feiyi inquisitively. This was also a risk. She gave him the choice. Long Feiyi knitted his brows and looked into the distance. He saw that the heavily injured Bai Yanqing was once again tied up by Gu's vines. At this time he was at a disadvantage. Countless vines were flying all over the sky. Long Feiyi made a decision. He held Han Yunqi's hand that was holding the sword and said seriously, "Dual cultivation, I will help you." Dual cultivation? This guy actually wanted her to dual cultivate while subduing Emosie's sword? This excellent idea. Gu Beiwei was overjoyed. He could finally retreat to the side and guard at ease. "Just be obedient," Long Feiyi said softly. He hugged Han Yunqi from behind. At the same time, he held Han Yunqi's hands that were holding the sword with both hands. Just like before, dual cultivation started with cultivating the heart. The two of them quietly felt each other's existence and aura. What was different from before was that Han Yunqi used the power of the phoenix this time, and not the nirvana power of Heaven Mountain. The vigorous power of the phoenix lingered on Emosie's sword spirit. Very quickly, Long Feiyi's lust-bite power slowly covered it and locked it on his shoulder. The two powers seemed to have spirituality as they intertwined with each other, like lovers glued to each other. The originally powerful, baleful aura of Emosie's soul seemed to be influenced by these two powers and gradually calmed down. After a while, Long Feiyi let go of Han Yunqi's hand. The moment he let go, Emosie's sword suddenly shook. Long Feiyi's hand continued to cover it. Han Yunqi said softly, "It's okay, I can do it." Only then did Long Fei stop worrying. He unsheathed the Ganjiang sword and flipped to land in front of Han Yunqi. He signaled Han Yunqi with his eyes. Seeing Han Yunqi nod, he attacked with his sword. Han Yunqi had to subdue Emosie's sword while dealing with Long Feiyi. She was not as relaxed as before, but she was still able to wield Emosie's sword. She held her sword with both hands to block. Suddenly there was a loud clang. As the two swords clashed, Ganjiang and Emosie finally reunited. Emosie's treasured sword actually weakened in an instant, as if it had submitted. Han Yunqi was overjoyed. She let go of one of her hands and began to brandish Emosie's sword towards Long Feiyi. Long Feiyi was able to react with ease. The two looked like they were fighting fiercely, but it was more like a sword dance. They switched from defense to offense, and from offense to defense. Gu Beiwei watched from the side with a smile on his lips. It was as warm as a breeze. Seeing the princess's reaction, he knew that the princess had successfully overcome the crisis and subdued Emosie's treasured sword. Actually, it was more accurate to say that His Highness used the Ganjiang sword to help subdue Emosie's treasured sword. Therefore, if His Highness used Emosie's treasured sword as a weapon, he would be able to use it freely. However, it would not be so easy for the princess to use the Ganjiang sword. In the future, even if the princess cultivated to the peak of Phoenix power, her power would still be inferior to His Highness's by a large margin. However, he knew that the only person in this world who could subdue His Highness was the princess. Gu Beiwei was pondering when Gu suddenly shouted at him from afar, "Gu Beiwei, throw me some rations, I'm so hungry." Gu Beiwei turned around to look and could not help but laugh out loud. Gu used thorny vines to tie Bai Yanqing to his back tightly. Even Bai Yanqing's mouth was sealed, leaving only his eyes open. Seeing that Bai Yanqing was tied up tightly, Gu Beiwei was relieved and allowed Gu to take the rations from the bamboo tower that Gu Beiwei had left at the side. Once the rations arrived, Gu was overjoyed. He actually sat with his back facing Long Feiyi and the others. In this way, Bai Yanqing, who was on his back, could see Long Feiyi and Han Yunqi's sword dance in the air. Bai Yanqing could obviously see that Long Feiyi and Han Yunqi were going through the final stage of dual cultivation. He was filled with unwillingness, and his heart was so stifled that it was about to explode. However, he could not even speak, let alone stop them. Gu had arranged an excellent vantage point for him, and he could only watch. Gu actually could not bear to eat the rations, but his blood had to support so many thorny vines. If he did not eat anything, he would really faint from hunger. He told himself that these rations were for Poison Lass, and he would only eat a little. As he ate, he did not forget to chat with Bai Yanqing. "Old thing, are you hungry? It doesn't feel good to starve to death." "Old thing, why are you so useless? You spent so much effort to stop Poison Lass from dual cultivating, but she is dual cultivating right in front of your eyes. Why don't you go and stop it? Go on. Hurry up and go." Sigh. "Old thing, you have been reduced to such a state. Do you have any strength? Is there any meaning to it? Why don't you just go and die?" "Oh, right, I forgot that you can't die. Old thing, do you know that I'm especially afraid of pain? Are you afraid? I've been wondering if our skin is really indestructible. Are all injuries able to heal by themselves?" As Goose spoke, he suddenly became serious. "This old man's self-healing speed is not as fast as yours. Say, if this old man castrated you, would you still be able to recover?" When he said that, Bai Yanqing's body trembled violently as he broke out in cold sweat. However, Gu burst out laughing. "Tisk tiske, hiske, this old man is simply a genius." Gu must have forgotten that the word castrated was said by a certain woman first. Bai Yanqing was simply suffering a heavy blow to his body and mind. He did not even care about Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi dual cultivating. He was terrified, not daring to imagine what kind of humiliation he would have to endure after Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi dual cultivated and Gu released him. He was finally afraid. Finally. He wanted to die. If Long Fei Yi cultivated the lust bite power, then he would happily kill him with a single slash. The lust bite power was the mysterious power that had massacred the Snow Wolf clan back then. This mysterious power was different from the phoenix power that lurked in the human body. This power was a kind of secret technique that still needed to be cultivated. Not everyone could cultivate it. After this secret technique fell into the hands of the East Qin Imperial clan, no one in the East Qin Imperial clan had cultivated it. Long Fei Yi was the first. For the entire night, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi were focused on cultivating. As for Bai Yanqing, he was filled with fear and a desire to die. This was his most tragic and most pitiful retribution. However, in just one night, Gu had already asked for 10 bags of rations and 2 jugs of water from Gu Beiwe. If they did not bring enough rations and water, they would have been eaten to death by Gu. It was not that Gu was greedy, but his body could not take it. During Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi's dual cultivation period, even if he ate all the rations, he had to maintain his physical strength and raise enough bramble vines. Gu had never felt this kind of hunger before. He even felt that all the energy in his body was being sucked dry, and he even had a feeling of exhaustion. He had never consumed so many bramble vines in the past few days, so he had never experienced this kind of situation before. He also did not know what was going on with his body. He could only eat, and eat. Gu Beiwe was very clear how much Gu's heart ached for those rations and water. He guessed that there must be something wrong with Gu's body. Otherwise, he would not be so hungry. Gu Beiwe was also worried as he gave the rations. They had not found a way to open this barrier. What if they were trapped for a month or 2, or even longer? What would they do? He, Long Fei Yi, and Gu could all cultivate in seclusion to keep their bodies in a low-energy state. They could maintain this state for at least 3 months, or even longer. However, the pregnant princess could not cultivate in seclusion. Gu was also worried about this problem. But once he felt that the bramble vines were showing signs of exhaustion, he had to endure his guilt and continue eating rations. Gu Beiwe glanced at Long Fei Yi and the rest. He knew that they would need at least 2 more hours to finish. Without hesitation, he stretched his hand to Gu's mouth and said seriously, "Seventh young master, I'll have to trouble you." Of course, Gu Qishao knew what Gubeiwa meant. He knitted his brows and hesitated. The princess can't be hungry, and my little master can't be hungry either. It's okay, they will finish in about 2 more hours. Gubeiwa smiled gently. It's okay, just a bite. Gu had no other choice. Seeing Gubeiwa's smile, he also smiled magnanimously. How can I waste such an opportunity? Gubeiwa, you have to bear with the pain. Gubeiwa smiled but did not say anything. Gu really bit down hard. If he did not bite down hard, how could he drink Gubeiwa's blood? He did not know if this blood could help him, but it was not enough to make him hungry or powerless. At this moment, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi were doing the last and most crucial part of their cultivation. They had no time to care about what was happening here. When Gu let go of Gubeiwa's hand, a bloody wound appeared on Gubeiwa's arm. It looked ghastly on his warm skin. When Gubeiwa saw it, he knew that this wound would leave a scar. Gu hid all his pain and guilt in the bottom of his heart. He pretended to lick the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, "I'll leave a scar for you. If I die, you can look at it and think of me." Gubeiwa was slightly stunned, but he quickly smiled faintly and joked, "You must live well. If my wife misunderstands, you have to help me explain." Gu laughed loudly. "Gubeiwa, other than Poison Girl, no one is worthy of you. You won't have a wife." "I will." Gubeiwa's calm tone made it hard to tell whether he was joking or serious. In any case, Gu did not believe it. Gubeiwa was not wrong. His blood was enough to support Gu for a while. 2 hours later, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi put away their long swords at the same time. Hand in hand, they slowly landed on the ground. Gubeiwa hurriedly brought the rations over. The whole night must have tired the princess out. Gu Qishao stood up and stretched before running over as well. Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi then realized that Gu was carrying Bai Yanqing over from afar. They did not know whether to laugh or cry. Even the stern Long Fei Yi was smiling. Gubeiwa was very fast. He had already reached Long Fei Ye's side, but Gu was still running. "Princess, your highness, did everything go smoothly?" Gubeiwa asked seriously. Long Fei nodded. He gripped the sword and tightened his grip, causing an invisible wave of energy to emanate from it. Gu subconsciously retreated. He only felt that this force was vigorous, domineering, and powerful. This is the true lust-bite power, the most powerful force. Long Fei Yi said seriously. His nirvana power had already been completely devoured by the lust-bite power, forming the most powerful force. Gubeiwa was overjoyed. Just as he was about to speak, Han Yunqi suddenly grabbed Long Fei Ye's hand and exclaimed, "Little thing!" Before Han Yunqi could finish her words, her vision turned black and she fainted. At the same time, Gu suddenly stopped. Bai Yanqing actually broke free from the thorny vines on his back. But Bai Yanqing seemed to be shaken to the ground by a force. A huge snow wolf appeared out of thin air. Little thing came out, but why was its eyes filled with hatred? It was glaring at Long Fei Yi. Chapter 1147. Lil Thing broke out of Bai Yanqing's poison storage space and Han Yunqi fainted? These two events seemed to have happened at the same time. No one knew whether it was Lil Thing that helped Han Yunqi advance or Han Yunqi's advancement that allowed Lil Thing to come out. While everyone was happy, they noticed that Lil Thing's bright and sharp wolf eyes were staring at Long Fei Yi with hatred. That gaze was like a wolf staring at its prey, ready to attack at any time. As Long Fei supported the unconscious Han Yunqi, he was the first to sense the hostility. He was both on guard and bewildered at the same time. What's wrong with this rat? It usually ran away when it saw him. Now that it had turned into a wolf, it actually dared to stare at him? Everyone was surprised. Gubeiwa whispered, "Your Highness, it seems that the snow wolf has fully recovered and even advanced. It's very angry." "What? It recognized Bai Yanqing as its master? Long Fei Yi whispered. I'm not sure, but it's very hostile. Be careful, Gu Beiwe said. Although he couldn't communicate with Lil Thing's divine sense, they could be considered telepathic. In the past, he would know what Lil Thing meant with just one look. Lil Thing's current gaze was filled with hatred and killing intent. Compared to Bai Yanqing, the snow wolf was immortal and indestructible. Its fangs were highly poisonous, and once bitten, it would definitely die. Now that the princess was unconscious, no one knew when the princess would wake up. Gu had to guard against Bai Yanqing. If the snow wolf attacked fiercely, he and his highness wouldn't be able to withstand it. Gu also saw that the situation wasn't right. He wanted to go over, but when he saw Bai Yanqing, who was shocked to the side, he didn't move. He had to guard against Bai Yanqing. At this time, the snow wolf was already growling. It stared at Long Fei Yi as it stretched out its front paw and slowly bent its body forward. This action, it was about to pounce. Gu Beiwe shouted, Little Thing, what's wrong with you? Lil Thing glanced at Gu Beiwe, a trace of sadness flashing across its blood-red eyes. However, it quickly looked at Long Fei Yi. This was the man Mama Yunqi loved the most, the man it had feared for a long time. Today, it finally understood why it was so afraid of him. Almost every time he appeared, it would be afraid. So he was hiding the lust bite power in his body. So he was the one with the lust bite power. It was the person who had the power to destroy the snow wolves. Of course, it knew that he was not the one who had destroyed its people and its parents hundreds of years ago. But if he had the lust bite power, it must be related to that person back then. It must be. It was unable to calm down, especially in the snow wolf grave. It was even more unable to calm down. It smelled the smell of the snow wolf's bones. Although the snow wolves were poisonous creatures, they had never harmed the innocent. They lived freely in the forest and coexisted peacefully with the humans of the snow wolf clan. Why? Why did that person back then have to kill its people so cruelly? Why did he kill its parents? It remembered everything now, including those bloody scenes. His mother and father fell, still looking at him with their eyes wide open. He was scared out of his wits and desperately ran into the crater. He hid in the crater and shivered. He kept whining and crying. He didn't know what to do. Fragments of memories floated into Lil Thing's mind again. Hatred churned in its heart, slowly burning away its reason. It couldn't see its favorite Mama Yunqi, nor its most beloved gentleman. All it saw was Long Fei Yi, the Long Fei Yi who held the lust bite power. He was an enemy. It wanted revenge. Whoa! Lil Thing suddenly gave a roar and prepared to pounce over. At this moment, Gu Beiwe stood in front of Long Fei Yi with open arms. Lil Thing, come here. The gentleman missed you. At these words, Lil Thing couldn't help but look towards the gentleman again. It could understand the gentleman said he missed it. The gentleman's embrace was what it missed most. Right now, it wanted nothing more than to throw itself into the gentleman's arms and bawl its eyes out. But it couldn't. It had to get revenge. Gu Beiwe wasn't confident that he could stop Lil Thing, but he had to at least figure out why Lil Thing hated Long Fei Yi so much. Loudly he asked, "What are you doing? If you dare to hurt His Highness, the princess and I will never forgive you." It was the lust bite energy that had aroused Lil Thing's hatred, allowing it to unleash its greatest strength to break free of Bai Yanqing's poison storage space. Lil Thing's advancement meant that Han Yunqi had advanced as well. Lil Thing could now communicate with Mama Yunqi through its consciousness and understand human speech. The gentleman's words made it pause. Never forgive. The gentleman doesn't know anything. He doesn't know that it was the lust bite energy that destroyed its home and the Snow Wolf clan's worship, forcing them to form a marriage alliance with the poison sect. He doesn't know that Mama Yunqi's bloodline is the purest of the Snow Wolf clan. He doesn't know that the lust bite energy destroyed Mama Yunqi's clan as well. Lil Thing couldn't control itself. Its killing intent had already drowned out all of its reason as its bloodthirsty nature surfaced. Finally, Lil Thing ignored the gentleman's warnings and pounced forward. Gu Beiwe, you protect Yunqi. Long Fei Yi was about to hand Han Yunqi over to Gu Beiwe before drawing his sword to face Lil Thing, when Gu Beiwe pushed him aside and turned to face the charging Lil Thing with open arms. Lil Thing was an undying beast. If His Highness fought with it, both sides would suffer. The best way was to drag things out until the princess woke up. She could communicate with Lil Thing through her consciousness, so she could at least know what was wrong with it. Lil Thing was very fast as it bared its claws. It didn't expect the gentleman to do this, but couldn't stop even if it wanted to. Awoo! It roared. In the blink of an eye, it was on top of the gentleman. Fortunately, it retracted its claws in time to push the gentleman to the ground and step on him without hurting him. Lil Thing immediately fled and attacked Long Fei Yi at lightning speed. Long Fei Yi had long been on guard and retreated while protecting Han Yunqi, his sword drawn. Gu Beiwe flew over. He couldn't bear to hurt Lil Thing, nor was he sure he could. Once again, he stood in front of Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi. This time, his gaze on Lil Thing was no longer gentle, but stern and severe. He didn't say a word. Lil Thing was stunned, but very quickly it pounced on the gentleman from the other side. Gu Beiwe chased after it. No matter how fast Lil Thing was, it couldn't be faster than its gentleman. Just like that, one man and one beast chased after each other. Bai Yanqing didn't make any movements, as he watched from afar with a cold smile. He was seriously injured and couldn't escape from Gu's thorny vines. Even if he died, he wanted this poisonous beast to accompany him in death. Long Fei Ye's lust bite power could kill him, but it could also kill the poisonous beast. He sat on the ground as if he was watching a show, watching Gu Beiwe and Lil Thing's chase, watching Long Fei Yi carrying Han Yunqi and following Gu Beiwe to dodge. After dual cultivation succeeded, Long Fei Ye's nirvana power had disappeared. Now he only had one type of inner strength, and that was the lust bite power. Thus, as long as Long Fei Yi made a move against Lil Thing, he would be able to kill it with a single slash. He was looking forward to it. He was looking forward to Han Yunqi's pet, the last snow wolf of the Snow Wolf clan, dying at Long Fei Ye's hands. He was sure that Han Yunqi would cry. Long Fei Yi would forever owe the poisoned sect a debt of blood. Gu grew anxious as he watched. He wanted nothing more than to pounce on Lil Thing and give it a good lesson. He didn't show up when he was supposed to help, but when they finally caught Bai Yanqing, this little beast actually came out to make trouble. How abominable! Whenever Lil Thing pounced, Gu Beiwe would appear in front of it. After a few rounds, Gu Beiwe knew where Lil Thing was going to attack from and stopped it in advance. How could Lil Thing's brain be a match for the gentleman's? After a few rounds, Lil Thing was completely blinded by hatred. It grew more and more furious, even forgetting who the white-robed gentleman was. Awoo! Awoo! Lil Thing let out a long cry. Its attacks grew fiercer and fiercer. Suddenly, Lil Thing slammed down with its paw, splitting the grass apart. Long Fei Yi shielded Han Yunqi and leapt into the air. Gu Beiwe leapt up as well. Lil Thing took advantage of this opportunity to dash under Gu Beiwe's feet and pounce on Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Yi had already been patient enough to let Gu Beiwe protect him for so long. Now that Lil Thing was attacking him, he had no reason to not attack. Of course, he didn't know that his lust bite power could easily destroy Lil Thing's undying body and kill it. His eyes were cold as he decided to teach Lil Thing a lesson. But just as his sword was about to pounce on Lil Thing, Gu Beiwe still managed to rush over. Gu Beiwe pushed away Long Fei Ye's hand, and at this moment, Lil Thing's sharp claws pounced over fiercely. The sharp claws fiercely swept across Gu Beiwe's chest. This time, everyone was stunned. They saw 4 long claw marks appeared on Gu Beiwe's chest, and fresh blood quickly appeared, drenching his white robes. Moreover, after the fresh blood appeared, it immediately turned black. This was poison. Although Lil Thing's sharp claws poison wasn't as incurable as the poison Fong blood, but it was still highly toxic. Long Fei Yi shielded Han Yunqi as they landed and berated loudly. Gu Bei Wei, why are you so stupid? You're seeking death. Although he couldn't kill Lil Thing, he could still stop Lil Thing. Gu Bei Wei still had a solemn expression as he looked at Lil Thing, his brows slowly creasing. With his speed, he could still evade that earlier situation, but he had already decided to take a gamble. Lil Thing was stunned. It looked at young Master's tightly creased brows and then looked at the gradually turning black bloodstains on young Master's chest. It instantly sobered up and subconsciously retreated. What did it do? It had just injured young Master. Suddenly, Gu Bei Wei seemed to have lost all his strength as he knelt down. He subconsciously clutched his chest, and his hands were immediately stained with blood. But he continued to stare at Lil Thing. Gu, what are you waiting for? Cure the poison. Long Fei Yi shouted, who knew that Gu's reply was so despairing. I can't cure it. Chapter 1148. With Gu's reply, Bai Yanqing burst into laughter. Just wait for your death. Old man won't help him detoxify the poison. In reality, Bai Yanqing could detoxify the poison, but he couldn't concoct the antidote in this situation. His poison storage space had already been emptied by Lil Thing. Shut up! Gu viciously flung the thorny vines at Bai Yanqing's face. Only then did Bai Yanqing shut his mouth. He was waiting for a good show. The blood on Gu Beiyue's chest had all turned black. His situation was very critical, and Long Fei Yi had no time to worry about Bai Yanqing. Long Fei Yi saw Han Yunqi put down on the ground and said coldly, the poison beast's blood can detoxify hundreds of poisons. Gu finally remembered this and was overjoyed. As long as he took Lil Thing's blood, he could detoxify Bai Yanqing's poison, and it would also greatly damage Lil Thing's vitality. Thinking back, it was precisely because Poison Girl didn't understand the situation that she took Lil Thing's blood to save Long Tianma that Lil Thing only recovered today. As long as he took Lil Thing's blood to detoxify the poison, Lil Thing's poison fangs would be crippled, and it would take a long time to recover. Long Fei Yi, do it. Gu shouted, Your Highness, don't. Gu Bei Wei stopped him. If he wanted Long Fei Yi to take Lil Thing's blood, he wouldn't have been poisoned just now. He was betting on whether Lil Thing would take the initiative to save him. He hoped that he could use this opportunity to wake up that ridiculous and kind Lil Thing from before. Your Highness, Lil Thing will save me. Gu Bei Wei looked at Lil Thing. His words were not just for Long Fei Yi but also for Lil Thing. At this moment, Lil Thing was also looking at its young master. Its scarlet eyes were already glistening with tears. He was the young master it loved the most. The thing it hated the most was someone dirtying the young master's clothes. The thing it loved the most was to lie in the young master's arms, smell the clean scent on the young master's body, and bask in the warm sunlight with the young master. The young master's white robe was dirted by it. Young master was about to be poisoned to death. No, it couldn't imagine how lonely it would be in this world without a young master. The flames of anger in Lil Thing's eyes were gradually extinguished. Just as Lil Thing was about to go over and save them, Lil Thing suddenly stopped. Bai Yanqing suddenly shouted, Little Thing, have you forgotten how the lust bite power destroyed your clansmen? Have you forgotten the blood that flowed like a river in the heavenly pit? Have you forgotten what's buried under this land? Haha, you actually want to save your enemy on this land. Bai Yanqing's words shocked everyone. Was it the lust bite power that killed the snow wolves? Long Fei Yi was surprised. Little Thing, can you smell the smell of those skeletons underground? Do you still remember how your parents died? Bai Yanqing shouted, Little Thing, your master lied to you. Your master already knew that he had the lust bite power, but you were kept in the dark until now, ha ha ha. You are just a pet in their eyes, no different from a cat or a dog. Sowing discord. Sowing discord again. By Yanqing. This father will never let you open your mouth again. Gu directly tied Bai Yanqing's mouth with vines in his rage, making it impossible for Bai Yanqing to close his mouth or open his mouth. Naturally, he couldn't speak anymore. But Bai Yanqing's words were already enough. He couldn't wait for Long Fei to use the lust bite power to kill him right now. Once and for all, he wouldn't have to suffer so much pain and humiliation anymore. The word castrated had always lingered in his mind. In the past, it was the lust bite power that exterminated the snow wolves, so... You hate me this much? Long Fei asked. The little thing immediately roared at him. So fierce, so fierce. The lust bite power did not belong to the East Qin royal family, but rather it was a secret internal cultivation technique passed down in Jianghu. It was obtained by the East Qin royal family. Exterminating the snow wolves in the past had nothing to do with his East Qin royal family. This black pot, Long Fei, you would not take it. He was about to explain, but who would have thought that the angry little thing would not attack him? Rather, it charged at Gu Beiwa without any hesitation. It was not provoked by Bai Yanqing. It still chose to save its young master. The little thing charged to Gu Beiwa's side and immediately turned into a little Gu rat. It was only the size of a palm and was as furry as a ball. There was a world of difference between this and the tall and mighty snow wolf from before. It was too familiar with its young master. It immediately dug into its young master's sleeve and pulled out a small golden knife. It placed it in its young master's hand and moved its back over. Even if it could not die, it was still afraid of pain. With such a small body, even the slightest injury would cause it unbearable pain. Even though it couldn't see the knife with its back, it still closed its eyes and waited anxiously for the pain to come. Gu could not believe the sight. He began to wonder if the little beast had taken a fancy to Gu Beiwa. If the handsome, and devastatingly beautiful him could kill both men and women, then wouldn't Gu Beiwa kill both men and beasts? Long Fei knitted his brows at the sight, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He was about to help Han Yunqi up from the ground when Han Yunqi opened her eyes. Yunqi. He quickly ran over. He rarely called her that, but it didn't feel awkward at all. Instead, it felt natural, as if he'd gotten used to it. Han Yunqi might have been unconscious, but she could still hear everything outside. Her head was still a little dizzy when she opened her eyes, but she immediately sobered up after sitting up. She pushed Long Fei aside and shot out a hidden needle, knocking the little golden knife out of Gu Beiyue's hand. Lil Thing's poison fang blood can't be destroyed. I still have to destroy Bai Yanqing's undying body. Long Fei, you wanted to help her up, but failed. Han Yunqi stood up and strode over to Gu Beiwa. She said sternly, Lil Thing, the lust bite energy doesn't belong to the East Qin imperial clan. Behave yourself, or else I'll pull out your teeth as soon as I cure Gu Beiwa of his poison. Lil Thing looked up in surprise, but quickly communicated with Mama Yunqi through its consciousness. If the lust bite energy doesn't belong to the East Qin imperial clan, how could Long Fei have it? You don't believe me? Han Yunqi cold retorted. Lil Thing didn't speak, but Han Yunqi picked it up and tossed it onto Long Fei's body. If you don't believe me, then bite him to death. Long Fei caught Lil Thing and held it in his arms. He looked down at the same time Lil Thing looked up. Besides Han Yunqi, his hands had never held a living thing before. He didn't seem to be used to it, but when he saw the little thing's deep eyes staring at him, he immediately came back to his senses and coldly said, The lust bite power was obtained by the East Qin imperial family. The one who destroyed your snow wolf pack back, then, was definitely not this prince's ancestor. Otherwise, this crown prince wouldn't have kept you alive until now. Hearing Long Fei's last words, Lil Thing couldn't find a reason to retort. After careful thought, it made sense. As soon as it realized it had misunderstood Papa Long, Lil Thing looked into his cold eyes and grew afraid. Its white fur stood on end. It was about to flee when Papa Long hugged it and leaned into his arms. That was all it took for him to grab it by the tail and toss it aside. The entire process happened so fast that Lil Thing didn't even realize what had happened until it landed heavily on the ground. It didn't dare to look at Papa Long again, but quickly ran to stand guard by the gentleman's side. Currently, Mama Yunchi was treating the princess's poison. Afraid that Papa Long would do something to it, it quickly transformed into a tall snow wolf to make itself seem more difficult to bully as it crouched by the gentleman's side. It was only a misunderstanding, so Long Fei Yi didn't make things difficult for Lil Thing. He simply stood on the side and watched Han Yunchi deftly treat Gu Beiyue's poison with needles. Han Yunchi tore open Gu Beiyue's clothes and inserted needles into his chest. Gu Beiyue's sickly body was actually quite impressive. His firm chest and defined muscles were enough to make one's imagination roam. Of course, Han Yunchi didn't have time to think so much. Her movements were extremely fast, afraid that she wouldn't be able to protect Gu Beiyue and waste Lil Thing's blood. Long Fei stood on one side, looking at the pregnant Han Yunchi, then at the tall Lil Thing. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion. He'd returned the hug he owed Lil Thing just then. Now that he thought about it, he'd owed it a long time ago. Han Yunchi was already pregnant, and Lil Thing had recovered. With Han Yunchi personally handling things, there was no poison that couldn't be cured. Han Yunchi put away the last needle and exhaled. Dr. Gu, I wasn't strict enough with my discipline and let this little beast hurt you. How about I give it to you as an apology? As soon as she said this, Lil Thing, who had its head buried in the ground, looked up at the two of them. Gu Beiyue's smile was a little pale, but still warm. Take the poison beast's blood, and I'll accept it. Lil Thing's eyes lit up immediately, and it opened its mouth wide, as if it wanted Han Yunchi to pull out its teeth. Han Yunchi wouldn't really pull out Lil Thing's teeth. She looked at Lil Thing, and not long after, 2 clusters of black blood flew out of Lil Thing's mouth. At this moment, everyone realized that Han Yunchi had successfully advanced to the 3rd level of the poison storage space. She could collect any kind of poison as she pleased. Haha, poison lass, can you suck this old thing into your poison storage space too? Gu Qishao laughed out loud. Bai Yanqing was a poison Gu human, so he was considered a poison beast, right? Previously, Poison Girl's poison storage space was lower than Bai Yanqing's, so she couldn't do anything to him. Now, that Poison Girl had successfully advanced. What was there to be afraid of about Bai Yanqing? Han Yunchi said coldly, there are plenty of ways to kill him. This princess won't disgust herself. At this moment, Bai Yanqing was kneeling on the grass, looking at Han Yunchi in horror. Han Yunchi took out the perplexing butterfly illusion and the 8 poisonous teardrops, and dripped the perplexing butterfly illusion into the poison beast's blood in front of Bai Yanqing. Soon, the 9th poisonous teardrop appeared. Gu Beiyue supported Lil Thing on its back and stood up. The 4 of them looked at each other and smiled, all very happy. These 9 poisonous teardrops weren't easy to come by. However, just as Han Yunchi was about to mix the 9 poisonous teardrops together to obtain the antidote for the poison Gu human, the 9 poisonous teardrops suddenly flew out of the special porcelain bottle and floated in the air. What was going on? Long Fei Yi seemed to have sensed something and immediately grabbed Han Yunchi's hand, shielding her behind him. He said coldly, "Who's there? Come out." Chapter 1149. As soon as Long Fei Yi sensed something amiss, Han Yunchi activated her poison storage space to retrieve the 9 poisonous teardrops. But, to her surprise, she couldn't do so. The 9 poisonous teardrops seemed to be controlled by an unknown power, resisting her. What's going on? Is it Bai Yanqing? Han Yunchi looked at Bai Yanqing, only to see that Bai Yanqing was also scanning their surroundings. He looked just as surprised as they were. If it wasn't Bai Yanqing, then who could it be? Was there another poison sect orphan? Gu Beiyue and Gu Qishao grew wary as well. Bai Yanqing was indeed surprised. When Han Yunqi had taken out the perplexing butterfly illusion, he'd secretly tried to use his poison storage space to retrieve it. But he'd failed. There were differences between ranks in the poison storage space, and it was clear that Han Yunqi, who'd just broken through to the 3rd rank, was much stronger than him. If it wasn't him, who else could it be? Take them back. Long Fei Yi whispered. He carried Han Yunqi into the air, ready to snatch the 9 poisonous teardrops. But at that moment, the 9 poisonous teardrops suddenly scattered in all directions. At the same time, a group of black-robed men appeared out of thin air. This Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi were alarmed. Long Fei Yi landed with Han Yunqi in his arms, and Gu Beiwei immediately rushed over. Are these people real or fake? Gu Beiwei whispered. They were in a barrier, and they weren't familiar with it. It was hard to tell the difference between real and fake in a barrier. Who are you people? Han Yunqi demanded. The black-robed men surrounded them, but didn't answer. Unexpectedly, the little thing suddenly flew onto Gu Beiwei's shoulder and jumped around excitedly. It even gestured at Han Yunqi and chirped nonstop. After Lil Thing's poison beast blood was taken away, all of its cultivation had been ruined. It had already turned back into a little squirrel and couldn't communicate with Mama Yunqi's consciousness. Han Yunqi didn't understand what Lil Thing was talking about, but she was sure that it was someone that Lil Thing knew. Could it be that there really was a poison sect orphan guarding the Snow Wolf grave? Could the poison sect orphan who had saved her mother all those years ago be the guardian of the Snow Wolf's grave? Are you the poison sect's gravekeepers? I'm also a descendant of the poison sect. We have no ill intentions, Han Yunqi said. Perhaps this group of people would know how to leave this barrier. Helpless, not only did the black-clothed man not answer her, he lowered his head instead. What did that mean? Squeak, squeak, squeak. Suddenly, the little thing squeaked, and it was unknown whether it was from excitement or fear. All it did was hug a tuft of Gu Beiwei's hair as it screeched nonstop. The main character is here. Long Fei Yi suddenly took to the skies and unsheathed his sword. Very soon, a middle-aged man dressed in white flew towards them from afar. At first glance, he was clearly on the other side of the snowy mountains, but upon closer inspection, he was right in front of them. He held 9 poisoned teardrops in one hand while the other rested behind his back. He floated in the air like a god, looking down on the crowd. Although he was middle-aged, there were no wrinkles on his face. Only his arms were a little gray. Still, this didn't affect his handsome looks. His features seemed to have been carved by the heavens themselves and were indescribably handsome. His cold, black eyes exuded an aura that didn't belong to the mundane world, but kept everyone at 1,000 li away. It was a coldness that didn't allow the world to profane or covet him. He was like the god of this world, the solemn and dignified aura emanating from his body. No one dared to provoke him. Everyone was stunned by the sight. Even Long Fei couldn't help but feel a sense of reverence. However, Long Fei Yi didn't shrink back. He raised his sword and pointed it at the man, his voice as cold as ice. Who are you? The white-robed man's eyes didn't waver at all. He slowly raised the hand behind his back. His movements were extremely slow, like Tai Chi, but the needles that flew out of his sleeves were extremely fast. They were even faster than Han Yunqi's own needles. Long Fei Yi didn't dodge, but swung his sword to hit the needles. A single slash was enough to knock them all out of the way. When the needles fell to the ground, Gu Beiwei looked at them and was shocked. It's profound gold. Profound gold was the rarest material in this world. Aside from the poison sect, very few places had it. Even the poison sect only had 2 or 3 locations. This man's needles were actually made of profound gold. The white-robed man seemed surprised that Long Fei Yi had knocked the needles out of the way, but he didn't show it on his face. All he did was give Long Fei Yi a deep look. His well-defined fingers suddenly clenched into a fist. In an instant, Countless needles flew out, 3 to 4 times the number from before. All of them were aimed at Long Fei. "There's poison, be careful," Han Yunqi shouted. Long Fei Yi had no choice but to dodge while swinging his sword. Han Yunqi knitted her brows. She wanted to use her poison storage space to take away the needles, but she couldn't do it. Long Fei Yi was still swinging his needles when the white-robed man unleashed another wave. Han Yunqi grew even more anxious. The detoxification system told her that the poison in these needles was extremely terrifying. Even if she could detect it, she couldn't cure it. If Long Fei Yi wasn't careful, he'd die without a doubt. "Who are you? What are you trying to do?" Han Yunqi roared. The white-robed man ignored her. Han Yunqi thought, could it be that this guy's poison storage space was of a higher level than hers? So, she couldn't take away his poison? She didn't believe that this would work. She flew up into the air. She wanted to see if the poison storage space would be able to keep the needles if they were to attack her. Previously, Bai Yanqing's level was higher than hers. When Bai Yanqing used poison on her, didn't she still manage to take it away? Using a level 2 to deal with a level 3 was an excellent method. Han Yunqi flew over and hugged Long Fei Yi. Sure enough, all the needles flying towards Long Fei Yi disappeared into thin air, absorbed by Han Yunqi's poison storage space. Han Yunqi was overjoyed. I guessed right. The white-robed man suddenly stopped and looked at Han Yunqi seriously. After a while, he said 2 words, smart. "Who are you? We have no enmity between us. Why are you trying to kill me?" Han Yunqi asked anxiously. The white-robed man didn't answer her. He casually waved his hand. His action seemed casual, but the force behind it was surprising. Han Yunqi was actually sent flying. "You're courting death." Long Fei Yi coldly said. He was about to chase after Han Yunqi when he was blocked by an invisible wall. He reached out and pressed against the wall. He couldn't push it away. A barrier? It's a barrier technique. Gu Beiwei exclaimed. He had already caught Han Yunqi. "Who are you?" Han Yunqi shouted. However, the white-robed man ignored them. Han Yunqi and Gu Beiwei tried to approach Long Fei Yi, who knew that Long Fei Yi was actually trapped in an invisible barrier by the white-robed man. They couldn't get close at all. Han Yunqi pulled out Moc's sword and used her phoenix power. However, no matter how many times she slashed with her sword, the invisible barrier didn't budge at all. "Princess, don't disturb the baby." Gu Beiwei anxiously stopped her. Long Fei Yi also looked over and shook his head at Han Yunqi. Lil Thing looked at the white-robed man and became even more excited. It jumped onto Gu Beiwei's shoulder and waved at Han Yunqi with all its might. At this time, Han Yunqi finally noticed something about Lil Thing. "You know him?" Han Yunqi asked. Lil Thing immediately nodded and chattered away. To Han Yunqi and Gu Beiwei, it was all just a squeak. Lil Thing wanted to tell Mama Yunqi that this white-robed, middle-aged man had to be her father. He had to be. This was the man with pure snow wolf blood that it had met in the mountains of the poison sect. It wanted to submit to him, but he refused and disappeared into the woods. It was nowhere to be found in the mountains and plains. Although he wasn't young anymore, his looks hadn't changed much. His bloodline wouldn't change either. It had to be him. It couldn't be wrong. Lil Thing remembered everything and understood why it liked Mama Yunqi so much. Because Mama Yunqi had pure snow wolf blood in her too. That old thing Bai Yanqing wasn't Mama Yunqi's father, but this man was. "Princess, this person has to be more capable than you and His Highness." "Let's see what he's planning," Gu Beiwei murmured. Han Yunqi had no choice but to wait and see. She shouted at Long Fei Yi, "You have to be careful. I can't cure the poison in those needles either." "I know." Long Fei Yi's gaze never left the white-robed man as he stood on guard. As expected, the white-robed man shot out more needles. This time, the needles blotted out the sky and covered the earth, making it impossible to defend against them. Long Fei stopped swinging his sword, but raised it high above his head. In a flash, the lust-bite energy erupted from the blade to form a massive ring of energy that exploded outwards in an intimidating manner. In a flash, all of the needles were knocked aside. Some of them scattered in all directions, while the rest shot towards the white-robed man. The white-robed man remained standing in the air unperturbed. Even when the needles were right in front of him, he didn't move a muscle. As soon as the needles touched his body, they vanished without a trace, returning to his poison storage space. Seeing this, Han Yunqi and the rest exhaled in relief. But the white-robed man suddenly flew towards Long Fei and began to fight barehanded with Long Fei. Their fists collided with each other, but it wasn't clear who had knocked the other aside. In any case, Long Fei was sent flying while the white-robed man retreated a few steps. Long Fei's lips rose to a cold smile. "You're a gentleman." If the white-robed man had poisoned him at such close range, he would have lost his life long ago. But the white-robed man didn't. He really was fighting barehanded. He liked this kind of contest. The white-robed man still didn't say anything. His expression was so cold that no one could guess what he was thinking. Long Fei had finally met someone who cherished his words like gold and didn't show his emotions on his face. Regardless of whether he was friend or foe, he still admired this kind of person. Long Fei placed the Ganjiang sword on his back. Seeing this, the white-robed man immediately attacked. Long Fei decisively accepted the challenge. Both of their fists were very hard and very fast. One attacked, one blocked, one fought. Very soon, they had exchanged a few rounds. Surprisingly, they were evenly matched. Chapter 1150. Han Yunqi and Gu Beiwe didn't even dare to blink. They never expected Long Fei's martial arts to be so good. Nearby, Gu and Bai Yanqing were also dumbfounded. Gu muttered to himself, "Long Fei, you seem to have met your match." Bai Yanqing was filled with suspicion. He finally remembered the person who had saved Mu Exan all those years ago. He was certain that he had killed that person. That person was an orphan of the poison sect. Could he be related to this group of people? Long Fei and the white-robed man's movements were so fast that even Han Yunqi and Gu Beiwe couldn't see them clearly. The two of them fought as they soared into the air, gradually using both hands and feet. Their movements were like the wind and shadows. Even their bodies couldn't be seen clearly. All they could see was two shadows mixed together as they fought. "Princess, if it's a bare-handed fight, His Highness will definitely be evenly matched with this person." "His Highness won't be at a disadvantage," Gu Beiwe whispered. "Even if he won't be at a disadvantage, he can't just waste time like this." Han Yunqi was still a little anxious. She didn't know who this white-robed man was or where he came from, so she couldn't stop worrying. After all, if this white-robed man was unhappy, he could use poison on Long Fei in a matter of minutes. She wouldn't allow Long Fei to be in any danger. As she watched, she racked her brains for a way to stop them. She had to figure out who this white-robed man was and whether he was a friend or foe. But Han Yunqi couldn't think of a good idea, no matter how hard she racked her brains. At this moment, Long Fei was struck in the stomach by a fist, sending him plummeting from the skies. "Long Fei!" Han Yunqi cried out. She ran over without a care for anything else, completely forgetting about the barrier. But when she reached Long Fei's side, she wasn't stopped by the barrier at all. The barrier disappeared. Gu Beiwe caught up with him and saw that Long Fei was bleeding from the corner of his mouth. His face did not look good. Han Yunqi was still worried. She activated the in-death detection function of the detoxification system. After checking and confirming that Long Fei was not poisoned, she breathed a sigh of relief. "It's just an internal injury. It's not a big deal," Long Fei said lightly. He did not let Han Yunqi and Gu Beiwe help him and stood up by himself. He bowed to the white-robed man. This one has lost. Perhaps the people watching did not see any clues, but Long Fei knew very well that this man in white was very strong. Whether it was his inner strength or martial arts, they were all at a level that exceeded his expectations. He never expected such an expert to exist in Cloud Realm Continent. The white-robed man slowly straightened out his robes and ignored Long Fei. Instead, he looked towards Han Yunqi and called, "What's your name?" Han Yunqi's face was full of displeasure. Her heart ached for Long Fei. Although Long Fei said it was nothing serious, he was still spitting up blood. How could that be considered nothing serious? She looked at the white-robed man from head to toe before asking irritably, "Who are you? What's your name? It's not like we barged in on purpose. Moreover, as a descendant of the poison sect, I have the right to be here." "What right do you have to hit me?" "My skills are inferior, so I deserve to be hit," the white-robed man cold replied. "You." Han Yunqi lost her temper. "Do you mean that everyone in the world who's inferior to you deserves to be hit?" "If my son-in-law's skills are inferior, then he deserves to be hit," Han Chen cold said. Han Yunqi and the rest were all stunned. "Son-in-law? Could it be, didn't my father die?" Han Yunqi looked at Bai Yanqing in shock. Did Bai Yanqing lie to them? Bai Yanqing's mouth was bound by the vines, so he couldn't answer. He shook his head furiously, wondering what was going on as well. Han Chen waved his hand, and an entire barrier shattered. The grass, blue sky, and white clouds all vanished, to be replaced by an enormous underground palace. Luminous pearls were embedded in the walls, illuminating the entire place as bright as day. The white-robed man had vanished without a trace. Abruptly, Lil Thing shrieked and darted forward. Han Yunqi and the rest hurried to catch up with Gu dragging Bai Yanqing behind them. After passing through a few corridors, they entered a towering hall. This hall was actually a sacrificial hall, an extremely luxurious one. The walls were made of luminous pearls and gemstones of various colors, and even the floor was embedded with gemstones. At the very center of the hall was a tall platform, on which stood many tall skeletons. They were none other than the skeletons of snow wolves. Lil Thing had already jumped onto the skeletons and hugged them, sobbing. This was the real grave of the snow wolves. Even though the snow wolves had been reduced to skeletons, the skeletons standing tall on the sacrificial platform were still awe-inspiring. Not only were they in awe of the snow wolves, but they were also in awe of the mysterious power of nature. At this moment, Han Chen was standing on the sacrificial platform under the tall skeletons of the snow wolves. His white robes were not as spotless as Gu Beiyue's. Instead, they were golden-collared and golden-sleeved. Golden totems were embroidered under the hem of his robes, making him look mysterious and noble. No matter where he stood, he would always be high and mighty, as cold as a god, looking down on all living things. He looked down at Han Yunqi and said coldly, "This sovereign is a priest of the Snow Wolf clan. The one who saved your mother back, then, was one of my subordinates. It was just a coincidence. Since you are this sovereign's daughter, the blood of the Blood Wolf clan flows in your veins. You have nothing to do with the poison sect. Wait for me at the sacrificial altar in 10 years. I will teach you boundary techniques. Once you've learned them, you can stay here to guard the grave and cultivate." Everyone was stunned by his words. Was he really Han Yunqi's father? But why did Bai Yanqing say that Han Yunqi's father had been killed? Back then, what had happened back then? Bai Yanqing's reaction was the most intense. He struggled, wanting Gu to remove the vines from his mouth. Seeing that he had something to say, Gu hesitated for a moment, but still did it. As soon as the vines were removed, Bai Yanqing roared at Han Chen, "Who are you?" "You're lying. The priests of the Snow Wolf clan have always been women. When the priests of the Snow Wolf clan married into the poison sect, the Snow Wolf clan ceased to exist long ago. There's only the poison sect left in this world, only the poison sect." Han Chen finally turned to Bai Yanqing. neither angry nor amused. His voice was calm as he asked, "You're a direct descendant of the poison sect?" "Exactly. Old Man will always have a third-tier poison storage space," Bai Yanqing declared loudly. Han Qin suddenly laughed softly. His arrogance and disdain were enough to make anyone feel inferior. Bai Yanqing looked up at him, his self-righteous heart a little fearful. The Snow Wolf clan is divided into light priests and dark priests. The light priests worship the snow wolves, while the dark priests worship the heavens and earth. The light priests are in charge of all affairs of the Blood Wolf clan, while we dark priests don't interfere with worldly affairs. When the Snow Wolf clan was destroyed, we dark priests traveled to the mysterious continent to search for the origin of the lustbite energy. After generations of hard work, we finally gained a foothold on the mysterious continent and established the Wolf sect. The light priests were useless, so they were forced to marry into the poison sect and drag out an ignoble existence. Han Qin looked at Bai Yanqing, the contempt on his lips deepening. His figure blurred as he appeared in front of Bai Yanqing. He bent down and grabbed Bai Yanqing's collar, saying coldly, "Your bloodline is already tainted. You don't have the right to yell at me. If you don't shut up, I can kill you without using the lustbite energy." At this moment, his grip on Bai Yanqing's collar began to exude an invisible force that left Bai Yanqing gaping in awe. He could sense that this force was threatening his life. Behind him, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi were equally shocked. This man's strength must be above the lustbite energy. That's how he could kill Bai Yanqing. Gu muttered, "The mysterious continent is located north of the Winter Crow clan's IC. It's a world where martial prowess reigns supreme." Han Yunqi had never heard of that continent, but Long Fei Yi knew of it. He had once suspected that the lustbite energy came from there, but now it looked like his guess was right. The lustbite energy was considered a top-tier power in Cloud Realm continent, but here on the mysterious continent, it was probably only mid-tier. Since Han Qin called himself this lord, he must have an extremely high status in the wolf sect of the mysterious continent. Bai Yanqing was so shocked that his heart trembled. Still, he couldn't help but ask, "Just what's your relationship with Mu Xan?" Could it be that Mu Xan had long betrayed him and had an affair with this man? Was that why she used national enmity as an excuse to reject him? Bai Yanqing couldn't accept the truth. Back when he was with Mu Xan, he'd cheated on her. But Mu Xan said herself that she'd already forgiven him. Could it be that Mu Xan had lied to him? Would she betray him like this? The more Bai Yanqing thought about it, the more vexed he felt. "Just what's going on?" he roared. "When did you and Mu Xan meet? Tell me." He earlier than you," Han Qin replied expressionlessly. Stunned, Bai Yanqing was about to speak when Han Qin grabbed him by the collar and tossed him aside. Bai Yanqing slammed into the wall and fell unconscious to the ground. It looked like a casual toss, but Long Fei Yi and the rest knew that Han Qin had used a lot of strength. "So noisy. Take him away," Han Qin said coldly. The black-robed men immediately appeared and dragged Bai Yanqing out. Bai Yanqing was probably beside himself with rage, but Han Yunqi was very clear-headed. "You're lying. You said you saved my mother by chance, but now you're saying you've known her for a long time. Which one is the truth?" If they'd known each other for a long time, why didn't this man save Mu Xan all those years ago? Why didn't he look for her after all these years? Han Qin ignored Han Yunqi and headed for a nearby tea table. Han Yunqi was both puzzled and angry. She was the first to chase after him and ask, "Just what's going on? If you're my father, why did I let my mother marry into Tianning's Han family? Why didn't you care about me for all these years? Are you still a man? You have the nerve to call yourself my father? You felt very comfortable watching us get bullied by Yanqing from the shadows, didn't you?" Han Qin stared at the girl in front of him for a long time before he finally spoke. "You're nothing like me, much less your mother." "You make it sound like you know my mother very well." Han Yunqi sounded sarcastic, but she was probing him. However, Han Qin didn't care about what she said. He continued to talk about his own business. Girl, you've passed the Wolf Clan's test. You can go now. Come find me again in 10 years. Han Yunqi was only testing him, but his words angered her. Coldly, she said, if you don't tell me what's going on, I'll go to the mysterious continent as soon as I get out. I'm sure the Wolf Clan will know the truth. Han Chen's eyes turned cold. Lass, are you threatening me? No, I'm warning you, Han Yunqi said coldly. Chapter 1151. Silence reigned in the grand hall. Han Yunqi's warning was still echoing through the palace. Warning, even Long Fei was worried. After fighting with Han Qin, he knew all too well how powerful the man was. Despite his worries, Long Fei still admired his wife's temper and courage. He walked over to protect Han Yunqi and was about to speak when Han Qin laughed out loud. It had to be said that this icy man looked especially handsome when he laughed. Gu and Gu Beiwa both felt that this man was more like Long Fei's father. At the very least, they had the same temper. Hee, are you warning this honorable one? Han Qin asked. Despite his laughter, Han Yunqi's face remained cold and expressionless. Yes. He, a descendant of my wolf sect, should have guts like that. You're worthy of being this honorable one's daughter. Han Qin looked at Han Yunqi with satisfaction. Actually, Han Yunqi had her fears as well, but she silently exhaled in relief when this senior didn't argue with her. Softening her tone, she asked, last time, was that the mysterious man they met at the sacrificial altar you? MHM, Han Qin admitted. He had cultivated intermittently in the snow wolf graveyard for over 20 years before returning to the mysterious continent as soon as he left. He didn't linger in Cloud Realm continent, nor was he interested in its struggles. He was the sect leader of the Wolf sect and the current high priest of the Snow Wolf clan. He was also the descendant of the dark priest of the Snow Wolf clan. His father was a dark priest, while his mother was a Snow Wolf clansman. He was the purest of the Snow Wolf clan, while Bai Yanqing was the descendant of a light priest and a direct descendant of the Poison sect through marriage. After so many generations, Bai Yanqing's Snow Wolf clan blood had dwindled to nothing. Han Yunqi was his and Mu Xian's daughter, so Han Yunqi was half Snow Wolf clan blood. She was much more orthodox than Bai Yanqing. To be exact, Han Yunqi was only related to the Snow Wolf clan and had nothing to do with the Poison sect. Bai Yanqing was able to open the altar because the barrier was set up by the Snow Wolf clan and the Poison sect. However, this Snow Wolf grave enchantment was set up by the Dark Priest. This was a spirit formation that no amount of blood could open. Only those who were proficient in world spirit techniques would be able to open it. The reason why Bai Yanqing was able to come in was because he had opened it on purpose. The altar in the Snow Wolf graveyard was a powerful formation set up by the bones of the Snow Wolves. It was a memorial to the ancestors of the Snow Wolf clan and also a place for the descendants of the Wolf sect to cultivate in seclusion. The formation set up using the bones of the Snow Wolves was a myriad poisons formation with countless poisonous needles hidden inside. The poison storage space would be completely ineffective in this formation. If one wanted to avoid being poisoned, they would have to rely on their own abilities. Then how did you meet my mother? Was it a coincidence? Or did you know each other long ago? Han Yunqi was still stuck on this question. She was rescued by my subordinates. When I first arrived at the Snow Wolf graveyard, I didn't know the situation or that the Poison sect still had an orphan, Han Qin explained. Their surroundings were quiet, so Han Yunqi couldn't help but ask, and then Han Yunqi felt that there must be a complicated story between this fellow and Mu Xian. Otherwise, Mu Xian wouldn't have married into Tianning's Han clan. Unexpectedly, Han Qin coughed lightly, his voice as cold as ever. My subordinates couldn't cure her of the aphrodisiac, so they brought her back. Here, Han Qin paused. At this moment, Long Fei, Gu Beiwa, and Gu were all staring at Han Chen's face. They could clearly see the awkward expression on his face. And then Han Yunchi was especially serious as she asked, "And then I cured her of the aphrodisiac and had my subordinates send her out of the poison sect that very night. Bai Yanqing searched the mountains and killed the subordinate. I didn't want to expose the wolf sect's secrets, nor did I want to have anything to do with the poison sect's orphan. So I dropped the matter," Han Chen explained. And then Han Yunchi asked again, "Long Fei, you couldn't stop him in time." "Nothing else. I was focused on cultivation and traveled back and forth between the Snow Wolf graveyard and the wolf sect. It was only when you opened the barrier around the altar that I noticed you guys by chance. The poison sect had nothing to do with my wolf sect. If Bai Yanqing hadn't used Mount Fengming to imprison people, and you guys hadn't barged in to disturb me, I might not have made a move, nor would I have known you were my daughter." Han Chen continued, "Hold on. You said you'd let my mother go after curing her of the aphrodisiac. But how could she be pregnant with—" Han Yunchi trailed off. She finally realized what he meant by curing Mu Xian's aphrodisiac. What a tactful way to put it. Han Yunchi glanced at Han Chen, whose expression was as cold as ever. Still, he awkwardly avoided her gaze. Actually, there was a huge secret behind this matter that he would never tell anyone. The mysterious continent didn't have such things. Back then, he and his subordinate had only just arrived in Cloud Realm continent, so they didn't know what aphrodisiac was. That subordinate hadn't been trying to save Mu Xian out of kindness, but simply curious about the poison in her heart. He was proficient in poisons and had never encountered a poison he couldn't cure. But aphrodisiac was both a medicine and a poison at the same time. He had taken Mu Xian's pulse for a long time, but before he could figure out what was going on, Mu Xian had started pestering him. By the time he realized what was going on, it was already too late. If he didn't save her, he could only watch her die. In desperation, he had no choice but to sacrifice himself to save her. To put it more accurately, he and Mu Xian had made a huge mistake. Back then, he had been tricked by his subordinate's curiosity. Thus, when Bai Yanqing killed his subordinate, he didn't save him, nor did he take revenge on Bai Yanqing. Instead, he treated the subordinate as the punishment he deserved. From then on, he ordered all his subordinates not to interfere with the Poison Sect or Cloud Realm Continent's affairs. "So, you haven't tried to find my mother these past few years?" Han Yunchi asked next. "That was nothing more than an accident. If I hadn't heard Bai Yanqing talk about Mu Xian just then, I wouldn't have known her name was Mu Xian, much less that she was pregnant with my child." Han Chen's tone didn't sound like he missed Mu Xian at all. Han Yunchi had been a little angry that this fellow had ignored her. As it turned out, he'd only just found out she was his daughter as well. "So you tricked Bai Yanqing just then because you were toying with him." Han Yunchi couldn't help but think of Deacon Jean. This move was no different from Deacon Jean toying with Jun Ixia. This honorable one is happy to do so. "Cold," Han Chin said. Han Yunchi silently sighed with emotion. This fellow looks so aloof, but heaven knows if he's actually a coquettish man on the inside. Of course, she only dared to speculate on the inside, not ask him out loud. She had to admit that this unexpected father of hers wasn't someone to be trifled with. Hee, uncle, people like Bai Yanqing should be tricked properly." Gu couldn't help but speak up. Han Yunchi hadn't even acknowledged her father yet, but he was already calling him uncle. Han Chen raised his head to look at him. His expression was rather cold. Han Chen was born with such a temper. He never cared about people or things he wasn't interested in. Not only did he not investigate Mu Xian, but he was also aloof when it came to the poison sex movements. He had no interest in Cloud Realm Continent's affairs at all. Even when he ran into Han Yunchi's group activating the sacrificial altar, he didn't realize that Han Yunchi was his daughter. That was because the poison sect's direct descendant could activate the altar all the same. It wasn't until Bai Yanqing took over Clear Breeze Peak and Long Fei set up an ambush at the 2 exits of the mountain that he began to pay attention to their movements. You've been sitting idly by, so why did you activate the enchantment to bring us here? Long Fei asked. How did you determine the direction of the poison from so far away? Han Chen asked. If Han Yunqi's skills hadn't attracted his attention, he never would have brought them here. Gu Beiwei and Gu were both bewildered. Han Yunqi had said that checking for poisons was one of the functions of the poison storage space. The poison storage space belonged to the Snow Wolf clan, so how could Han Chen not know? Long Fei knew the truth and immediately answered for Han Yunqi. She's naturally sensitive to poisons, so she can smell them. Gu Beiwei and Gu were both doubtful. Did they remember wrongly? Han Chen was curious as well. She has such skills. Didn't you see for yourself? This is my skill. No one else can learn it. Han Yunqi feigned a tsundra look. Han Chen didn't pursue the matter. Cold, he said. Very good. You're worthy of being a descendant of my wolf sect. Remember our 10-year promise. When the time comes, I'll bring you back to the sect. You can stay here and cultivate while I teach you the wolf sect's secret arts. You can leave now. Who made a promise with you? Han Yunqi was baffled. Although this man was her father, she didn't feel anything for him. You have the right to refuse if you can beat your sister, Han Chen said coldly. I only have 2 daughters. 10 years from now, whoever wins will have the right to choose whether to stay or leave. I have a sister. Han Yunqi was surprised, but it wasn't strange. Han Chen was the head of a sect. Of course he had children. Yes, she's currently ranked 7th on the mystical continent's new noble ranking. She's considered average and should be able to enter the mystical continent's expert ranking tournament in 10 years. Han Chen stood up and was about to send them off. Han Yunqi was a little confused. Just as she was about to refuse, Long Fei agreed on her behalf. All right, the 10-year promise. See you there. Han Yunqi didn't understand, but since Long Fei said so, she could only acquiesce. Men, see our guests out. Han Chen's attitude was still cold. He didn't even have much affection for his daughter, Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi thought to herself, maybe it's because this guy doesn't have feelings for Muak-san? Han Yunqi didn't know that Han Chen was also extremely cold to her sister. We're taking Bai Yanqing away. Han Yunqi suddenly remembered. No matter what, they had to take Bai Yanqing away and hand him over to Tang Li. I'll leave that person behind. As Han Chen spoke, he turned to look at Lil Thing, who was still lying on the snow wolf skeleton. Coldly, he said, take the poison beast with you. After all, snow wolves were worshipped by the Snow Wolf clan. He didn't want to study them, but he could keep the poison Gu humans. Why could the perplexing butterfly illusion turn into 9 poisonous teardrops that could neutralize the poison Gu humans? What was the poisonous herb that the snow wolves ate back then? Why could it make the snow wolves immortal? These were all mysteries that the Snow Wolf clan had never been able to solve. Lil Thing. As soon as Han Yunqi called out, Lil Thing immediately ran to her, afraid that it would be left behind. Han Yunqi hugged Lil Thing and refused to budge. Bai Yanqing is our prisoner. We can't leave him to you. Also, the 9 poisonous teardrops are mine. Please return them to me. Han Chen didn't try to snatch them back. Coldly, he said, I'll give you 1 person in exchange for Bai Yanqing and the poisonous teardrops. Deal. Chapter 1152. Exchanging a person for her? Han Yunqi was very surprised. What kind of person did this father have that was worth her handing over Bai Yanqing and the 9 poisonous tears? Bai Yanqing wasn't worth much, but the 9 poisonous tears couldn't be exchanged just like that. Who is it? Han Yunqi asked. Han Chen's attitude was cold, but she wasn't gentle at all. Previously, a young lady fell into the sea of fire. This sovereign happened to be passing by and was in a good mood, so I saved her. Han Chen said casually, but Han Yunqi and the others all sucked in a breath of cold air. Han Yunqi was very anxious and blurted out, "Is it Ningjing? Is it Ningjing?" Han Chen raised his eyebrows and looked at them. Apart from Long Fei, who was still calm, Gu Beiwe and Gu were pleasantly surprised. Gu Beiwe was still all right, but Gu was able to see through his thoughts with just a glance. As for his daughter, Han Yunqi, she was simply forgetful. Among these young people, he was still most satisfied with Long Fei. Fortunately, his son-in-law was Long Fei. If it were someone else, he really wouldn't want to acknowledge them. Han Yunqi, this girl, disregarding her other abilities, was very good at choosing her husband. Seeing that Han Chen didn't say anything for a long time, Han Yunqi was so nervous that her heart almost stopped. She wasn't usually like this, but this matter was too important to them. She couldn't help but rush in front of Han Chen and say angrily, "Is it Ningjing or not? Hurry up and say it. Say it. Stupid girl, you should learn more from your husband. Today, this sovereign will use Ningjing to threaten you. You'll definitely be captured without a fight." As Han Chen spoke, he waved at the Imperial bodyguard. Not long after, the Imperial bodyguard came out of the darkness, supporting a woman. This woman was none other than Ningjing. Her clothes were very dirty, but it was obvious that she had tidied them up. Her hair was also neatly arranged. The poison from before had all been cured, and his complexion seemed to be good. As soon as she saw Han Yunqi and the others, she smiled at them. Han Yunqi really didn't dare to believe her eyes, but she didn't dare to not believe it. She was so surprised and excited that she almost screamed. She rushed over and hugged Ningjing. Her eyes were all wet. She didn't cry out loud, but it was obvious that tears were falling. "Ningjing, Ningjing, do you know? Tang." Han Yunqi choked with sobs. Ningjing was anxious. "What's wrong with Tang Li?" At the mention of Tang Li, Han Yunqi choked with sobs. "Tang Li, he's fine. He just misses you. He misses you a lot." Ningjing was relieved. She hugged Han Yunqi tightly, but she quickly let go and looked at Han Chen. "Princess, it was this hero who saved me." Han Yunqi calmed down a lot. She quickly pushed Ningjing behind her. "Don't say anything." Ningjing finally realized that the atmosphere was not quite right, but she didn't dare to say anything. "What do you want Bai Yanqing for? What do you want the 9 poisonous teardrops for?" Han Yunqi asked coldly. "Why are you talking so much nonsense? Are you going to trade or not?" Han Chen coldly retorted. Han Yunqi finally realized that they were still in the underground palace and were still under someone's control. Moreover, this guy was too strong. Even if they weren't in the underground palace, they still couldn't do anything to him. Han Yunqi couldn't help but complain in her heart. If they're not from the same world, why did he come here and cause so much trouble? Just as Han Yunqi was about to give up, Long Fei spoke up. "Senior, isn't it unfair to exchange Ningjing for Bai Yanqing and 9 teardrops?" When they exchanged blows, Long Fei knew that this senior had the demeanor of a gentleman. Otherwise, even if he wasn't poisoned, he would have been injured. "Hee, what other conditions do you want? Get to the point." Han Chen saw through Long Fei Ye's intentions at a glance. Long Fei Yi laughed out loud. Since Senior is a straightforward man, then this junior won't hold back. This junior hopes that the Wolf sect can protect the north of Cloud Realm continent for 20 years, so that the people of the mysterious continent won't invade our borders. The mysterious continent revered martial prowess, so reason was different there. Cloud Realm continent, on the other hand, valued tactics, order, and rules. In terms of martial prowess, Cloud Realm continent couldn't beat Cloud Realm continent. But in terms of order and civilization, the mysterious continent couldn't compare. No matter which world it was a world of the strong. But that didn't depend on their martial prowess alone. The only difference between the two continents was their order, but there was no such thing as superiority or inferiority. Since the Wolf sect could come to Cloud Realm continent, That meant other people from the mysterious continent could come as well. Once enough people showed up, it would affect the normal order of Cloud Realm Continent and even threaten its rule. Senior Han Chen was the leader of a sect, and his daughter would enter the mysterious Sky Continent's contestant ranking in 10 years. This meant that the Wolf sect must be an extremely powerful force on the mysterious Sky Continent. Moreover, Han Chen's power should not be underestimated. With the Wolf sect's protection, at least they wouldn't be defeated. The martial artists of the mysterious continent wouldn't dare to set their sights on Cloud Realm Continent, which would save him a lot of effort. Cloud Realm Continent's northern citizens would also be spared the suffering of war. It wasn't that Long Fei Yi didn't have ambitions. He had long told Han Yunqi that the world was a big place. He had the ambition and power to carve out a world of martial artists for himself. He knew long ago that the northern shores of the Ice Sea had another powerful continent besides the Wintercrow clan, but he hadn't set his sights on it yet, simply because Cloud Realm Continent was still far from peaceful and prosperous. There were still many things he needed to do. He couldn't let Cloud Realm Continent's citizens live in the chaos of war. He himself had many personal matters to take care of as well. Now that Han Yunqi was pregnant, he hoped that he could spend more time with this woman instead of making her run around with him and tire herself out. Perhaps 10 years wasn't enough, but 20 years was definitely enough. It would be enough for him to establish a new rule over Cloud Realm Continent, establish new order, fill up the national treasury, and raise a powerful army. It would also be enough for him to raise a few outstanding sons and start a new dynasty of his own. Perhaps it would be him or the descendants of his imperial clan who would be able to conquer that piece of land or even countries further away. A single person's strength was limited, but a clan's strength could triumph over time and space. It could grow infinitely strong and expand infinitely. Long Fei Ye's ambitions were both big and far. Guard your northern borders. Han Chen thought for a while before he laughed out loud. Young man, your ambitions are much bigger than old man's. Long Fei Yi was surprised that Han Chen could see through his thoughts. What does Senior think? Long Fei Yi asked. Han Chen glanced at Han Yunqi. Lass, what do you think? A complicated look flitted past Han Yunqi's eyes. How could she refuse Long Fei Ye's offer? All right. She could only agree. This honorable one doesn't want you to reveal a single word about this place to anyone else. Also, this honorable one will be cultivating here for 3 years. If you have nothing better to do, don't come to this mountain forest. Han Chen said before giving Long Fei Yi and the rest a chance to speak. Cold, he said. Someone come, see the guests out. The black-robed men immediately led the way. Han Yunqi and the rest didn't want to linger either, but Han Chen suddenly stopped them as soon as they reached the door. Wait a minute. Ning Jing, what was the name of the girl who grabbed you at the cliff? Su Xiaoyu, Ning Jing replied. What do you want to do? Han Yunqi was on guard against this father of hers. That girl is a good seedling. I'll have to trouble you to pass on a message. If you want to take me as your master, wait for this honorable one at the peak of Clear Breeze Peak in 3 days. Han Chen said cold. Han Yunqi replied with a snort and turned around to leave. However, Han Chen said, Long Fei Yi, thank you for your trouble. Although his tone was cold, his words were still polite. All right. Long Fei Yi agreed readily. The barrier had been broken. Han Yunqi and the rest returned to the labyrinth under the guidance of the black-robed men. After the black-robed men returned, they all turned around to take a look. There was no entrance on the ground, and the barrier seemed to have been rebuilt. It had to be said that all of this was just like a dream. However, Ning Jing was standing right beside them. They didn't want this to be a dream. Long Fei Yi, why did you agree to his request? Who knows what he's planning to do with the 9 poisonous teardrops in his hands? Han Yunqi said anxiously, if he wanted to do evil with the 9 poisonous teardrops, those things would have fallen into his hands long ago. Long Fei Yi said lightly. Gu Beiwei agreed. Princess, this senior doesn't care about Cloud Realm's mundane affairs. The 9 poisonous teardrops are safe in his hands. He didn't know our identities when he saved Miss Jing. He definitely didn't save her for Bai Yanqing. Leaving Bai Yanqing behind was also a coincidence. Poison girl, we were looking for those poisonous teardrops to deal with Bai Yanqing. Now that Bai Yanqing has fallen into his hands, those poisonous teardrops have no use for us. Gu said, besides, Long Fei, you even got a huge bargain. It was worth it. Gu Beiwei smiled and nodded. That's right. Your Highness is wise. If the wolf sect protects Cloud Realm's northern borders, Cloud Realm will be safe for 20 years. If the princess can win the right to choose after 10 years and inherit the wolf sect's position, Your Highness and the princess will be able to expand your territory. Wait, inherit the wolf sect's position? Han Yunqi paused. Could it be that she had become stupid because of her pregnancy? Or was she instinctively repulsed by the sudden appearance of a father? Why didn't she think so much? Long Fei Yi had been looking at Han Yunqi for a long time with a frown. Seeing that Han Yunqi seemed to have recovered, he couldn't help but rub her bangs. Silly. Han Qin is the wolf sect's sect master. He can freely travel between Cloud Realm and Mystic Sky. He can also cultivate in the Snow Wolf Grave freely. What are you afraid of? He asked your sister to compete with you. He must want to choose the successor of the wolf sect's sect master, Long Fei Yi asked. Han Yunqi finally understood the meaning behind Han Chen's words. She was probably frightened by the King of Medicines and Medicinal Pills' requests. She didn't think too much about it and only thought that Han Qin wanted her to stay in the Snow Wolf Grave forever. Han Yunqi was enlightened. It's not bad that I suddenly have a father. At this moment, Ning Jing finally understood the situation. She said, Princess, so that senior is your father? His arm was burned when he tried to save me. His subordinates were also very polite to me and didn't have any ill intentions. Let's go out first. I want to see Tang Li and thank him with Tang Li. Tang Li, when Tang Li was mentioned, everyone's eyes dimmed. Long Fei Yi said calmly, let's go out first. Chapter 1153. After Long Fei Yi and the others left the maze, Han Qin sat on the stone steps at the bottom of the altar and raised his arm for the black-robed guard to apply medicine to his wound. He'd burned his arm while trying to save Ning Jing. Master, you should have saved that person earlier. Why did you wait until she fell? An old servant helped him apply the medicine. This old servant was the only person Han Qin could converse with. The other attendants might not even be able to speak with him once a year, apart from reporting important matters. That girl is a good seedling. I'm just testing her. Han Qin stared into the darkness ahead. Even though he was chatting with his closest servant, his face and eyes were as cold as ever. It wasn't the harsh kind of coldness, but the kind of indifference that was heartless and desireless. He really didn't have any emotions or desires outside of cultivation. Even his daughter, Han Xiang, who was in charge of the wolf sect, was just an adopted one. He was the only one who didn't want his old servant to know the secret. He was still unmarried and had children both internally and externally. Unfortunately, his mother had passed away early. For this reason, the wolf sect's ancestral hall even had a memorial tablet made up by his old servant. He was only interested in martial arts and had no interest in women. He wasn't even willing to find a woman to decorate his home. He'd chosen to adopt a daughter instead of a son because if his adopted daughter didn't have the talent for martial arts, he'd still have the opportunity to choose a powerful son-in-law. At the very least, he'd be able to secure the wolf sect's future. If he adopted a son, he'd lose this opportunity. In his eyes, men were the true masters of martial arts. Women weren't suited for martial arts. His adopted daughter, Han Xiang, was 15 years old this year. Her talent was unexpectedly good, and she was very diligent. Her current strength couldn't be underestimated. However, When he saw Long Fei Ye's lust-bite power and Long Fei Ye's astounding talent for divination, he knew that Long Fei Yi was the son-in-law he wanted. Long Fei Ye's lust-bite energy and Han Yunqi's phoenix energy were nothing in front of him, but they were definitely mid-level experts among their peers on the mysterious continent. The mysterious continent valued martial prowess, and those who truly possessed great martial prowess and could be considered top-notch experts were the elderly. He estimated that Han Xiang would be able to enter the mysterious continent's ranking battles in 10 years' time at the age of 25, but that was all. She'd have to become an ordinary expert to get a ranking. It would take another 10 or 20 years for her to become a mid-level expert. She might not even do it for the rest of her life. He was the only person in the mysterious continent who had obtained a ranking in the expert ranking battle under the age of 30 and became an intermediate expert. He was to rank to become a top-level expert. It had to be said that Long Fei was very smart. He'd picked the right person to guard Cloud Realm Continent's northern borders. With his wolf sect around, no one on the mysterious continent would dare to invade Cloud Realm Continent. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi weren't even 30 yet, but they could already control Lustbite and Phoenix energy. Compared to him in the past, they didn't pale in comparison. Then did the sect head discover anything? The old servant asked helplessly. He'd forgotten how many years it had been since he last saw the sect head injured. But this time he was testing a little girl. Could it be that the girl was really a genius? She can't be considered a genius, but her temper is suited for martial arts, Han Chen said coldly. The servant had no words to retort. The sect head's thoughts were different from ordinary people. While others focused on talent, the sect head chose male and female disciples. The men had to have talent, while the women had to have temperament. After all these years, no boy had ever caught the sect head's eye, but now a girl had. He'd like to see what kind of temper Su Xiaoyu had. Sect head, aren't you being too biased by letting Miss Yunqi and Miss Xiang compete in 10 years? The old servant was more concerned about this issue. Miss Yunqi had lust-bite energy and Mo Xie's treasure sword, so she was already considered a mid-level expert. Miss Xiang, on the other hand, would have to wait 10 years before she could be considered a regular expert. By then, Miss Yunqi would be even stronger. Unless she didn't want it, she'd be the sect head for sure. It wasn't clear whether Han Chen heard the old servant's complaints, because he didn't reply. The old servant couldn't help but grumble. In the end, he still biased towards his own flesh and blood. Poor Miss Xiang. Han Chen suddenly turned around, his eyes so cold that even the old servant felt his hair stand on end. He quickly retreated to one side, not daring to make a sound. He really didn't understand why such a cold, emotionless man would use his own body to cure Mu Exion's poison back then. Han Chen sat for a while before rising to his feet and walking into the darkness. He passed through a secret passage and entered Bai Yanqing's secret room. As soon as he entered, all of the black-robed guards left on their own accord. Bai Yanqing had been severely injured by the Long Fei Yi and found out that Han Yunqi's father was so powerful. He was both physically and mentally exhausted as he knelt weakly on the ground. But as soon as Han Chen entered, he lifted his head and asked loudly, "Why? Why did Mu Xian choose you? If your surname isn't Bai, what's your real name?" Han Chen wasn't very interested in Mu Xian. In ancient times, the poison sect's forbidden grounds had been part of Han City. The Snow Wolf clan's ancestors had used Han as their surname, while the poison sect's surname was Wei. There was a Wei in Han, so the Snow Wolf clan abandoned their clan name while the poison sect abandoned their surname to form the poison sect's Han clan. Bai Yanqing should be surnamed Han as well. Tell me, why did Mu Xian choose you? Why? How did the two of you meet in the first place? Bai Yanqing still didn't know the truth. Your surname is Han, so Mu Xian went to Hong Kongan? Or is it because my surname is also Han that she went to Hong Kongan? Han Qin was curious about this. Bai Yanqing froze. What do you mean? Bai Yanqing's original surname was indeed Han. His original name was Hong Kong. Bai Yanqing had taken the place of an evil sword school disciple after he'd arrived at the evil sword sect. Han Qin sneered. That woman probably still likes you. Hee. You reap what you sow. The perplexing butterfly illusion is now in this sovereign's hands. If you don't want to be tortured, you'd better know your place. So speaking, Han Chen turned to leave, ignoring Bai Yanqing's shouts. What did you say? What do you mean? What did Mu Xan say to you? Han Qin, get back here. Get back here. What did Mu Xan say to you back then? Han Qin, the aphrodisiac Mu Xan used back then was a yin and yang drug. You didn't do it willingly, right? Am I right? Bai Yanqing roared. Han Chen's words had completely thrown him into disarray. He couldn't tell what had happened between Mu Xan and this man in the past. Was it because of old feelings or because of the aphrodisiac? Han Qin stopped in his tracks. When he'd first arrived in Cloud Realm Continent, he didn't know anything about aphrodisiacs. But after staying here for so many years, he was more interested in its poisons and medicines than anything else. When he wasn't cultivating, he'd spend most of his time in a secret room, studying medicine. Of course, he knew what a yin and yang drug was. It was a type of aphrodisiac that worked both ways. As long as one party was poisoned, the drug would take effect and infect the person of the opposite sex until they couldn't control themselves. Han Qin narrowed his eyes. So that's the truth. After all these years, he hadn't been interested in Mu Xian's affairs. Although he'd gotten entangled with her once, that was the only time in his life. Even now, he still didn't know a thing about relationships between men and women. When he thought back to the past, he always thought it was because he was too young and ignorant of the ways of the world that he couldn't resist Mu Xan's passionate entanglements. Now he knew it was because of the aphrodisiac. Han Qin turned back and personally covered Bai Yanqing's mouth with his own. Instead of answering Bai Yanqing's question, he rewarded Bai Yanqing with a kick. The kick landed on Bai Yanqing's weakest spot below his stomach. It was a vicious kick, enough to end Bai Yanqing's life. Bai Yanqing immediately collapsed to the ground, cold sweat pouring down his back from the pain. Han Qin left expressionlessly. When he realized he hadn't lost control in the past, but had been harmed by the aphrodisiac, he exhaled in relief. In the darkness, his handsome face was as cold as ever, making him look like a dark shaman with no desires by now. Han Yunqi and the rest had already left the maze. Su Donglin, Chu Shifeng, Chu Tianyin, and Bailey Mingxiang all ran over, surprised and delighted to see Ningjing. Miss Jing, you didn't die. Bailey Mingxiang, who was usually steady, cried out in alarm. Where's Tang Li? Han Yunqi asked even more anxiously than Ningjing. Ningjing was very quiet. She'd been itching to see Tang Li the entire way out, but now that she was actually seeing him, she was nervous and timid. She couldn't describe her feelings. She only remembered that on the day of her wedding with Tang Li, she'd been nervous and timid for a few moments in the sedan chair as well, but she'd forgotten about it then. Princess, Tang Li, and Su Xiaoyu are both at the medical academy. Tang Li. Su Donglin was about to finish when Han Yunqi cut him off. Then hurry back to Medical City. You guys should all withdraw. Princess, where's Bai Yanqing? Chu Shifeng couldn't help asking. Recalling how Long Fei Yi had promised Han Qin not to reveal the wolf sex secrets, Han Yunqi replied, he died inside, poisoned by perplexing butterfly illusion until not even his bones remain. You guys should all withdraw, but leave a few people at the foot of the mountain. In the future, no one else is allowed to enter. As soon as they heard that Bai Yanqing had been killed by perplexing butterfly illusion, everyone was pleasantly surprised and no longer suspected anything. Han Yunqi and Gu Beiwei were both worried about Ningjing's reaction when she saw Tang Li's dazed state. Long Fei Yi, on the other hand, had noticed Gu's strange behavior. Gu had been acting strange ever since they left the maze. After the shadow guard arrived with the sedan chair, Han Yunqi stayed by Ningjing's side while Gu Beiwei, Chu Shifeng, and Su Donglin walked together to make arrangements for the withdrawal of the troops. They even asked around for news of Cloud Realm continent, especially northernly. Long Fei, on the other hand, had a rare chance to walk together with Gu. Coldly he asked, "What's wrong with you?" Gu lay lazily on the sedan chair like a big boss. He turned to Long Fei and asked, "What do you mean, what's wrong?" Long Fei looked him over again before his voice grew colder. "Just what's wrong with you?" Chapter 1154. What was wrong with Gu? Gu just felt hungry and weak. He was no longer as tired as before. No matter how heavily injured he was, he could jump around and be full of energy after resting for a while. He looked like he was leaning lazily on the palanquin, but he was actually very weak. He really wanted to sleep. He wanted to find a shady roof and have a good sleep. He turned back to look at Long Fei with a bright smile on his face. "TSK, TSK, Your Highness, when did you learn to care about others?" Long Fei looked at him coldly and didn't ask any more questions. He leaned back on the palanquin and looked up at the blue sky. The autumn sky was cloudless for thousands of miles, and it was exceptionally high. Gu also looked up at the blue sky with a beautiful smile on his lips. He smiled and smiled. Suddenly, he started singing a mountain song in a carefree and unrestrained voice. Singing a mountain song, singing here and there. A mountain song is like the spring river, not afraid of the shoreline and many dangerous bends. Everyone immediately looked towards Gu Qishao, who sang even louder and happier than before. Gu's mountain song made the journey much livelier. Han Yunqi noticed that Ning Jing didn't speak much. Su Xiaoyu had mentioned that her front teeth were missing, but she didn't go into detail. However, everyone knew that it was Bai Yanqing's doing. If Han Chen hadn't asked Bai Yanqing to stay, Han Yunqi probably would have broken her rule and tortured Bai Yanqing to vent her anger. She had left Bai Yanqing for Han Chen, but Han Chan was going to stay in Fengming Mountain Palace for 3 years. Naturally, she would send people to care for Bai Yanqing from time to time. After all, it was related to Ning Jing's pride. When everyone saw Ning Jing, they pretended not to notice and didn't ask. Han Yunqi sat next to Ning Jing. She was thinking about finding a doctor to check on Ning Jing. If she remembered correctly, in China's medical history, there were ways to treat tooth decay as early as the Han Dynasty, and there were ways to fill teeth as early as the Tang Dynasty. In the Tang Dynasty's medical book, Xinqiu Benqiao, there was a clear record of using amalgam to fill teeth. This technology had already matured in the Song Dynasty, and there were already specialized dentists in the Song Dynasty. Cloud Realm Continent's medical science was far more advanced than that of China's ancient medicine. Some medical skills even surpassed modern standards. Han Yunqi trusted that with Gu Beiwei around, he'd definitely be able to find a doctor who could help. By the time they reached the medical school, it was already the middle of the night. Just like when they left, they didn't alert too many people when they returned. Gu stood up lazily from the palanquin. Long Fei, you looked at him coldly. "There's nothing for you to do. You can leave now." Chu Shifeng was already waiting on one side. On the way back, His Highness had clearly instructed him to send Gu back to his rooms and wait for Gu Beiwei to arrive. This old man did his part in saving Ningjing. At least let this old man see that Tang Li Brat reunite with his wife. Gu said as he ran into the courtyard. "Your Highness, that guy can still run." "He should be fine," Chu Shifeng added. When Long Fei saw Han Yunqi and the rest walk into the courtyard, he didn't say a word, but followed closely behind them. Ning Jing was floored as soon as she reached the courtyard. The courtyard was filled with shadow guard, while Tang Li's room doors and windows were all sealed shut with wooden planks. The shadow guard whispered to Long Fei, "Last night, the Tang clan head insisted on going back to the Tang clan. This subordinate couldn't stop him, so he could only resort to this method." Long Fei nodded in silence. This scene was so similar to what had happened at Three-Way Black Market. But at least Tang Li had been rational then. Now Ning Jing looked back at Han Yunqi and asked in confusion, "Princess, we didn't go to the wrong place, did we? Tang Li, where's Tang Li?" She hadn't said a word on the way here, but now she had no choice. Han Yunqi felt suffocated in her chest and couldn't speak. In the end, it was Gu Beiwa who spoke up. "Miss Jing, the Tang clan had mistakenly thought you were buried in a sea of flames." He was too grieved a little. "Tang Li's really inside?" Jing suddenly interrupted. "You locked him up in there?" "Miss Jing, the Tang clan had—" Gu Beiwa was about to speak when Ning Jing raged. "Open the door! What are you locking him up for? Open the door!" Han Yunqi opened the door, and Ning Jing immediately rushed in. Inside the room, Tang Li was sitting alone on the couch with his head lowered. He seemed to be mumbling something. Ning Jing was already standing in front of him, and everyone else had followed in. The commotion was huge, but he acted as if he didn't know anything and was indifferent. Ning Jing was terrified. She called out to him carefully, "Tang Li." Tang Li didn't respond. Ning Jing's eyes reddened instantly. She turned back to look at Han Yunqi. Confusion, panic, and fear were written all over her face. "When we chased him to the edge of the cliff, we only saw Su Xiaoyu. He mistakenly thought you fell off the cliff and died, so he became stupid," Han Yunqi said in a choked voice. "He became stupid." Ning Jing's tears suddenly fell. She slowly turned back to look at Tang Li, unable to accept what she had heard. Li became stupid. That chatterbox, that Li who chattered nonstop by her side all day. Li who didn't obediently stay in the Tang clan and always came to her for schemes. Li who was always enslaved by her to make red bean porridge in the middle of the night and never complained. He was even happy to do it willingly. Has he become stupid? Ning Jing knelt down in front of the couch. She held Tang Li's hand as tears fell like rain. "Tang Li, I'm back. I'm back." However, Tang Li was still indifferent. It was as if his soul had been sucked out and he was only left with his skin. He sat there in a daze and didn't move at all. He kept mumbling, but his voice was so soft that even he couldn't hear it. "Tang Li, I'm back. I'm back." Ning Jing cried out loud. She tried her best to hold Tang Li's face up so that he could look at her. However, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't hold his face up. His head was drooping as if he would never raise his head again. "Tang Li, I'm back. I'm back. Look at me. Tang Li, I beg you to look at me. Tang Li, you don't want me anymore? How can you not want me? How can you?" Ning Jing cried her heart out. She held Tang Li's face with both hands and pushed with all her might, but he just wouldn't budge. Han Yunqi and the others stood aside. Han Yunqi's eyes were already wet. She couldn't wait to go over and help Ning Jing lift Tang Li's head up. However, so what if he lifted it up? Tang Li wasn't clear-headed. So what if he saw Ning Jing? Gu Beiwa was already looking at the wall on the right, while Gu was looking at the wall on the left. Both of their expressions were silent and heavy. As for Long Fei, he didn't come in. He just stood at the door, leaning against the wall with his eyes closed. The more Ning Jing looked at him, the louder she became. The more she cried, the more miserable she became. She couldn't push Tang Li away, so she didn't push him anymore. She stood up and hugged Tang Li's head. She hugged him tightly and let him bury his head in her arms. She didn't give up. She was still stubborn and persistent. She said, "Tang Li, I'm hungry. I want to eat red bean porridge. Go and cook it right now." Back then, she used a commanding tone to order Tang Li to cook red bean porridge for countless nights at the Tang sect. "Tang Li, I'm hungry. Go, go." She urged him loudly. She even pushed him away. Even though her face was already covered in tears, she still ordered him arrogantly like before. "Tang Li, go. I'm starving to death. Why are you still dawdling? Tang Li, if you don't go, I'll sleep on the floor tonight. Tonight, you'll sleep on the floor outside. Don't even think about getting on my bed. Tang Li, go. Are you going or not?" Are you going or not? In the end, Ning Jing finally broke down. Her voice trembled and she sobbed. Tang Li, I'm begging you. I'm begging you. I want to eat red bean porridge. Ali, can you cook red bean porridge? Can you? Tang Li, are you hungry? I'll cook it for you to nourish your body, okay? Tang Li, answer me. What's wrong with you? Tang Li, can you not scare me like this? Ning Jing's tears were about to burst out. At this moment, Tang Li slowly raised his head and looked at Ning Jing blankly. He was already muttering something. Everyone became nervous when they saw this. Ning Jing was nervous and surprised. She wiped away her tears helplessly and held Tang Li's hand. Tang Li, look at me. I'm Ning Jing. Tang Li, don't you recognize me? I'm Ning Jing. I'm back. I'm not dead. I'm back. Tang Li just looked at her indifferently. Ning Jing could see very clearly that although he was looking at her, his eyes were empty like a bottomless pit. There was nothing but darkness. Ning Jing felt like she had fallen into this bottomless pit. She was gradually surrounded by despair. She looked at him. Her tears didn't stop, but she gradually calmed down. However, even though she gradually calmed down, Tang Li's muttering gradually became louder. Ning Jing quickly went over to listen carefully. She even held her breath and listened carefully to what he was saying. It would have been better if she didn't listen. Once she heard what he was saying, Ning Jing completely lost control. She hugged Tang Li tightly and wailed. She wanted to cry herself to pieces in his arms, in his heart and in his life. Tang Li had been muttering to himself since just now. I want to be alone. I want to be alone. Han Yunqi couldn't take it anymore. She turned around and ran out of the door. She didn't say anything. She just threw herself into Long Fei Ye's arms and hugged him tightly. Gu Beiwe, Gu, and the rest also came out. Gu Beiwe sighed heavily and personally closed the door. Bai Yanqing. It's all Bai Yanqing's fault. Han Yunqi was hurt and angry. I'm going to get the perplexing butterfly illusion from Han Qin right now. I'm going to kill Bai Yanqing. Han Yunqi was so angry that her face turned white. Long Fei Yi hurriedly pulled her back and said coldly, "The child." Han Yunqi then remembered that she was pregnant. Princess, don't move. Raise your head. Even if you kill Bai Yanqing, it won't help. You have to treat your heart's illness. Miss Jing is the best medicine for Sect Master Tang. She's also the only medicine. Gu Beiwe said seriously, maybe Sect Master Tang will recover after some time. Maybe he'll recover tomorrow morning. Princess, don't worry too much. Chapter 1155. Gu Beiwe, the most authoritative doctor in Cloud Realm continent, had said as much, so everyone relaxed a little. Han Yunqi exhaled deeply to calm herself down. She really couldn't do anything to the fetus. It's getting late. Everyone should disperse. We'll discuss things tomorrow. Long Fei Yi said before instructing Su Donglin in a low voice. Invite forth young Miss Rin here first thing in the morning tomorrow. After dealing with the biggest tumor, Bai Yanqing, there were still a lot of complicated matters to deal with. But Long Fei had no plans to let Han Yunqi get involved in any of them. Although Winter wasn't here yet, he was already considering sending her to Jiangnan's Plum Blossom Sea to nurse her pregnancy. You go back to your rooms first. I'll go back after I take care of some things, Long Fei Yi said in a low voice. Han Yunqi was still very obedient. She rubbed her belly and nodded in agreement. In her heart, she thought that she needed to get a good night's sleep to recover her energy, so fourth young Miss Rin could take a good look at her. After a few days of rest, she'd have to get busy again. There were still many things she hadn't done yet. After everyone dispersed, Gu scuttled up to the roof and disappeared. Long Fei Yi immediately gestured for Gu Beiwe to chase after him. Gu Beiwe had long noticed the clues and murmured, "Your Highness, Seventh Young Master might have lost Mo Xie's sword spirit and used up too much of his blood essence to deal with the vines. His condition isn't very good. I took his pulse in the sealed world and didn't find anything out of the ordinary. Let him rest for a few days before taking a clearer look. I'll leave this to you and Tang Li, Long Fei said seriously. Although he'd just left the maze, he couldn't afford to be idle. He turned to Su Donglin and said, "Send all the letters from the past few days to the side hall. Also, have the spies in charge of Northern Li come here as soon as possible." "Yes, Your Highness." Su Donglin was about to leave when he doubled back. "Your Highness, there's something urgent." Long Fei stopped in his tracks. Gu Beiwe, who was about to leave, also looked back. Mu Qinggu is still trapped in the labyrinth, and Duan Mu Yao's whereabouts are unknown. It's very likely that she's also in the labyrinth, Su Donglin said seriously. Find someone to bring Mu Qinggu out. Long Fei said, "Then what about Duan Mu Yao?" Su Donglin asked timidly. Long Fei didn't say anything and just turned around to leave. Su Donglin knew that His Highness meant, "Who cares if she dies?" Seeing Long Fei's figure disappear outside the courtyard, Gu Beiwe walked over. "Guard Su, this maze is not easy to enter and exit. Let me make a trip. You guys have been busy for a few days. Take a break." This subordinate will go with you?" Su Donglin said. "No need. I'll go quickly and return quickly." Gu Beiwe's "go quickly and return quickly" left Su Donglin speechless. As the night deepened, the doors and windows of Tang Li's room were tightly shut. At this moment, no matter how sad Ningjing was crying, no matter if Tang Li still recognized her, at least, from this night onwards, they would be by each other's side. Han Yunqi washed up and washed away the mold in the labyrinth. Feeling refreshed, she lay on the bed, thinking about several things as she waited for Long Fei to return. For example, helping Ningjing find a dentist. For example, whether to let Su Xiaoyu become a disciple. As she waited and thought, she unknowingly fell asleep. If it was in the past, if Long Fei did not come, she would not sleep. But now that her belly was big, it was impossible for her not to be sleepy. Long Fei was in the side room. When he saw the servant girl turn off the light in her room, he knew that she was asleep. He also calmly dealt with the letters that had accumulated into a small mountain. Bailey Mingxiang and Su Xiaoyu were still asleep and did not know that their masters had returned. Gu Beiwe quickly returned to the entrance of the labyrinth. He stood at the entrance for a moment, recalling where they met Mu Qinggu. He did not know if Mu Qinggu did not move or if he got lost in the labyrinth. Gu Beiwe quickly recalled the stone room. When he arrived at the stone room, he found that the stone room was empty. Helpless, Gu Beiwe could only drag his tired body and search the labyrinth. Fortunately, he did not search for too long. He saw Mu Qinggu in another stone room. Mu Qinggu sat in a daze. When he saw Gu Beiwe come in, he was overjoyed. "You caught by Yanqing." Gu Beiwe glanced at the rations on the side and smiled faintly. "Fortunately, young general found some rations. Otherwise, I would have to come and collect the corpse. It should only be a few days. Even if there is no rations, I am not that weak." Mu Qinggu said seriously. He waited in the original stone room for a long time. Later, when he was really hungry, he walked to the stone room where he was originally locked up. There were still some rations left behind by Yanqing's attendants. He originally wanted to return to the stone room, but when he went out, he suddenly could not tell left from right. He could only stay in the same place. "Young general, are you sure that we will come to find you?" Gu Beiwe was still smiling. "Definitely." Mu Qinggu hesitated for a moment and said seriously, "The princess is not a heartless person. Young general by Yanqing has been killed. The princess and the others have also left." Before Gu Beiwe could finish speaking, Mu Qinggu interrupted. "Isn't Bai Yanqing immortal?" "How?" "The princess and His Highness have their own ways. This young general does not need to know." Gu Beiwe sat down and planned to have a long chat. Mu Qinggu was tactful. He did not continue to ask about Bai Yanqing. Instead, he anxiously asked about another matter. Dr. Gu, my father, what is the situation with the Mu family army now? Has the Tian and kingdom surrendered? He was very sure that the tiger tally Bai Yanqing had shown him was his father's. However, he did not believe Bai Yanqing's ridiculous words. Gu Beiwei sighed softly. Young general, I came here specifically to tell you about this. The princess and his highness will not come again. Mu Qinggu immediately quieted down. Gu Beiwei's serious expression made him very uneasy. Gu Beiwei told him everything about how Bai Yanqing had threatened Mu Yuanbua and how he had lured the princess to the Tian and imperial capital by massacring the city. Of course, this also included how Long Feiyi had slaughtered the Li clan's Mu family members. Mu Qinggu was dumbstruck. It took him a while to recover his wits. Young general, your father and sister are no longer alive. This humble one personally buried the Mu family members. This humble one can only guarantee that their bodies are still intact. My condolences. Gu Beiwei said lightly. Mu Qinggu suddenly stood up and rushed out of the door. He punched the stone wall and smashed a big hole in it. He looked back at Gu Beiwei and roared, Why? Gu Beiwei was calm as usual. Young general, this is the Li clan's retribution. It doesn't matter if young general resents his highness or hates his highness. This is already the truth. Even if his highness doesn't kill those who have the intention of massacring the city, the world will. Young general is a sensible person. I hope you can get over it. I can't get over it. Mu Qinggu roared. His eyes were wet. He was still hoping that the princess and his highness would come to save him so that he could go back and persuade his father and Long Tianma to surrender. But who knew that things would turn out like this overnight? The Mu family was really the Li clan's descendant. He had also become the descendant of the Li clan that he despised the most. His father was gone, his sister was gone, and the Mu family was gone. He was the only one left. And now he was the public enemy of the world. Mu Qinggu fell to his knees against the wall, his entire body paralyzed with dispiritedness. Gu Beiwei's eyes flashed with a trace of pity. He'd had plenty of dealings with Mu Qinggu in Tianning, so he understood Mu Qinggu's character. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come in person today, much less alone. He walked over and crouched down by Mu Qinggu's side, then pulled Mu Qinggu over to lean on his shoulder. His shoulders looked frail, but they could bear any pressure in this world, even if it was heavier than a mountain. Mu Qinggu leaned against his shoulders trembling. Perhaps he was already crying. Gu Beiwei was like an older brother. His voice was gentle, but it didn't lose any strength. Young general, the citizens of Tian'an's imperial city forbade the Mu family from being buried. They only allowed cremation. This one buried the Mu family's true corpses on the western outskirts of the imperial city, on the side of the Li clan mountain, and erected a wordless tombstone. If there are any Li clan escapees, His Highness might not hunt them down in the future. Perhaps he won't let any of them go. This one will send you down the mountain and out of Medical City. Later, I'll tell His Highness and the princess that you mistakenly entered a trap and died in the maze. How about it? Mu Qinggu suddenly looked up and asked seriously, Gu Beiwei, aren't you afraid that I'll be anxious about the Li clan and raise an army to take revenge for them? You won't, Gu Beiwei was certain. Mu Qinggu was about to speak when Gu Beiwei added, You won't be able to take revenge either. The Li clan has lost the hearts of the people. How could the straightforward and upright Mu Qinggu not understand this logic? He looked at Mu Qinggu and didn't say anything for a long time. Young general, just take it that when the princess passed by that alley, she didn't notice you and didn't save you, Gu Beiwei said lightly. Mu Qinggu suddenly laughed loudly. I'd rather that. That year, if the princess hadn't saved him and cured the poison in his body, he would have died long ago. He wouldn't have had to experience So much and no so much. His heart wouldn't have hurt so much. Gu Beiwe lightly patted Mu Qingwu's back, then quickly let him go and stood up. Since I'd rather that, then let it be. Young general, it's almost daybreak. Let's go, Gu Beiwe said calmly. Mu Qingwu closed his eyes and was silent for a while. When he opened his eyes, there were no more tears in them. He followed Gu Beiwe out of the maze and out of Medical City. Dr. Gu, many thanks. See you never again. Mu Qingwu cupped his hands and bowed deeply, just like when he and Gu Beiwe visited the Duke of Qin's manor to thank Qin Wangfei for saving their lives. They bowed deeply. See you never again. Gu Beiwe watched Mu Qingwu's back disappear into the morning light before turning to return to the medical academy. The moment he returned, he saw Long Fei Yi drinking tea. Han Yunqi was already up and accompanying him. Good morning, Your Highness, Princess. He smiled. Long Fei Yi personally poured him a cup of tea and gestured for him to sit. He asked lightly, Did you spend an entire night going back and forth? Obviously, Mu Qingwu couldn't hide it from Long Fei Yi. Han Yunqi seemed to know something and didn't say anything. Mu Qingwu accidentally fell into a trap and died. He casually buried him before returning, Gu Beiwe said. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi didn't say anything. Long Fei Yi didn't continue the topic either, and urged the servant to invite forth young Miss Ren over. If they didn't ask further, then they wouldn't pursue the matter. Gu Beiwe didn't say much either. Fourth young Miss Ren hadn't arrived yet, but Bailey Mingxiang and Su Xiaoyu did. Chapter 1156. When Bailey Mingxiang and Su Xiaoyu heard that their masters had returned, they ran over excitedly. However, when they saw Long Fei Yi sitting there with a cold expression, the two of them didn't dare to be rash and even slowed down their steps. Su Xiaoyu glanced at Bailey Mingxiang and said, sarcastically, Bailey Mingxiang, when did you find someone to marry? Seeing you makes me annoyed. Bailey Mingxiang was angry and helpless. This lass had been kidnapped for so long, and she had missed her dearly. Now that she was back, her days were going to be difficult again. However, she was about to return to the army. Perhaps she wouldn't see this lass again for the rest of her life. She would let her be mean for a day or two. This lass had a sharp tongue and a sharp heart, but it was fine as long as she protected her master. Little you, when you came to the Duke of Qin's estate, you were only 8 years old, right? Bailey Mingxiang slowed down and asked in a low voice, I'm different from you. I want to stay by Master's side and serve her for the rest of my life. Why do you care how old I was? Su Xiaoyu said coldly, the princess won't keep you forever. Sooner or later, you will get married. Bailey Mingxiang was speaking the truth. Who knew that Su Xiaoyu would boast shamelessly? She sneered, of all the men in the world, I only admire His Highness. His Highness belongs to Master. I don't have your dog guts. Therefore, I will never marry back. Bailey Mingxiang was helpless. He only treated her as a young girl and didn't argue with her. Su Xiaoyu didn't bother to say more and strode into the courtyard. Even if Long Fei Yi wasn't around, Bailey Mingxiang wouldn't circle around Han Yunqi and happily hold her hand like before. Some things would never return to the past after they had happened. Therefore, Bailey Mingxiang was very clear that he had to leave. Su Xiaoyu, on the other hand, wanted nothing more than to hug her mistress and secretly rub her big belly. Not only did she have to serve the master, but she also had to serve the little master in the future. Unfortunately, Long Fei Yi was present, so she didn't dare to move. She only respectfully greeted him and retreated to the side. Little you, come here. I have something to tell you. Han Yunqi was actually quite unwilling to let Xiaoyu learn martial arts, but she still had to ask for her opinion. After all, Han Chun was no ordinary person. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for her. Han Yunqi told her what happened, and Xiaoyu's first reaction was, Master, so you didn't kidnap by Yanqing? This little girl didn't care about her own affairs, but she cared about Bai Yanqing. You don't need to worry about Bai Yanqing's matters. 3 days later, go to the peak of Clear Breeze Peak and see him. Tell him yourself if you want to take him as your disciple, Long Fei said coldly. Su Xiaoyu had 1,000 things she wanted to say, but under Long Fei Ye's solemn gaze, she could only say, as you bid. She didn't understand why Han Qin, her master's birth father and His Highness's father-in-law, would take a fancy to her. All he saw was her saving Ningjing. Could he tell that she had a talent for martial arts just by doing that? The mysterious continent's martial arts system should be different from Cloud Realm continents. Could it be that the mysterious continent tested one's talent with their eyes? Although the princess didn't seem to have much affection for her birth father, His Highness seemed to respect him greatly. How should she choose? Bailey Mingxiang left after paying his respects. Su Xiaoyu stood on one side in a daze. Although she liked both martial arts and poisons, she wanted to stay by her master's side even more. If she rejected Senior Han Qin, would she offend him and His Highness? Su Xiaoyu hesitated for a long time. In the end, she made up her mind to refuse Senior Han Qin. Even if she did offend His Highness, her master would protect her. Her days wouldn't be too difficult. After making up her mind, Su Xiaoyu began to wonder how she could convince Senior Han Qin to take her to see Bai Yanqing before she rejected him. If she didn't torment Bai Yanqing to get revenge for herself, Ningjing, and Bai Yuqiao, her hands would itch and her heart would itch. Soon enough, fourth young Miss Rin arrived and carefully took Han Yunqi's pulse. Your Highness, please don't worry. The princess's pulse is very stable and everything is normal. But the baby will grow faster in the future, so the princess will need to eat more. You mustn't starve. You still need to maintain some activity every day. Just take a stroll, fourth young Miss Rin said seriously. Write a recipe for me later, Long Fei, you said seriously. Fourth young Miss Rin smiled helplessly. Your Highness, I can only write prescriptions, not recipes. The princess took medicine in the maze, so she must have taken Academy head Beiyue's pills as well. Her miscarriage last time is already fine, so there's no need to worry about her meals. It's fine as long as she doesn't starve. Of all the doctors in the world, Long Fei, you probably only trusted Gu Beiyue. Gu Beiyue didn't want to say much, but when he saw that Long Fei Yi still wanted to ask, he hurriedly said, Your Highness, this one will personally write a recipe for her when I get back. I'll have Zhao Mama make the arrangements. Zhao Mama is more experienced than any doctor when it comes to meals. Long Fei Yi nodded. That's a good idea. On the side, Han Yunqi couldn't help but think of the lobster stew with old hen. She used to have a bowl of old hen soup every day. She felt terrible all over. She even found someone to kidnap Zhao Mama and hide her until the child was born before releasing her. Fourth young Miss Rin took out a small booklet. Princess, this is a booklet compiled by the obstetrics department of the Medical Academy this year. They're going to sell it. This is the original manuscript. I'll give it to you as a souvenir. Thank you for saving me. You're welcome. Han Yunqi opened up the booklet and saw that it was actually a book on general knowledge about pregnancy. She was very surprised and delighted. Gu Beiyue, fourth young Miss Rin, really is a rare talent. The Medical Academy lacks people like her. In other words, she wanted Gu Beiyue to promote her properly. Gu Beiyue smiled faintly. Fourth young Miss Rin and Vice Academy head Shin have been in charge of the Medical Academy while I was away. Vice Academy head Shin is full of praise for fourth young Miss Rin. Fourth young Miss Rin blushed a little from the praise. After a moment of modesty, she hurriedly took her leave. Actually, she was running away. After knowing her for so long, this was probably the first time Academy head Beiyue had praised her. She was happy, but also felt that something was off. Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi had long found it strange. Gu Beiwe was easygoing, but he didn't praise people easily. The three of them did notice that the little thing nestled in Gu Beiwe's arms had long chased after fourth young Miss Rin. Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi both stared at Gu Beiwe. Gu Beiwe was calm at first, but then he smiled. Fourth young Miss Rin is really very good. Very good. Han Yunqi looked pensive. At this moment, Gu's voice seemed to ring out. If she's very good, then marry her. She's also your disciple. Don't let the goodies flow to outsiders. Haha. They didn't need to look to know that Gu was sitting on a nearby roof. However, Long Fei Yi and Gu Beiwe still looked over and saw that Gu seemed to be in good spirits. He still looked like he deserved a beating. Gu jumped down and sat with them. Gu Beiwe was about to ask, but Han Yunqi beat him to it. Gu, you're not allowed to go anywhere. Stay in the medical school and let Gu Beiwe take a good look at you. Gu's undying body was completely different from Bai Yanqing's. Han Yunqi couldn't stop worrying until she figured out what was going on. She thought that Gu Yuntian probably hadn't died of his illness in prison. She would bring him out later and ask him personally. Weren't we talking about fourth young Miss Rin? Why were you talking about me? Gu immediately changed the topic. Gu Beiwe, have you taken a fancy to fourth young Miss Rin? Gu Beiwe was still smiling. Seventh young master, don't speak nonsense. You're a man. You should dare to admit what you love, understand? Gu said loudly. Heaven knows if there was another meaning behind his words. Gu Beiwe was as calm as ever. I don't love, I won't admit it. Long Fei Yi lowered his cold eyes and drank his tea. Han Yunqi looked at the two of them curiously. Soon enough she laughed. Fourth young Miss Rin, haha, I quite like her too. Gu Beiwe didn't comment and only smiled. Princess, we'll have to wait for a doctor to take a look at Miss Jing's teeth. I'm afraid the doctors in the medical school won't be able to treat her. In the western part of Tianing, there's a famous doctor in Luoshui Prefecture who specializes in treating dental problems and making fake teeth. We won't be able to invite him, so we'll have to ask Miss Jing to go over. Why don't we wait for her to calm down for a few days before sending someone over? Gu Beiwe said seriously. When it came to serious matters, Han Yunqi stopped joking around and nodded. As long as it can be treated, there's no harm in us going over ourselves. Ning Jing hasn't woken up yet, so I'll tell her later. Han Yunqi hesitated, then asked, Gu Beiwe, why don't we have fourth young Miss Rin take a look at Ning Jing? Gu Beiwe knew about the medicine Mu Ling, or had applied on Ning Jing, and was certain that Ning Jing would never be able to conceive again. Princess, my apologies, Gu Beiwe said helplessly. Han Yunqi's heart clenched. She didn't sit for long before heading to Tang Li's courtyard. Ning Jing only emerged from her room when it was close to noon. Her eyes were swollen. Han Yunqi had been waiting for her for a long time. When she saw her, she hurried forward. Ning Jing, how's Tang Li? Ning Jing was the strongest. Although her eyes were swollen, she was no longer crying. She said, It's still the same. I want to bring him back to the Tang sect. Our daughter should miss us. Han Yunqi was about to persuade her when Ning Jing said, Mental illness needs mental medicine. I can definitely cure him. I definitely can. Faced with such a woman, Han Yunqi didn't need to say anything else. Gu Beiwe found a dentist for you in Luoshui Commandery. Why don't you turn there when you return to the Tang sect? Han Yunqi whispered, Only the few of us know about the teeth. The Tang sect definitely won't know. Ning Jing was calm. So what if they know? Will they not acknowledge me as the madam of the Tang sect? Han Yunqi laughed. She was absolutely relieved to leave the mentally retarded Tang Li in Ning Jing's care. However, she couldn't help but worry. With Tang Li so mentally retarded, Ning Jing wouldn't have many good days after returning to the Tang sect. After all, Tang Zijin and that group of elders weren't easy to deal with. After all, Tang Li was Tang Zijin's heir. After all, Ning Jing could no longer have children. Ning Jing had really underestimated Tang Zijin. She had also taken this matter too lightly. Han Yunqi only hoped that Tang Li would get better soon. 3 days later, Han Yunqi and Long Feiyi went to the city gate to send Ning Jing and Tang Li off to Luo Shui Commandery. Su Xiaoyu went to Clear Breeze Mountain alone. Spoiler: the perplexing butterfly illusion will be useful. Chapter 1157. Late autumn. The grass and trees on Clear Breeze Peak rustled as the northern wind grew colder. As soon as Su Xiaoyu reached the top of the mountain, she saw a tall man standing on a boulder with his hands behind his back. He was dressed in a white brocade robe and his hair fluttered in the wind. She could only see his back, but he gave off a noble and cold aura. If not for his clothes, Su Xiaoyu would have thought it was Her Highness standing there. Who is he? And where is Senior Han Chen? Suspicious, Su Xiaoyu approached him silently. As she got closer, she realized she was wrong. This guy was completely different from Her Highness. Her Highness was cold, dignified, and domineering. But this guy exuded a pure coldness that kept people thousands of miles away. Just by looking at his back, Su Xiaoyu felt that this guy was not to be trifled with. He was extremely heartless. Someone who could appear at Clear Breeze Peak was either one of them or someone from the wolf sect, right? Su Xiaoyu guessed that this guy must be Senior Han Chen. Just as she was about to speak, the guy suddenly turned around. It was obvious that he already knew she was approaching. He turned around and threw a sword at her. Coldly he said, "Let's fight." Su Xiaoyu took a step back and let the sword fall to the ground. She was puzzled. "Who are you? You must have mistaken me for someone else." "You're Su Xiaoyu?" he coldly asked. "I'm Su Xiaoyu. Who are you? What do you want? Where's your master? Tell him to come out. It's not that easy to take me as a disciple." Su Xiaoyu crossed her arms and raised her eyebrows. She didn't have the naivety of a 12 or 13-year-old. Instead, she looked more like a 17 or 18-year-old young miss. Han Chen's face remained impassive. He knew that the little girl had misunderstood him. Coldly he asked, "It's been 3 days. You still haven't decided if you want to be my disciple? I don't even know what your master looks like, what he's capable of, or how sincere he is. What do I think?" Su Xiaoyu added, "Just the name Han Chen is enough for me to take him as my master? I'm sorry, I've never heard of this name before." Nobody in Cloud Realm continent knew the name Han Chen. However, in the mysterious continent, it was a pass that allowed one to do whatever they wanted wherever they went. The number of children who wanted to take him as their master was enough to form a line from the mysterious continent all the way to Cloud Realm continent. However, whether it was because of his name or because of people like Su Xiaoyu who knew nothing about him, he didn't care. What he saw was a child's temper and nature. If they could catch his eye, even if they came with various motives, he would still accept them. Han Chen didn't answer Su Xiaoyu. Instead, he grabbed the sword from the ground and swung it to the side. In an instant, sword qi surged forth with mountain-toppling force, destroying a dozen or so trees nearby. Su Xiaoyu was stunned. If Senior Han Chen's disciple was so powerful, wouldn't he be even more terrifying? It had to be said that Su Xiaoyu's heart was moved at this moment. If she had such strength one day, she'd have enough confidence to tell His Highness that she could protect her master and the little master. Han Chen ignored Su Xiaoyu's shock. He gripped the sword in his right hand and slammed his left palm against the shaft of the arrow, causing it to split open. Hidden within the sword was a small, exquisite dagger that emitted a faint glow. The hilt was studded with an unknown gemstone, and the edge of the blade was so sharp that even the cowardly wouldn't dare to look directly at it. "This is Blue Sky. It's 2 levels below your master's Ganjiang Mo Xia, but it's enough for your current use," Han Chen said coldly. Su Xiaoyu had always liked good things, especially natural treasures. She'd never heard of Blue Sky before, but she couldn't help but gulp at the sight of its faint blue glow. However, her mind was still on another matter. She lectured him unhappily. What do you mean by my master? My master is your master's daughter, so you should call her Mississippi. As for His Highness, you should call him master. Han Chen continued to ignore Su Xiaoyu's words, but he walked down from the big rock and toward Su Xiaoyu. It had to be said that this guy was too tall. As soon as he got close, Su Xiaoyu felt as if a mountain was pressing down on her. She, who was always fearless, subconsciously took a few steps back. What are you doing? Han Chen looked down at her from above. He realized that this little girl was too short, only reaching his waist. He could only squat down. Coldly he said, "This sovereign is Han Chen. Here's my appearance. This sovereign will give you the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Look carefully and immediately answer this sovereign. Do you want to be my disciple?" Su Xiaoyu was instantly shocked. She turned back to look at the dozen or so trees that toppled the mountains and overturned the seas, then looked at the blue sky sword in Han Chen's hand. Finally, her gaze landed on Han Chen's handsome face that even the heavens would be jealous of. Finally, she was stunned. So this guy was showing her his ability, sincerity, and what he looked like. So this guy was Senior Han Chen, Master's father, the top expert of the mysterious continent, the senior that His Highness referred to, should be an old senior to her. Shouldn't he be very, very old? She had always thought that Senior Han Chen was an old man in his 60s or 70s. His hair and beard were all white, and he looked like an old immortal. But this guy didn't have a beard at all. Su Xiaoyu unconsciously sized up the face in front of her. His features were indescribably handsome, but he was really cold, as if he really had no desires. Gods and Buddhas also had no desires, but they were merciful and had a heart that pitied the common people. This guy was like a heartless person. Su Xiaoyu was really curious about this guy's age. Based on Master's age, this guy should be around 40 years old. But other than a few strands of white hair at his temples, she couldn't see any signs of age on his face. If she didn't know his identity, she would have thought that he was only around 30 years old. Why did he have strands of white hair at his temples? A person like him couldn't possibly be troubled. The only possibility was that he had gone berserk while cultivating. Su Xiaoyu couldn't help but shudder at this thought. Heaven knows how this person would torture her in the future if she acknowledged him as her master. She was definitely asking for it. Su Xiaoyu's little bit of interest turned into fear. She subconsciously wanted to stay away from this guy. "Have you thought it through?" Han Chen asked coldly. Su Xiaoyu immediately shook her head. "I don't want it." "What do you want? Tell me." Han Chen continued. After so many years, it was rare for him to meet a child that he liked. He didn't want to give up. In fact, compared to Su Xiaoyu, he preferred Han Yunqi's personality. However, Han Yunqi was an adult and already had the power of the phoenix. What he needed was a child who could be trained from a young age and cultivate her inner strength again. Su Xiaoyu was around 13 years old. Although she was much older than he had hoped, he could still make do with it. Su Xiaoyu wanted to reject him, but she suddenly remembered something. Bai Yanqing. She hadn't even met Bai Yanqing yet. If she rejected this guy now, he would definitely bear a grudge. Then, would she never be able to meet Bai Yanqing again? To Su Xiaoyu, revenge on Bai Yanqing was more important than anything else. Thus, she decided to play a trick on Han Chen. She pretended to hesitate. Seeing this, Han Chen said coldly, "Say what you want." Bai Yuqiao mustered up his courage and said seriously, "I heard that Bai Yanqing is in your hands. I have some personal grudges with Bai Yanqing that haven't been settled yet. Give me 3 days after we've settled our personal grudges. I'll consider it carefully. What do you think?" Consider? Han Chen immediately grasped the main point. "Yes, I'll consider it carefully. After all, it's a big deal to have a master," Su Xiaoyu said seriously. Han Chen was very straightforward. Coldly he said, "Come with me." He left after saying that. Su Xiaoyu secretly heaved a sigh of relief. She wasn't lying, was she? She didn't say that she had to have him as her master. After she dealt with by Yanqing, she would ask her master to send someone to tell him that she had thought it through and that she didn't want to have him as her master anymore. In any case, this matter was consensual. She couldn't blame anyone. After comforting herself with this, Su Xiaoyu calmly followed Han Qin. In the afternoon, Han Yunqi asked Long Feiyi to accompany her to Clear Breeze Mountain. Han Qin is the head of the Shenkong sect. He won't go so far as to trick a servant girl like you, Long Feiyi said. He didn't like Han Yunqi running around, especially when she went up the mountain. Actually, everyone was puzzled that Han Yunqi didn't have any feelings for her biological father. They all thought that this birth father had come too suddenly and she couldn't accept it immediately. Only Long Fei Yi knew the truth about Han Yunqi's transmigration. It was normal that Han Yunqi didn't have any feelings for Han Qin. Long Fei Yi was very happy to see this situation. He hoped that this woman would only be attached to him. I'm not worried about little Yu at all. Who knows? She might even trick Han Qin. Han Yunqi said with a smile. You're underestimating Han Qin, Long Fei Yi said objectively. No, it's Han Qin who underestimated little Yu. Little Yu is just a child. Han Chan won't be too wary of her, Han Yunqi said seriously. Long Fei Yi didn't want to argue with her about this pointless issue. He sat down beside Han Yunqi. He seemed to hesitate, but in the end he reached out and gently placed his hand on Han Yunqi's bulging abdomen. He had been busy until now. It wasn't easy for him to send Ning Jing and Tang Li away. It wasn't easy for him to stay up all night to deal with urgent matters. It wasn't easy for him to let this woman have a good night's rest. This morning, he had secretly laid down beside her for a nap. He had been wanting to touch their little guy for a while, but he couldn't bear to wake her up. Now that he had sent Tang Li and his wife away, the urgent matters at hand were more or less settled. He could finally steal half a day of leisure to accompany her and their child. However, they could only stay in Medical City for a day or two before he had to return to the army. After all, Western Zhou and Northern Li were not yet at peace. In fact, it wasn't difficult to conquer Western Zhou and Northern Li. What really kept him busy was after Western Zhou and Beiping were pacified. That was establishing a country and establishing a system. Establishing a new country, establishing a brand new system in all aspects, assigning titles to kings and ministers, and balancing the power of various factions was definitely a huge undertaking. It was easy to conquer a country, but difficult to defend it. From the moment he conquered a country, it was the beginning of defending it. It was a war without smoke. It was a strategy and wisdom that the martial arts of the mysterious continent couldn't compare to. Of course, none of this was as important as his wife and child. Before he left for the army, he had to first settle down Han Yunqi. Long Fei Yi was actually very nervous when he placed his hand on Han Yunqi's bulging abdomen. Chapter 1158. As soon as Long Fei Ye's large hand touched her belly, Han Yunqi felt inexplicably nervous. However, she didn't know that Long Fei Yi was even more nervous than she was. The two of them quieted down. Long Fei Yi didn't dare to use force, nor did he dare to move. He just gently caressed her belly. This hand of his had once wielded the King of Swords, Ganjiang, and could control the entire martial arts world. This hand of his could flip clouds and reign in the imperial court, overturning the entire Cloud Realm continent. This hand of his had interlocked with Han Yunqi's, promising to protect her until her hair turned white. It was this large hand that was currently resting lightly on Han Yunqi's belly. He was so nervous that he didn't dare to move. After a while, the nervous Han Yunqi didn't even feel nervous anymore. She could also see his nervousness. Han Yunqi couldn't help but laugh. "Did you touch the little fellow?" Long Fei Yi shook his head. He didn't move. Han Yunqi burst out laughing. "It's not time yet. In a month or two, he'll be able to push his belly up." "Really?" Long Fei Yi was both curious and pleasantly surprised. At this moment, he didn't look like the ruler of Cloud Realm Continent at all. He looked more like an ordinary person who didn't care about his emotions at all. Han Yunqi suddenly recalled Han Chen's words in the underground palace. She wanted to apply them to Long Fei Yi. If someone used the child to lie to him, he would definitely believe it no matter what it was. It's true. Han Yunqi grinned. If you lean your ear over there, you might be able to hear him moving right now. Long Fei Yi immediately moved closer, carefully leaning against her. He was afraid that he'd hurt the child if he used too much force. Han Yunqi would probably never forget this fellow's nervous and careful expression at this moment. After being in love for so long, this was her first time seeing this. The one in her belly had better be a boy. Otherwise, she really would be jealous. Han Yunqi pressed Long Fei Yi's head down. Silly, the child and I are not that weak. Come closer and listen carefully. Even though she said so, he still couldn't relax. He listened carefully for a long time before asking suspiciously, "Nothing?" Then, "It really isn't time yet." I didn't feel him moving. Han Yunqi said helplessly. How long will that take? Long Fei Yi quickly asked. Generally speaking, it starts in 5 or 6 months. Some start earlier. It varies from person to person, Han Yunqi said seriously. Long Fei Yi's brows immediately furrowed. He planned to send this woman to Jiangnan's plum blossom sea to nurture the fetus. He planned to settle the matters in the north as quickly as possible in the next 2 to 3 months, and then move to the south. This way, he could accompany her while dealing with the various government affairs after the founding of the country. Now, the little guy was already 5 months old. Fourth young Mistress Rin had said yesterday that the little guy would change a lot. He had already missed a few months, and he really didn't want to miss the time to accompany her. He also didn't want to leave her alone to share the joy of the little guy's growth. However, it wasn't appropriate to take her with him. He was afraid that she would be too tired. Long Fei Yi was hesitating when Han Yunqi started to explain. Some babies are diligent and active. They don't stop moving every day when they have nothing to do. They punch and kick, and they even flip over. Some babies are lazy and sleep the whole day. Long Fei Yi unconsciously knelt on one knee beside her, caressing her belly while listening attentively. This heartwarming scene seemed to be frozen in the courtyard on an autumn afternoon, becoming a meaningful painting. When the shadow guard came over and saw this scene, he didn't dare to disturb them and only quietly guarded the courtyard door. They had followed His Highness for so long, but this was the first time they saw him kneel. Even if he was kneeling on one knee, it was still kneeling on the ground. One had to know that in a few months His Highness would definitely establish a country and proclaim himself emperor. That would be the supreme ruler of Cloud Realm Continent. He could only kneel to the heavens and worship his ancestors. The shadow guard waited for a long time until Su Donglin ran over, alerting Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi. "What's the matter?" Long Fei Yi asked. Su Donglin scratched his head and walked in, not daring to raise his head to look at his master. "Your Highness, the princess asked this subordinate to bring people to the labyrinth to look for Duanmu Yao. This subordinate couldn't find her after searching for half a day. Then I saw Su Xiaoyu and Senior Han Qin enter the underground palace." The princess hadn't acknowledged her biological father yet, so Su Donglin could only address him as Senior Han Qin. "You're looking for Duanmu Yao." Long Fei Yi was surprised. "I spent a lot of time practicing the Xian new swordsmanship, so I can't let it go to waste. Besides, what if Bai Yanqing didn't hide her in the labyrinth, but somewhere else?" Han Yunqi asked seriously. "Then what should we do?" Actually, she wanted to drag Long Fei Yi up the mountain, not because she was worried about Su Xiaoyu, but because the shadow guard hadn't reported back yet. She was afraid that the shadow guard wouldn't be familiar with the labyrinth's secret rooms and wouldn't be able to find her, so she wanted to go personally. Long Fei Yi had talked to her about the little fellow, so she'd forgotten all about it. Long Fei Yi had completely forgotten about Duanmu Yao and couldn't be bothered to think about her. But Han Yunqi's words made sense. If she wasn't in the labyrinth and was rescued outside, then it would be a problem in the future. Have Gu Beiwei go look for her first. Tell him that the two of us will be there soon, Long Fei Yi instructed. He couldn't search the entire labyrinth for Duanmu Yao. Long Fei Yi prepared a palanquin for Long Fei Yi and personally selected a few calm shadow guards to carry the palanquin, while he followed at the side. This made Han Yunqi feel a sense of crisis. She felt that she would soon be grounded because of the ball in her stomach. Would Long Fei Yi not let her walk when she went out for Long Fei Yi in the future? Would she have to sit in the palanquin? Han Yunqi looked at her stomach. She had a feeling that the child was already cheating her when it was still in its mother's womb. The palanquin took a long time to go up the mountain. When they arrived, Gu Beiwei was already sitting leisurely by a large tree, waiting for them. He was dressed in snow-white robes and leaned against the tree trunk to rest. Bathed in the fragmentary sunlight, he looked like an angel passing by the mortal world. No one could bear to disturb him, but they also wanted to get closer. Before Han Yunqi and the others could get close, Gu Beiwei had already woken up. He hurriedly got up and strode forward with that meek appearance of his. "Your Highness, Princess." For a second, Han Yunqi had the illusion that she didn't really understand Gu Beiwei at all. In fact, she'd never even seen him in person. What kind of person was he? "Have you found her?" Long Fei Yi asked. "In the secret room on the 3rd floor. There's food and water in the secret room. It should be able to last for another 4 to 5 days," Gu Beiwei replied truthfully. When he had gone to find her, Duanmu Yao had done everything she could to sow discord between them. She had even offered to marry him to beg him to let her go. He didn't tell Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi about this. He only asked, "Princess, are we going down now?" A cold glint flashed in Han Yunqi's eyes. "Lead the way." If it had been anyone else, she could have let them go. But if she let Duanmu Yao go, she would regret it for the rest of her life. Gu Beiwei led the way while Long Fei Yi escorted Han Yunqi down. The three of them quickly reached the 3rd floor of the underground palace and found the secret room. The secret room's mechanism was on the outside and could only be activated from the outside. In other words, if no one activated the mechanism, Duanmu Yao would never be able to come out. She could only starve to death in there. Han Yunqi pressed down on the mechanism and said in a low voice, "Both of you should leave. Men shouldn't interfere in women's matters." Han Yunqi had her own selfish motives. She didn't want Duanmu Yao to see Long Fei Yi again. Not even a single meeting. Not to mention that Duanmu Yao's martial arts had been crippled and it would be difficult for her to recover. Even if she fully recovered, she wouldn't be a match for the current Han Yunqi. The disparity in strength was too great. Long Fei Yi wasn't worried at all. He didn't say a word. He walked to the end of the tunnel and leaned against the wall waiting. Gu Beiwei walked to the other end of the tunnel and also leaned against the wall waiting. Han Yunqi looked left and right, then smiled at Long Fei Yi and Gu Beiwei. It was obvious that she was in a particularly good mood. It was rare to see Duanmu Yao in such a good mood. The stone door slowly opened. In the stone room, Duanmu Yao thought that Gu Beiwei had thought things through and was coming back to save her. Who knew that she would see the face of the person she hated the most? Han Yunqi! She cried out in alarm. "Princess Duan, long time no see." Han Yunqi walked in with a chuckle. Duanmu Yao immediately retreated. She had learned everything about Han Yunqi from Bai Yanqing, including her background, her poison skills, and her phoenix power. Duanmu Yao knew very well that she couldn't defeat this woman. She could either run or die. Han Yunqi gently stroked her swollen belly and smiled at Duanmu Yao. The frightened Duanmu Yao finally looked down and noticed Han Yunqi's belly. She was very surprised. She almost cried out, "You! You!" Han Yunqi didn't move from her spot, one hand on her waist and the other on her belly. Her face was full of bliss. Long Fei Ye's child. For a rival in love, what words could be more ear-piercing and damaging than these few words? Long Fei Ye's child. Long Fei Ye's child. A man who could accept a woman and a man who could accept a woman giving birth to his child were two completely different things. The latter was clearly superior to the former. Duanmu Yao had clearly given up on Long Fei Yi and only felt hatred for him. But when she heard these words and saw Han Yunqi's swollen belly, her heart ached like a knife. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't ignore it. No matter how much she hated, she couldn't hide her heartache. She suddenly wanted to cry. She really wanted to suffer. She refused to admit defeat, even when her martial arts were crippled and her looks were ruined. Even when she knew that Bai Yanqing was only using her to destroy Celestial Mountain. Even when Gu Beiwa rejected her attempt to sow discord and left, she refused to admit defeat. Even when Han Yunqi came and opened the stone door, she didn't feel like she had lost. But the word child caused her to break down and fall into despair. Her heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. It was so painful that she couldn't breathe. It reminded her that she still loved that man deeply. So she had lost completely. Han Yunqi, if you're here to show off, you win. You win, okay? Duanmu, Yao howled in tears. Do you admit defeat? Han Yunqi's smile disappeared and was replaced by a frightening coldness. She said, Unfortunately, it's too late. She drew Moc's sword and said coldly, I'm not here to show off. Long Fei Yi loves me, dotes on me and pampers me. That's enough for me to know. It has nothing to do with you. I am here today to rid my sect of evil. Duanmu Yao didn't understand. Your sect? Chapter 1159. Get rid of evil for her sect? Was Han Yunqi implying that Tianshan Kenzo was also her sect? Han Yunqi, when did you become Tianshan Kenzo's disciple? Duanmu Yao asked. Han Yunqi pointed her sword at her. You don't need to know. Duanmu Yao sneered. What? Just because you dual cultivated with Long Fei Yi, you think you're Tianshan's disciple too? Did Long Fei Yi teach you your internal energy? Here, Duanmu Yao suddenly laughed out loud. Han Yunqi, if that's the case, then Long Fei's your master. Ha ha ha. This princess is Long Fei Ye's only junior sister, and also your only martial uncle. Ha ha. Duanmu Yao guffawed. She'd thought she'd lost everything, but in the end, she'd even won a status. Ha ha, Han Yunqi. This princess's seniority is higher than yours. This princess and Long Fei Yi are of the same generation. You want to get rid of evil for your sect, right? Come at me. Duanmu Yao was so happy she didn't want to die. Han Yunqi was calm and composed. She gently patted her bulging belly and patiently waited for Duanmu Yao to finish laughing. As Duanmu Yao laughed, she suddenly noticed something strange about Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi hadn't said anything, but Duanmu Yao was already feeling guilty. Han Yunqi, did this princess say anything wrong? She demanded angrily. In truth, in Han Yunqi's eyes, Duanmu Yao was no different from a temperamental lunatic who worried about personal gains and losses. Han Yunqi purposely didn't answer. Instead, her lips curved into a contemptuous smile. As expected, Duanmu Yao panicked. Han Yunqi, what are you laughing at? Did this princess say anything wrong? Han Yunqi didn't answer. She brandished her sword 3 times, each strike hitting Duanmu Yao's vitals. However, she didn't actually injure her. The 3 strikes were extremely fast, but Duanmu Yao still saw them clearly. That was because this was the Xian NV swordplay she was most familiar with. It was the Xian NV swordplay she'd studied for many years without success. Duanmu Yao was dumbfounded. Han Yunqi, how did she learn it? Familiar, right? My master isn't Long Fei. Guess who my master is? Han Yunqi grinned. My master. Duanmu Yao's heart was in tatters. Will Han Yunqi only stop after she's taken everything from me? Han Yunqi had even learned Xian and Vi swordplay. This woman's existence was simply meant to deal a blow to her. A sense of inferiority rose in Duanmu Yao's heart, but she refused to admit defeat. When it came to Heavenly Sword Kenzo, at least she could beat Han Yunqi in terms of time. She sneered. So what if you've taken my master as your master? Even if you don't call me martial uncle, you should at least call me senior sister. I've practiced Xian and Vi swordplay before, so I don't want it. Duanmu Yao's expression turned sinister. She closed in, the dagger hidden in her hand, stabbing toward Han Yunqi's stomach. Unfortunately, Han Yunqi was prepared. She grabbed Duanmu Yao's hand and broke it. The dagger fell to the ground. Duanmu Yao was in so much pain that she couldn't even scream. Duanmu Yao, you're wrong. I didn't take Kenzo as my master. I took Luo Qingling as my master. The mystic fairy swordsmanship belongs to my master, Luo Qingling, not the sword sect master. It's legitimate for me to practice Xian and Vi swordplay, but it's not legitimate for you to practice Xian and Vi swordplay. You're sneaking around. Han Yunqi asked seriously, what does this have to do with first come, first served? I'm Luo Qingling's only disciple, and Long Fei Yi will be Kenzo's only disciple. Because I've changed my mind. I don't want to dirty the sword Long Fei Yi gave me. I'll send you to Celestial Mountain and have the sword sect master personally expel you from the sect. Colluding with the evil sword school, kidnapping her master, and killing a venerable one. Any one of these crimes could get her banished from Tianshan Kenzo. Even if Kenzo didn't kill her, the others in Tianshan Kenzo would. Luo Qingling. You took Luo Qingling as your master. You, Duanmu Yao was speechless. She couldn't believe it. Why? Why did Han Yunqi want to take Luo Qingling as her master? Why? Why didn't she do it back then? Han Yunqi said coldly, pushing Duanmu Yao away. Cold. Duanmu Yao, this princess has never referred to herself as a princess. In front of the Eastern and Western Qin imperial family, I'll have to trouble you not to call yourself a princess. Han Yunqi sheathed Emosia's sword. Duanmu Yao was dumbstruck and fell to the ground. What could be crueler and more satisfying than crushing all the pride of a proud woman? As for beauty, beauty is ruined. In terms of martial arts, his martial arts had been crippled. In terms of status, his status was already inferior. Duanmu Yao was in such despair that she felt as though she had lost all meaning in life. Han Yunqi hadn't killed Duanmu Yao, but she had mercilessly destroyed her heart. Her sword-wielding hand rested on her waist, while her other hand stroked her belly. She turned and left, leaving Duanmu Yao with a back view that she would never be able to forget even in death. It was a nightmare that she would never be able to forget. After Han Yunqi walked out of the stone chamber, she activated the mechanism to close the stone door. She turned around to see Long Fei Yi still standing in his original position. He was leaning against the wall with his sword in his arms, and he was also looking at her. She smiled and walked in front of him with a chuckle. Long Fei, I've gotten my revenge. Later, have Su Donglin. Before Han Yunqi could finish, Long Fei Yi interrupted. Have Su Donglin find someone to send her back to Celestial Mountain and have Master expel her. You heard everything? Han Yunqi was surprised. Only then did she remember that the stone door wasn't closed. Long Fei Yi couldn't hide the smile on his face. He leaned over and whispered into her ear. I'm willing to give you more children. Do you still want them? Han Yunqi's face immediately flushed red. So this guy had heard everything. She pushed him away bashfully. He laughed out loud and continued to ask, Do you still want them? Han Yunqi didn't answer. She just glared at him. Long Fei Yi became serious. He carefully pulled her over and kissed her forehead gently. Only you can do it, he said gently. Han Yunqi, no one in this world can do it without you. Long Fei Yi said this in his heart. Long Fei Ye's gentleness was definitely Han Yunqi's most fatal weakness. One kiss was enough to turn her stupid and make her laugh foolishly for a long time. Let's go. When Long Fei Yi took her hand, she remembered that there was someone behind them. However, when she turned around, she realized that Gu Beiwe was no longer there. Where is he? Han Yunqi asked. He said that he suddenly remembered about medical school and left first. Long Fei Yi said mildly. When Gu Beiwe left, that was indeed what he said. In reality, Gu Beiwe didn't leave because he had something to do. He just left when he heard the conversation in the stone room. Han Yunqi was happy. Long Fei Yi didn't care about Duan Muyao's fate at all. The couple quickly left the maze. At this moment, Su Xiaoyu had already seen Bai Yanqing. Han Qin stood at the door of the stone room. He didn't enter, but he didn't leave either. It wasn't that he was interested in the personal feud between Su Xiaoyu and Bai Yanqing. It was because he had to stand here and prevent Bai Yanqing from poisoning Su Xiaoyu. Although Bai Yanqing was severely injured, his poison skills were not something that ordinary people could avoid. If he didn't stand here, Su Xiaoyu would definitely become Bai Yanqing's hostage. Bai Yanqing still hadn't recovered from Han Chen's kick. He was curled up in a corner. When he saw Su Xiaoyu walk over, he didn't react much. Su Xiaoyu pressed the tip of her tongue against the corner of her mouth. She narrowed her eyes as she looked at Bai Yanqing. In the dim light, she looked like a little devil. She wasn't in a hurry. She had already thought of how she was going to get her revenge. Right now, she had to think about what to do first and what to do next. She didn't want Bai Yanqing to be tortured into a coma halfway through. Han Qin leaned against the stone door with his arms crossed. His eyes were lowered. It wasn't clear whether he was taking a nap or thinking about something. In the dim light, the candlelight shone on his chiseled face, outlining his celestial curves. He really wasn't old at all. Of course, he wasn't young either. His cold aura made his mature masculinity seem even more mysterious. Whether he was taking a nap or thinking, he was silent in his own world. He wasn't interested in Su Xiaoyu's every move. However, the old servant hidden in the shadows was extremely interested in Su Xiaoyu. The old servant didn't know if this little girl had already agreed to become the sect master's disciple. He also didn't know why this little girl had come to see Bai Yanqing. He snuck a careful look at Su Xiaoyu. This little girl looked to be about 12 or 13 years old. She was quite good-looking, especially those big eyes. They were lively and had a craftiness that other children her age didn't have. He was sure that this little girl wasn't simple. All in all, his first impression of Su Xiaoyu was pretty good. The room was silent. Not long after, Su Xiaoyu spoke. "Senior, can you tie him up for me? Tie him to the chair?" "Men," Han Qin said coldly. The black-clothed servant quickly came over. Su Xiaoyu was familiar with him and happily ordered him around. Not long after, the black-clothed servant tied Bai Yanqing to the chair. Not only did he secure his body, he also secured his limbs. Bai Yanqing only glanced at Su Xiaoyu and didn't say anything. TSK, old thing, aren't you going to ask me what I want to do?" Su Xiaoyu asked. Bai Yanqing ignored her. This damned girl was here for revenge. Even if he had fallen to this point, he wouldn't beg for mercy from a little girl who was still wet behind the ears. "You don't want to talk to me?" Su Xiaoyu said as she stretched her arms and legs. "It's fine if you don't want to talk to me. It's useless anyway. Begging me is even more useless. Let me tell you, I'm here today to help my master, myself, Sister Jing, and your disciple Bai Yuqiao take revenge. Don't worry, it's just 4 debts. I'll settle them in one night." Bai Yanqing lowered his head and didn't say anything. A disdainful sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. It didn't matter if these people wanted to kill him, torture him, or whatever they wanted. He would never beg for mercy again. This was his last stand, his unyielding determination. Han Chen was indifferent, but the old servant was incredulous. Han Yunqi and the others had already tortured Bai Yanqing to this extent, but this little girl still wanted to take revenge on her own. How much did she hate Bai Yanqing? Revenge was one thing, but there were 4 separate accounts. How was she going to take revenge for times? The old servant found it interesting and looked forward to it. Chapter 1160. Men, secure his hand and spread his fingers. Su Xiaoyu ordered Han Chen's subordinates around like she was the master of the place. Seeing that their sect master didn't say anything, the black-robed servants followed Su Xiaoyu's instructions. One of them grabbed onto Bai Yanqing's hand and forced him to spread his fingers wide open. Su Xiaoyu laughed soundlessly. That smile was as evil as it could get. She took out a needle and thread from her sleeve. It looked like a large tailor's needle, but it was harder and sharper. The thread was harder than normal thread. Seeing this, the old servant and the other servants were very curious. What was this needle and thread for? This debt is what you owe my master. Su Xiaoyu walked closer and held onto Bai Yanqing's thumb. She actually pierced the needle into his thumb and threaded the thread through the flesh of his finger. This, although the old servant and the black-robed servants weren't frightened, they were very surprised. They never thought that a young girl like Su Xiaoyu would do such a thing. She was really ruthless. If it was any other young girl, not to mention doing such a thing, not to mention seeing it, even hearing about it would make their hair stand on end. Under the circumstances where there was no anesthesia, stitching was actually nothing much. But Su Xiaoyu had chosen to use the flesh of his finger, piercing the heart with 10 fingers and threading the needle through the flesh of his fingers. What kind of feeling was this? Although Bai Yanqing lowered his head and didn't move at all, allowing Su Xiaoyu's needle and thread to pierce through his fingers, his brows were clearly furrowed. The old servant kept staring at Su Xiaoyu and realized that when Su Xiaoyu was doing this, her eyes didn't even blink. The young and tender little face was filled with seriousness and concentration. The old servant couldn't help but ponder over a question. Was this young girl good or evil? What did sect master see in her? Very quickly, Su Xiaoyu used a thread and threaded it through Bai Yanqing's 10 fingers. She raised her head and massaged her neck. Cold and sinister smile appeared on her lips. She suddenly pulled the thread, and Bai Yanqing couldn't help but groan. One must know that she had tied a knot on each of Bai Yanqing's 10 fingers. With a pull, the knot became a dead knot and pulled tightly on his flesh. 10 fingers were linked to the heart. It would be strange if it didn't hurt. Bai Yanqing was in so much pain that goosebumps appeared on his arms. Cold sweat slowly flowed down his temples. Leaving aside Bai Yanqing, even the people around them felt their hairs stand on end at the sight. Unknowingly, Han Chen also looked up. Su Xiaoyu laughed and said, "Old thing, don't beg for mercy. It's fine if you want to cry out in pain." Huh. The 10 fingers threaded through the needle and were connected to the heart. Su Xiaoyu pierced the golden needle into the side of Bai Yanqing's palm. As a result, Bai Yanqing's hands were tightly pressed together and couldn't move. Once he struggled, it would affect the thread and needle, causing pain. In other words, if no one helped Bai Yanqing untie these needles and threads, Bai Yanqing's hands would be as good as crippled. Seeing Bai Yanqing sweating profusely, Su Xiaoyu specially squatted down and tilted her head to look at him. "This debt is settled. Are you convinced?" Bai Yanqing glared at her with furrowed brows and didn't say a word. Su Xiaoyu stood up. "All right, you're capable enough. Then let's settle the second debt." How would the second debt be settled? The old servant and the black-clothed attendant couldn't help but look forward to it. It was all because Su Xiaoyu's way of settling the first debt was too unforgettable. Han Chen turned back to look at them. His eyes were as calm as a lake without any ripples. They saw Su Xiaoyu take out a small drill. It was very exquisite. It was about 3 inches long, and the tip was especially sharp. It looked like it could pierce through hard objects. The old servant couldn't help but walk out. He wanted to ask, but seeing that sect master didn't say anything, he restrained himself. Su Xiaoyu held the small drill in front of Bai Yanqing. "Hey, guess what this is?" Bai Yanqing seemed determined to ignore it. Su Xiaoyu suddenly became ruthless. She pinched his chin and forced him to raise his head. She angrily questioned, "You dared to pull out Sister Jing's 2 front teeth. I dare to take your whole mouth of teeth. Bai Yanqing, what did Sister Ning do to offend you? Tell me." At this moment, everyone could feel Su Xiaoyu's anger. They realized that this lass wasn't an ice-cold sadist. The old servant finally understood. Miss Jing's front teeth were pulled out by Bai Yanqing. He couldn't help but sigh. Bai Yanqing was such a deranged person. He really needed Su Xiaoyu, this little devil, to deal with him. But the old servant still couldn't understand. What did Su Xiaoyu's little drill have to do with pulling out the teeth? Actually, it wasn't just the old servant who didn't understand. Bai Yanqing was also full of confusion. He couldn't understand what Su Xiaoyu was trying to do. He actually felt a faint sense of fear, but he quickly ignored it. How could he be afraid of a little lass who was still wet behind the ears? "Man, pry open his mouth for me," Su Xiaoyu said coldly. The black-clothed servant immediately did as he was told. He couldn't wait to see how Su Xiaoyu was going to use a little drill to pull out the teeth. Bai Yanqing was forced to raise his head and open his mouth. Su Xiaoyu's large eyes gradually turned cold. She said coldly, "Front teeth." Finally, Bai Yanqing struggled to get up and turned his head with all his might. But once the guard exerted force, he couldn't move at all. Just as Su Xiaoyu was about to make a move, Han Chen walked over and pulled Su Xiaoyu's hand away. "What are you doing? This is a personal grudge between us. Anyway, he won't die, so I won't kill him," Su Xiaoyu hurriedly explained. She was afraid that Han Chen would be soft-hearted and stop her from torturing Bai Yanqing. Han Chen didn't say a word. He grabbed Bai Yanqing's neck and squeezed hard, forcing Bai Yanqing to spit out a few poisonous needles. Han Chen took out the poisonous needles and threw them to the side before retreating. So he was afraid that she would be poisoned. Su Xiaoyu was delighted. She turned back and gave him a radiant smile. "Thank you, Senior." This smile was like that of an innocent and naive little girl. It was especially pure and genuine. The surrounding people were very surprised. They didn't expect Su Xiaoyu to be so genuine when she was bad, and so genuine when she was good. She didn't hide it at all. Han Chen looked at Su Xiaoyu's smile, and actually laughed for the first time. "You're welcome." Even though it was just a smile, everyone was stunned, including the old servant. He had been with the sect master for so many years, but he didn't know that the sect master could actually smile. Su Xiaoyu didn't know Han Chen well, so she wasn't surprised at all. She just felt that this fellow seemed to have become much younger when he smiled. Su Xiaoyu's thoughts were all on Bai Yanqing's big white teeth. She took a serious look and sighed. "Tisk, tsk, tsk. These teeth are really good." As she spoke, she used a small drill to draw on Bai Yanqing's 4 front teeth. Bai Yanqing was obviously afraid, but he couldn't move or speak. "Let's start with this." Su Xiaoyu chose Bai Yanqing's lower right front tooth. She held the sharp little drill and suddenly pierced it into the root of the tooth. This piercing caused Bai Yanqing's whole body to tense up. His scalp went numb and his mind went blank. There was only pain. The pain was so painful that the first thought was death. The surrounding people's scalps went numb and their hair stood on end. This was too ruthless and too scary. Compared to piercing the root of the tooth, the pain of pulling out the tooth was nothing. However, Su Xiaoyu didn't just want to hurt Bai Yanqing's root. After the little drill pierced Bai Yanqing's front tooth, a trace of ruthlessness flashed past her eyes. She started to turn the little drill and slowly drill it into the root of the tooth. This was really. The old servant couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He almost didn't dare to watch, as if the one being tortured wasn't Bai Yanqing, but himself. The other guards were also like this. Although they were still helping to hold Bai Yanqing, they all closed their eyes. This little lass, what kind of person was she? At such a young age, she could even think of such a way to torture people. She was simply a demon. Although the martial arts of the people present were higher than her, but everyone had the same thought. If they could avoid offending this lass, then they shouldn't. Han Chen looked on expressionlessly. Although he was expressionless, but he still looked and paid attention to it. The little drill drilled into the root bit by bit. Bai Yanqing's numbness and pain was unbearable. He couldn't move and could only use his eyes to beg for mercy. But unfortunately, Su Xiaoyu ignored him. She concentrated on drilling for quite a while and forcibly destroyed the root of the tooth. Then, Bai Yanqing's front tooth automatically fell out. Su Xiaoyu picked up the tooth and took out a small bag that she had prepared beforehand to put it in. After being rescued from the mountain, she had been thinking about how to take revenge. Naturally, she had prepared these things beforehand. She wanted to pull out all of Bai Yanqing's teeth and send them to Sister Jing and sect leader Tang. No matter what, Sister Jing couldn't suffer for nothing. This was also the promise she had made to Sister Jing in the prison cell. Just like that, Su Xiaoyu destroyed the root and pulled out all of Bai Yanqing's teeth one by one. Throughout the entire process, Bai Yanqing was sweating profusely. In the end, he was drenched in sweat. When the last tooth fell out, his eyes widened, and he fainted because he couldn't bear the pain. Su Xiaoyu put all of the teeth into the small bag and sighed softly. The third and fourth debts can't be settled. The people around them were all experts of the mysterious continent, but they all felt terrified. They couldn't imagine how Su Xiaoyu would settle the third and fourth debts with Bai Yanqing. Unexpectedly, Han Chen spoke up in a cold voice. Wait for him to wake up. Continue. Everyone had seen how terrifying the sect leader could be when he was cruel. However, the sect leader was a man after all, and Su Xiaoyu was just a little girl. When she grew up, would she be as cruel as the sect leader, or even crueler? The old servant looked at his master, then at Su Xiaoyu. He suddenly realized that Su Xiaoyu was quite suitable to be the sect leader's disciple. At the very least, with Su Xiaoyu's temper and temperament, she should be able to endure the sect leader's personal training. Wait for Bai Yanqing to wake up? Su Xiaoyu really wanted to wait. But who knew when Bai Yanqing would wake up? What if he only woke up 3 days later? Su Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment, then said generously, "This bag of teeth is enough. I won't pursue the other 2 debts with him. I have to go back." She had agreed to go back and think about it for 3 days after settling her personal grudge with Bai Yanqing. Then she would reply to him if she wanted to become his disciple. It was better for her to run away as soon as possible. However, Han Chen said, "Think it over carefully before you leave." Su Xiaoyu was stunned. Han Chen ignored her and turned to leave. Chapter 1161. The night was silent. After dinner, Long Fei Yi took Han Yunqi for a walk. It was late autumn, and the night was especially cold in the mountains behind the medical school. Long Fei Yi didn't bring Han Yunqi out and walked along the corridor in the courtyard. There were houses on both sides and trees, so the wind wasn't strong and the temperature was just right. After walking 1 round, Long Fei Yi said, "You've walked enough for today. Go back and rest. I've instructed the kitchen to make you some soup. Drink it before you sleep." Walking time? Have you calculated it before? Han Yunqi was in disbelief. Wasn't this guy very busy? When did he calculate the amount of time a pregnant woman should have every day? It's all in the book that 4th young Mistress Rin gave you. Read it tomorrow when you're free, Long Fei Yi said seriously. Han Yunqi raised her eyebrows and looked at Long Fei Yi in disbelief. She felt that this guy seemed to have changed into a different person. She actually missed the days when she wasn't pregnant. Long Fei Yi looked at her deeply. Han Yunqi had no choice but to nod. "I'll remember it." Before returning to the house, Han Yunqi specially asked the shadow guard, "Is Xiao Yu back?" "No. the shadow guard answered truthfully. Why did she stay in the underground palace? To seek revenge on Bai Yanqing? Han Yunqi muttered to herself. Xiao Yu had told her before that becoming a disciple was secondary. Her main goal was to seek revenge on Bai Yanqing. Although she didn't have any feelings for him, she still trusted him. Su Xiaoyu should be fine if she stayed with him. Long Fei Yi settled Han Yunqi in the room and was about to leave. Han Yunqi anxiously pulled him back. Where are you going? I'm not going anywhere. I'm in the study, next door. There are many urgent messages from Western Zhou, Northern Li and Jiangnan. Have a good rest. Don't wait for me, Long Fei Yi said honestly. Oh, Han Yunqi could only let go. However, as soon as Long Fei Yi left, she asked the shadow guard, when will the soup be delivered? It should be done. It's still warm on the stove. The shadow guard was curious. Princess, are you hungry? Split it in half and send it to the study, Han Yunqi said in a low voice. Princess, His Highness said. The shadow guard stuttered and wanted to persuade her. However, Han Yunqi gave him a look and the shadow guard immediately changed his words. This subordinate obeys. Han Yunqi was amused. She patted the shadow guard's shoulder and said with a smile, Good boy. If His Highness punishes you later, I'll take care of it for you. I promise you'll be fine. The shadow guard was overjoyed. He had been waiting for the princess to say this. He hurriedly asked, Princess, when are we returning to the Duke of Qin's residence? Back in the days at the Duke of Qin's residence, the shadow guard was also under the princess's protection. The Duke of Qin's residence, Han Yunqi muttered to herself. His Highness is no longer the Duke of Qin. I'm also no longer Qin Wangfei. Everything will change very soon. Princess. The shadow guard didn't understand. But people will never change. Han Yunqi's eyes shone with a determined light. No matter how her identity changed, she was still the Han Yunqi of the past. She wasn't the daughter of the Han family, nor was she the princess of Western Qin. She wasn't Han Chen's daughter. She was just herself, the Han Yunqi who had always secretly liked Long Fei Yi. Han Yunqi walked to the study alone, leaving the shadow guard confused. He didn't know what would change. He only knew that whether it was the Qin Wangfei, the princess, or the future empress, that woman had always been the mistress in his brother's hearts. The moment Han Yunqi arrived at the study, Su Donglin, who had been hiding in the shadows, appeared. Su Donglin wasn't as respectful as the ordinary shadow guard. He said in a low voice, Princess, aren't you going to rest? Han Yunqi rolled her eyes at him, and he immediately shut up. Han Yunqi rolled her eyes at him again, and he tactfully opened the door to the study. Long Fei Yi only thought that Su Donglin had sent in an urgent letter again. He didn't pay attention to the sound of the door opening. Instead, he was focused on a letter from Jiangnan. Seeing this, Han Yunqi was delighted. She went noiselessly to the desk and stood there. After standing there for a while, Long Fei Yi looked up. When he saw her, he frowned. Sure. Han Yunqi covered his mouth before he could speak. It's not too late now. I really can't sleep. Let me accompany you for a while. Long Fei Yi pulled down her hand, wanting to refuse. Han Yunqi covered his mouth again. If I can't sleep, I won't be in a good mood. If I'm in a bad mood, it will affect the little fellow's mood. If the little fellow's mood is bad, you'll have to bear the consequences. Long Fei Yi looked at her for a while, and suddenly laughed out loud. All right, the little fellow wins. You can sit for an hour. As he spoke, he gave up his seat and pulled Han Yunqi to sit beside him. Han Yunqi didn't care about what was written in the letter he was reading. She took out another stack of letters. I'll help you read it. After I'm done, I'll summarize it for you. Long Fei Yi looked back. Han Yunqi covered his mouth for the third time, not allowing him to refuse. However, Long Fei Yi pulled down her hand and held it down so that she couldn't move. Be good and sit down. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Han Yunqi stretched out her other hand and hooked her finger, indicating for Long Fei to come closer. Long Fei lowered his head. Just as he was about to speak, Han Yunqi suddenly leaned forward and kissed him on the lips. Their lips met, and all his strength disappeared in an instant. He also let go of her hand. Han Yunqi held a few booklets in her hand before letting go of him. Be good. I'll just read for an hour. After an hour, even if you ask me to stay, I won't stay. Be good. Long Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Han Yunqi, you're here to cause trouble, aren't you? I'm here to help. I'll help you share half of the burden so that you can sleep with me and the little fellow early. Why would I cause trouble? Han Yunqi said seriously. You're here to cause trouble for me. Long Fei had just finished speaking when he leaned in front of her. Without hesitation, he locked his lips with hers and kissed her deeply. Finally, Han Yunqi understood what Long Fei meant by causing trouble. The two of them kissed deeper and deeper. When Long Fei slowly leaned forward and was about to push Han Yunqi onto the bench, he suddenly stopped. This abrupt stop woke Han Yunqi up immediately. The two of them looked at each other for a moment and coincidentally looked at Han Yunqi's stomach. Long Fei hurriedly let go of her and helped her up from the armrest. He frowned and looked at her. You're causing trouble. It's clearly you. She glared at him. Actually, she was the one who seduced him first, but he couldn't resist her seduction. He didn't argue with her, but gently straightened out her hair and collar. Then he shouted, Su Donglin, come in. You're not allowed to come in. Han Yunqi shouted back. Long Fei didn't argue with her, but shouted back, What are you dawdling for? Come in. Send the princess back to her rooms. Han Yunqi didn't argue either, but said coldly, You're not allowed to come in. Su Donglin was about to cry. What should he do? Who could tell him whether he should listen to His Highness or the princess? At this moment, Chu Shifeng happened to pass by. Su Donglin quickly ran out to grab him. Boss, His Highness wants you to come in. Chu Shifeng assumed it was an emergency and hurried over. By the time he reached the door, Su Donglin had already vanished. After all, Chu Shifeng had been locked up in Celestial Mountain and narrowly escaped with his life, so he was much more mature than before. He didn't go in immediately but knocked on the door. Your Highness, but it was the princess who answered. You're not allowed to come in. Chu Shifeng immediately realized that he'd been tricked by Su Donglin. He mused, All right, brat, you've grown bold. Chu Shifeng wasn't in a rush. He had plenty of experience with situations like this. In the end, His Highness always had to compromise. As expected, he waited for a while without hearing His Highness's voice. Relieved, he turned invisible and left. Inside the room, Han Yunqi was both surprised and nervous. Her entire body was taut with tension. Long Fei was scared out of his wits and asked, What's wrong? What's wrong? Just as Long Fei was about to call a doctor, Han Yunqi grabbed his hand and exclaimed, He's moving! He's moving! The little fellow's moving! Long Fei gave a start at her words. I felt him kick me just then. Really? He kicked me right here. Han Yunqi knew that fetal movements were normal, but it was still hard to hide her excitement when she felt it for herself. Long Fei was extremely nervous. He touched her stomach, but didn't feel anything. Is it here? There's no movement. He asked seriously. There is. He clearly moved just then. Han Yunqi was afraid that he wouldn't believe her, so she emphasized, Right here, he kicked me once. Long Fei lowered his head and carefully inched closer to listen. Unfortunately, after listening for a long time, he still couldn't hear or sense any movement. Han Yunqi didn't feel any more fetal movements either. I think it was just once, Han Yunqi said helplessly. Go back to your room and lie down. Invite fourth young Miss Renover for a look. Long Fei was very cautious. Han Yunqi laughed. That's not necessary. It's just fetal movements, normal fetal movements. Long Fei Yi refused. It's fine if you don't want to see a doctor, but you have to lie down. I'll stay with you, let's go. You have a lot of things to do, Han Yunqi said seriously. Although she was surprised and nervous, she didn't want to make such a big fuss over a small issue. This time, Long Fei Yi didn't give in. He personally sent Han Yunqi to her room and took all the letters with him. Han Yunqi lay on the bed, and Long Fei Yi sat beside her. He personally took care of her while reading the letters. Before he read the letters, he specially instructed, "If the little guy moves again, let me know immediately." Han Yunqi smiled and nodded. God knows if the little guy thought that they were too noisy, so he kicked them to show his dissatisfaction. Han Yunqi lay on her back for a while, then on her side for a while, then with her back to him, and then with her arms around his waist. He didn't know when she had stolen a few letters and finished reading them with her back to him. Han Yunqi sat up and said seriously, "Long Fei Yi northernly can give Ningchen a few more months. Based on the current situation, it'll take at least until next summer. As for Western Zhou, it's best to subdue it and avoid war if possible. I see that the generals are all fighting over it. They're clearly trying to gain merit. Let's set up a trap for those generals." With their current military strength and morale, it was only a matter of time before they took down Western Zhou. It wasn't difficult at all. However, whoever took over Western Zhou would gain an additional military merit. Moreover, they would also have the opportunity to establish their own forces in Western Zhou. This was a cushy job. Almost all the letters regarding the war in Western Zhou were from volunteers. The war-torn Cloud Realm had yet to be truly pacified, but Han Yunqi could smell the thick scent of smoke from these letters. This kind of fighting for merit wasn't good. Long Fei Yi tilted his head and saw the letters in Han Yunqi's hands. He smiled helplessly. "Tell me, what kind of trap?" Chapter 1162. By the time Han Yunqi finished reading the letters, she could tell that the main problem in Western Zhou was the various generals fighting for merits. Was Long Fei going to urge her to sleep? He could only keep chatting with her. He had to admit that compared to Bailey Yuanlong and the other rash generals, he much preferred discussing politics with Han Yunqi. For one thing, it saved him the trouble of explaining too much. For another, this woman could always come up with a plan that would surprise him. On the Western Zhou battlefield, Emperor Kongcheng had once invaded Tianning's borders, but retreated to defend his own borders when he saw that the situation wasn't looking good. Since then, the two armies had been in a standoff ever since. Long Fei Yi hadn't stationed many troops at the western borders, mainly relying on the Chu clan troops. After the Chu clan troops rebelled, Long Fei Yi transferred a few troops to the western borders. Currently, the western borders were occupied by the Bailey clan, the Ning clan troops, and 2 or 3 other armies stationed in the central and western regions. As long as Long Fei Yi gave the order, any of the western armies would be able to break through Western Zhou's defensive lines. Within a year, they would be able to reach the imperial capital and cripple the imperial family. Long Fei Yi had been so busy that he hadn't given the order yet. The generals began to try to figure out Long Fei Ye's intentions, trying to figure out who Long Fei Yi would send to attack Western Zhou and gain military merits. In the future, who would be stationed in Western Zhou to control the forces of Western Zhou. But no one could figure out Long Fei Ye's thoughts. Thus, these people began to take the initiative and write letters to volunteer, hoping to become the commander of the Western expedition. At first, it was the Bailey army and the Ning clan troops who fought for the position. Later on, some of the central and western regions received the support of the local clans and financial groups and joined the fray. The Bailey clan and the D clan's Ning clan had always been in conflict, so there was no need to talk about it. As for the local powers, they were simply afraid that the western regions would fall into the hands of the Bailey army or the Ning clan troops. If that happened, they wouldn't be able to keep their position as local hegemons. If it was in the past, the Long Fei Yi could still assign a suitable army for the expedition to the west. But now, faced with a pile of volunteer letters, the Long Fei Yi had to weigh the pros and cons and seriously consider it. "The trap I set up is a good one," Han Yunqi said with a smile. In fact, Long Fei Yi already had an idea of the situation on the western battlefield. However, he was willing to listen to Han Yunqi's opinion. "What will it take for you to speak?" he asked. Han Yunqi hadn't even kept him in suspense, but he had seen through her. Han Yunqi smiled slyly. "Just one condition. I guarantee that you won't lose out." "Speak." Long Fei Yi smiled helplessly. "Take me to the army." Han Yunqi was very serious. Although Long Fei Yi hadn't arranged to leave the medical city yet, she guessed that he would send her to nurse the baby and wouldn't let her run around with him. As expected, Long Fei Yi's face turned serious at her words. "I have no objections if you want to find a few more Zhao Mama to follow you. I'll be good and listen to you. I'll eat what I need to eat and sleep when I need to sleep, as long as you take me and the baby," Han Yunqi said seriously. Long Fei Yi looked at her silently. Han Yunqi grew nervous and said, "I can agree to any condition as long as you let me follow you. Long Fei Yi, you definitely won't go to the western battlefield. You won't go to Northern Li either. You'll probably stay with the Tianning army." Long Fei Yi arched a brow at her. "You're so sure? You'll have to stay with the Tianning army for at least 2 to 3 months. You'll only come to the south to accompany me during the new year, right? Right?" Han Yunqi asked next. Long Fei dearly wanted to tell her that wasn't the case, but that really was his plan. "So you—" Before Han Yunqi could finish, Long Fei interrupted her. He took her hand and said seriously, "There's too much work to do in the army. I'm afraid it'll affect your rest. Moreover, the army is stationed far away from the city and is lacking in resources." As he spoke, he lovingly rubbed her nose and said helplessly, "I'm afraid you and the baby won't be able to eat anything good." Han Yunqi arched a brow at him and said, "Excuses. None of that is a problem. Tell me, do you think a pregnant woman like me is too troublesome?" Long Fei, you didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had no answer. Seeing Long Fei Ye's reaction, Han Yunqi was secretly delighted. She knew this move would definitely work. She put on an aggrieved expression. "Fine, fine. I won't talk to you anymore. You can throw me anywhere you want. I'm going to sleep." Han Yunqi really lay down and turned her back to him to sleep. Long Fei Yi finally understood that this woman's real motive for going to the study tonight wasn't to share his burden, but to take the opportunity to talk to him about whether he should stay or leave. He looked at her back view and frowned. He didn't say anything for a long time. No matter how noisy the army was or how scarce resources were, as long as he was willing to, he could take good care of her. He was only worried about the biggest problem, which was that if she knew too much, she would be overworked and wouldn't be able to relax and rest properly. Just like the issue of fighting for merits in the western battlefield, there would be a lot of power struggles and conflicts that would erupt from the army. Long Fei Yi frowned as he pondered. Han Yunqi, on the other hand, didn't sleep at all. She was waiting with her eyes wide open. She counted silently from 1 to 10. She had already counted to 7. If she continued counting, she wouldn't be able to keep her cool. But as soon as she counted to 9, Long Fei scooted over. He asked gently, "You said you wanted to set up a trap. What is it? Tell me quickly." Han Yunqi was stunned at first, but she quickly turned around and was overjoyed. "You agree. If you say it well, I'll agree. If you don't, you'll obediently wait for me at Jiangnan's plum blossom garden," Long Fei said seriously. Han Yunqi looked at him and couldn't help but burst out laughing. This guy was too obvious when he went easy on her. When had he ever been dissatisfied with a trap she had set up? "Ask them to surrender," Han Yunqi said seriously. "Just tell them that we don't want to use our troops and hope to get them to surrender." When she said this, Long Fei looked at Han Yunqi again and again. He didn't know what to say to her. He had originally wanted to let the generals each propose a strategy and choose one in the end. However, Han Yunqi's move was even more ruthless. He didn't give any orders and didn't make any decisions. He just expressed his attitude and let his subordinates fight for it. In the end, the great responsibility of conquering Western Zhou would naturally fall on the shoulders of whoever had the ability to recruit the Western Zhou army. In fact, how to conquer Western Zhou and whose shoulders the great responsibility of conquering Western Zhou fell on were not the most important. The most important thing was that Long Fei Yi didn't need to directly express his opinion on this matter. If he didn't express his opinion directly, his subordinates wouldn't be able to figure out his true attitude towards the bias of the various factions in the army. If the head of a family wanted to be stable, he had to be fair. It was the same for the ruler of a country. However, no one could be truly fair, whether it was on a single matter or the overall situation of a country. True fairness didn't exist. True fairness might not be the best way to rule a country. Now that there were many things waiting to be done, the entire situation had been reshuffled, and the various factions were already fighting fiercely. At this time, what Long Fei Yi needed to do was to stand firmly in a position of fairness so that no one could guess his thoughts. "What are you looking at? Did I say something wrong?" Han Yunqi asked. Long Fei Yi smiled but didn't say anything. It was 3 parts helplessness and 7 parts affection. "Say something. What are you smiling about?" Han Yunqi was anxious. This guy should be able to understand the meaning of her words. "It's a pity that you don't call yourself emperor," Long Fei Yi said seriously. Han Yunqi was stunned at first, but then she smiled. "I prefer to help you give birth to children." Long Fei Yi didn't say another word. He got up and left. Not long after, Han Yunqi heard him give orders to Su Donglin. He had Su Donglin order the Bailey Li garrison within Tianning to find a quiet place to set up camp, prepare sufficient water and rations, send Zhao Mama over, and make arrangements for the servants. The stone in Han Yunqi's heart finally fell. She couldn't help but look forward to the coming days. That night, Long Fei Yi kept watch by the bed, accompanying Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi read the letters with him. As she read and read, she didn't even know when she fell asleep, but she slept very peacefully. In the dead of night, Gu was startled awake from his sleep because Gu had appeared out of thin air beside his bed to take his pulse. "What are you doing?" Gu retracted his hand, a guarded expression on his face. "You promised the princess before to let me take a good look after returning to Medical City." In the afternoon, the princess and his highness both asked about this matter. Gu Beiwe said seriously, "Even if they asked in the afternoon, you didn't have to come in the middle of the night, did you?" Gu said unhappily, "If I didn't look for you now, when would I find you?" Gu Beiwe retorted, "Tomorrow morning. I'm going to sleep now, so I won't see you out." Gu maintained a good-natured smile. It would be strange if he could find him tomorrow morning. Gu Beiwe couldn't find him in the morning, and even after returning from Clear Breeze Mountain in the afternoon, he still couldn't find him at night. If he hadn't found him in the room tonight, he almost suspected that Gu had disappeared. "I'm just taking your pulse. I won't disturb your sleep." "Go ahead and sleep," Gu Beiwe said gently. Gu's smile immediately fell. "Cold," he said. "Gu Beiwe, are you going to scram or not?" Gu Beiwe didn't answer. He grabbed Gu's hand and grabbed his wrist. Gu Qixiao used all his strength to break free and leap up. With 2 somersaults, he reached the door. "Bye." Gu Beiwe didn't chase after him. "Seventh young master, if you can't fulfill your promise to the princess, I can only alarm her." Gu stopped when he heard this. He said word by word, "I'm fine. I won't die. You can tell the princess yourself." As soon as Gu Beiwe finished speaking, he appeared beside him and grabbed his shoulder. This time, Gu couldn't break free no matter how hard he tried. He could only compromise. He didn't say anything. He impatiently turned back to the room, sat down and stretched out his hand. Gu Beiwe felt his pulse for a long time. He felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't pinpoint what it was. He asked seriously, "Seventh young master, your pulse is very special and different from ordinary people. This pulse may not be accurate. Do you still feel hungry these 2 days? The food in your medical school is so good. Why would I feel hungry?" Gu retorted. "Do you feel tired? Do you feel powerless?" Gu Beiwe asked again. Chapter 1163. In the face of Gu Beiwe's patient questioning, Gu was getting impatient. He pushed aside Gu Beiwe's hand and explained, "This old man really did recover. I just used up too much energy inside the seal, that's all. I've been eating and sleeping my fill for the past 2 days, so I've really recovered? If you don't believe me, why don't we go out and fight now?" "Okay, let's fight." Gu Beiwe actually agreed. Gu was stunned at first, then regretted his decision. "It's not good to wake Poison Lass up in the middle of the night. Let's do it tomorrow. At daybreak tomorrow, we'll meet at the back of the mountain. Those who don't come are cowards." Gu Beiwe's gentle gaze suddenly turned serious. He didn't say anything as he scrutinized Gu. If Gu didn't avoid the question, he might have thought that Gu was in a good state. However, Gu's evasive attitude made him very sure that this guy was hiding something from him. Gu Qishao rose to his feet and avoided Gu Beiwe's scrutinizing gaze. "I say, Academy Head Gu, why are you bothering this old man in the middle of the night instead of accompanying your fourth young Miss Rin? Fourth Miss Rin isn't mine. Don't spout nonsense." Gu Beiwe stood up as well. Gu couldn't wait for this guy to change the topic. He laughed and sat on the table. "Didn't you say that you would definitely marry her? Why would you let go of such a good candidate like fourth Miss Rin?" Gu Beiwe couldn't be bothered to answer. "Let's go to the backyard." Gu suddenly closed in and narrowed his eyes. He whispered, "Gu Beiwe, you like Poison Lass, don't you?" Gu Beiwe was unperturbed. "Are you going or not? I could tell when we were at the Duke of Qin's residence and the Han family." Gu continued. Gu Beiwe still ignored him and asked, "Are you sure you don't want to go?" "Gu Beiwe, you don't want to marry a wife, but you want to marry a dean's wife, right?" Gu Beiwe looked straight into Gu Beiwe's eyes, as if trying to see through his eyes and see his truest heart. However, Gu Beiwe used one sentence to completely defeat Gu. He said, "Seventh young master, tomorrow morning is fine too. However, I'm not free tomorrow morning, but His Highness is." Gu's expression froze. Suddenly, all the strength in his body disappeared. He returned to the couch and lay on his back, muttering, "Gu Beiwe, there's no need to fight anymore. You've won." Gu's words about Han Yunqi and fourth young Mistress Rin didn't seem to affect Gu Beiwe at all. He strode over and asked seriously, "What's wrong with you?" "Gu Beiwe, I can stay in Medical City with you and not go anywhere. However, you have to promise me one thing," Gu said seriously. "Don't tell anyone, including Poison Lass and Long Fei." Seeing Gu Beiwe hesitate, Gu hurriedly said, "We'll talk about it after Poison Lass gives birth." Gu Beiwe considered it for a long time before finally nodding. "Okay." Gu didn't say anything else. He pulled up his sleeves and revealed his arm. Gu Beiwe gasped when he saw the condition of his arm. How did this happen? "Gu Beiwe, do you think I'll die?" Gu asked with a smile. No. Gu Beiwe was very certain. Gu smiled even more brightly. "Okay, I'll believe you if you say you won't." That night, Gu Beiwe stayed with Gu for the entire night. The next morning, he hurried to the prison cell in the medical school to look for Gu Yuntian. As for Gu, he didn't go anywhere. He didn't even know that Gu Beiwe had gone out. He lay on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. During breakfast, Han Yunqi asked, "Why haven't I seen Gu for the past 2 days? What's he doing?" If Gu knew that Poison Lass was thinking about him early in the morning, would he be happy? Poison Lass had never thought about him. She always found him annoying and chased him away. A complicated look flashed across Long Fei Ye's eyes. He said mildly, I even saw him with Gu Beiwa last night. Han Yunqi didn't take it to heart. After all, she didn't know what happened to Gu in the barrier. Gu had always appeared and disappeared mysteriously. It was normal to not see him for a few days. Su Donglin, go and find both of them. Tell them that I have something to discuss with them, Han Yunqi said seriously. What she wanted to discuss was none other than Gu's immortal body. However, Su Donglin couldn't find Gu Beiwa and Gu even after looking around. Gu Beiwa isn't here either? Han Yunqi asked. Su Donglin shook his head. Why don't we go and take a look at fourth Miss Rin? Helplessly, Su Donglin made a trip, but still couldn't find him. Where's Lil Thing? Let Lil Thing look for her. She'll definitely find her. Han Yunqi was rather uneasy. Princess, Lil Thing is over at the obstetrics department. However, fourth Miss Rin said Sir North Moon hasn't been there in the past 2 days. Su Donglin replied honestly. Then what's Lil Thing doing over there? Han Yunqi became suspicious. Su Donglin said, It's just squatting on the roof beam. It's not doing anything. Fourth Miss Rin said Lil Thing has been watching her for 2 days already. She doesn't know what Lil Thing wants to do either. Han Yunqi said nothing. She wanted to communicate with Lil Thing through her consciousness, but she suddenly discovered Lil Thing had lost the poison beast's blood. It had been unable to communicate with her a long time ago. Nothing's happened to them, right? Han Yunqi looked towards Long Fei Yi. She had no time to worry about Lil Thing anymore. Don't worry, Long Fei Yi said indifferently. It wasn't until nighttime that Gu Beiwa appeared in front of Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Yi seemed to have guessed something, but he didn't say anything. Han Yunqi, on the other hand, was extremely suspicious. Where did you go? You couldn't find him for an entire day? I went to look for 7th young master. I searched the entire medical city for him for an entire day, but couldn't find him. Gu Beiwa said helplessly. These words immediately diverted Han Yunqi's attention to Gu. She was about to ask when Gu's chuckling voice rang out from outside the door. Poison lass! Poison lass! Guess what Chi brother brought for you? Gu Qishao strode through the door with 2 large bags of piping hot snacks in his hands. He placed the things on the table and spread them out, filling the entire table. The aroma immediately spread out, making one's mouth water. He began to introduce the snacks as if they were his family treasures. These were all famous snacks from the towns and villages around Medical City. I heard that pregnant women will suffer from anorexia, so Chi brother specially found these for you. I ran all day and tried them all. They're harmless and non-toxic. Hurry up and try them, see which one suits your appetite, Gu said seriously. Han Yunqi couldn't even remember how many times she'd done this. Gu had almost cleaned out all of Cloud Realm Continent's famous snacks for her. Long Fei Yi only commented, Too idle. As long as Poison Lass is happy. Gu retorted. Long Fei Yi was too lazy to argue with him, so he simply sat down and started eating. Seeing Long Fei Yi start, the gluttonous Han Yunqi immediately sat down as well. She called for Gu Beiwa, Gu and Su Donglin to sit down and eat. Just like that, everyone's dinner was taken care of by Gu. After the meal, Gu prepared to slip away. Han Yunqi called him back. Stop right there. I've been waiting for you all day. Let's go to Academy, head Gu's consultation room. Gu turned back with a smile. I'll go wherever you say. Long Fei Yi glanced at Gu Beiwa, who happened to look back and shake his head at him. It wasn't clear whether Long Fei Yi understood Gu Beiwa's meaning, but he didn't say a word. When they reached the study, Gu Beiwa took out a thick record book and a thin booklet of medicinal ingredients. Princess, this subordinate got these from Gu Yuntian. These are all records of the medicines Qishao used from the time he was in his mother's womb until he left Medical City. Here's the list of ingredients this subordinate compiled. Princess, you can just look at it. Han Yunqi only glanced at the booklet without looking at it in detail. She asked seriously, Qishao, how did you grow these thorny vines? Why thorny vines? Isn't it something else? Gu's blood could nourish the thorny vines, allowing them to be immortal and immune to poison, just like him. Han Yunqi had always suspected that the secret behind this was Gu's blood, and the reason Gu became like this must have something to do with him being used as a test subject since he was young. In other words, it had something to do with the medicines he used. No matter how rare these medicines were, it was impossible to become immortal after taking them. However, there was a complicated reaction between the medicines, so it might be possible. This matter couldn't be solved in a day or two. Han Yunqi knew that she couldn't solve it with her own abilities, so before she left Medical City, she had to tell Gu Beiwa and Gu everything she knew and guessed so that they could stay in Medical City and slowly study it. Gu took out a blood-red seed. Look, what's the difference? Han Yunqi looked at it carefully and didn't see anything strange. She asked seriously, Gu, what kind of plant is your thorny vines? Thorny vines weren't actually thorny vines. It was just a name for the plant. Thorny vines weren't a type of plant, but two types of plants. To be precise, thorny vines referred to thorny branches, while thorny vines referred to thorny vegetation. Thorny vines were a general term for thorny shrubs in the forest. Thorny vines, on the other hand, were generally referred to thorny vines. Blood vines. Gu said as he pried open the blood-red seed. A drop of blood dripped out of the seed. Gu Beiwa looked at it seriously and asked, Seventh young master, this is your blood? Yes. Gu was rarely so serious, so he began to explain. A few years ago, he was tired of growing medicine in Medicine Ghost Valley, so he had been trying to figure out a plant to use as a weapon. Later on, he found a rare vine called the thorny vine. It was a plant that fed on animal corpses. Once it absorbed enough of the essence in the flesh, it would germinate and grow very, very long within 2 hours. The thorny vine was extremely flexible and could be used as a rope or a whip. This plant gave him inspiration. He planted the seed in his own flesh and found that after the thorny vine seed absorbed his blood, it actually grew instantly and could be controlled by him. Later on, he used his blood to nourish the thorny vine seed and planted it in the flesh of animals and ordinary people. He found that the seed could also grow rapidly and could be controlled by him. Later on, he even planted the seed directly on the ground. The seed could germinate and grow at any time for him to use. He named the seed that he had nourished with his blood as a blood vine. If the blood vine grew from his body, it would be immortal and immune to all poisons as long as it remained connected to his body. Other than that, there was nothing special about the blood vine other than being able to be controlled by him. After Gu finished speaking, Han Yunqi, Gu Beiwa, and Long Fei Yi exchanged glances. Gu Beiwa muttered, Seventh young master, the problem must be in your blood. Chapter 1164. The reason for Gu's immortality must be due to his special blood, and it must be related to the various poisons and medicines he had taken in his mother's womb. Han Yunqi gave Gu Qishao the list of ingredients Gu Beiwa had gotten from Gu Yuntian and said seriously, Look through it carefully and see if this list is complete. It's very important to figure out your body's constitution. Oh, Gu Qishao docilely accepted it. Long Fei Yi, have Su Donglin send a letter to the Tang sect later and have Ling, or come over to help, Han Yunqi said seriously. Mu Ling was a pharmaceutical genius, so it was best to have her help. Although Gu's pharmaceutical skills weren't inferior to Mu Ling's, one more person meant one more helping hand. Perhaps Mu Ling would discover something that Gu didn't. Gu's lips twitched as he chuckled. Don't scare that girl, okay? She'll cry. Han Yunqi finally realized that Mu Ling didn't know about Gu's immortality. She hesitated. After all, this was Gu's private matter. Even if she was doing it for his own good, she had no right to publicize it for him. After a long moment of hesitation, Han Yunqi said, You decide for yourself. Seventh young master, let's study this medicine list first. If we can't figure it out, then you can consider whether to invite Miss Ling over. What do you think? Gu Beiwe asked seriously. It's done, whatever you say, Gu Qishao said indifferently. Han Yunqi looked at the blood-colored seed and was about to speak when Gu Beiwe brought over a flower pot. Princess, we can't experiment on seventh young master's body, but we can experiment on the seed and blood vines. Gu Beiwe said seriously, the blood vines are planted in the soil, in the flesh of ordinary people and animals. They can be controlled by seventh young master, but they are not immortal and immune to all poisons. But if it was planted in seventh young master's flesh, it could also be controlled, just like seventh young master. There are many things worth pondering. Han Yunqi was secretly impressed. Gu Beiwe was indeed the best doctor in the world. She said seriously, I once saw a cruel medical experiment in a book. They extracted the essence from the 5 elements, implanted it into the human body, and used it to grow. Over time, it would become one with the human body. As soon as he said this, Gu Beiwe's gentle eyes immediately lit up. Gu's gaze also became complicated. Only Long Feiyi frowned, not understanding. He was a complete layman when it came to medicine and poison, and he had no intention of learning them. He leaned against the high platform at the side and listened to them while sizing up Gu's hand. He clearly noticed that Gu's left hand, which was hanging by his side, hadn't moved since just now. It seemed to be a little stiff. Of course, he only saw this in his eyes and had no intention of saying it out loud. Let me give you an example. Of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, let's take metal as an example. If we can extract the essence of metal from metal and implant it into the human body, the human flesh and blood will become one. The human body will become as hard as metal and not easily damaged. If we can extract the essence of water from water and implant it into the human body will become as flexible as water and can even liquefy and flow. After Han Yunqi said this, whether it was Gu Beiwe, Gu, or the layman Long Feiyi, they all looked at her in disbelief. Han Yunqi was helpless and hurriedly explained, This is just a medical experiment idea I've seen before. It's just an idea. At least from what I know, this experiment hasn't been realized. However, we can't rule out the possibility of this experiment succeeding once it's done. Princess, you mean? 7th young master accidentally ate the essence of plants when he was taking medicine all year round. Therefore, it's very likely that his blood shadow contains the essence of plants and can nourish the thorny vines, and 7th young master's body is affected by the essence of plants. He's both a human body and a plant body. It's not strange that he can control the thorny vines that were nourished with his essence blood, Gu Beiwe muttered. The moment he said this, Gu immediately looked down at his body and laughed. Haha, so I'm really not human. Everyone looked at Gu sternly. His joke wasn't funny at all. If that's the case, how do you explain immortality and immunity to poison? Long Feiyi also spoke up. Han Yunqi frowned and pondered for a long time. Suddenly, she looked up at everyone and exclaimed, It's very likely that 7th young master isn't immortal and indestructible. Instead, he has an extremely high recovery ability, so he won't die from injuries. Previously in the maze, I detected poison in his body. This means that poison can still remain in his body, but it's ineffective against him. His body should be immune to it. Recovery ability and immunity, could it be the plant essence in his blood that gave them to him? Gu Beiwe muttered. Then how do you explain immortality? Gu couldn't help but ask. 7th young master, many animals and plants have a longer growth cycle than humans, and their lifespans are also longer than humans. Among plants, there are trees that grow on the ground and ginseng that are buried underground. Among animals, there are turtles, fish, snakes, and many other species that we don't know about. They can all live longer than humans, ranging from hundreds to thousands of years, Han Yunqi said seriously. So it's not that he doesn't age, but that he ages slowly. Long Feiyi sized up Gu thoughtfully. Gu laughed out loud. Poison, lass, that makes sense. If this hypothesis is true, then the thorny vines that you used your blood to nurture wouldn't have enough plant essence without the nourishment of his blood. That's why they could only be controlled by you and not be immortal and indestructible like you. Meanwhile, the thorny vines in your body are constantly sucking up the essence of the plants in your blood. Just like your body, they're undying and impervious to all poisons, Han Yunqi explained. Princess, if that's the case, then what will happen to seventh young master when all the plant essence in Gu's body is absorbed? Gu Beiwa hurriedly asked. Han Yunqi naturally couldn't answer this question. Everything she said today was just a guess. The cruel experiment she heard about in the modern era was also just an illusion. She shook her head. Everything is just a guess. Princess, what if we follow Gu Yuntian's prescription and experiment with rats? Gu Beiwa asked seriously. It's a way. Han Yunqi was very certain. Perhaps they could find a way to let seventh young master return to normal. Or perhaps they could only figure out why seventh young master's constitution had become like this. No matter what the result was, it was better than knowing nothing about seventh young master's constitution. Gu Beiwa looked at the medicine list and said seriously, I'll go prepare the medicine now. At this moment, Long Fei Yi spoke up. In that case, is the principle behind nurturing poison Gu humans similar to the plant essence that you guys mentioned? Back then, the snow wolves fed on poisonous plants. Does the plant essence exist in those poisonous plants? What's the secret behind the perplexing butterfly illusion being able to neutralize the poison of poison Gu humans? Long Fei Ye's words reminded everyone that although Bai Yanqing and Gu's constitutions weren't exactly the same, there were still some similarities. Everyone seemed to be deep in thought as they remained silent. Back then, they'd seen records of the perplexing butterfly illusion in the poison sex altar and learned the reason why the snow wolves were undying and indestructible. The snow wolf's indestructible physique wasn't born with it. Instead, it became an indestructible physique after eating the poisonous grass in the sinkhole. Later, when the poison sect members saw that the snow wolves were undying, they began to search for the reason behind it. They discovered a large patch of withered, poisonous plants in the sky pit without any fruits. Those fruits were the poisonous fruits that the snow wolves had eaten. There were a total of 49 types of poisonous plants in the sky pit, and the 10 stalks of poisonous plants planted in the glazed walls of the altar were among those 49 types. The poison sex members collected the 49 dead poisonous herbs and refined them into toxins. They also studied them together with the 10 living poisonous herbs in the colored glass wall in an attempt to create a medicine that could make a person immortal and indestructible. In order to confuse everyone, they named it the Poison Guman so that people would think it was a nurtured constitution. In truth, an undying constitution didn't need nurturing at all. All they needed to do was take a medicine called the undying poison pill. As for the perplexing butterfly illusion, it was made from the remains of the 49 types of poisonous herbs, crushed and mixed with the 10,000-year corpse water. It took 3 years to make. The perplexing butterfly illusion, combined with the poison of the 5 elements and 10,000 poisons, could neutralize the effects of the poison pill. From start to finish, the perplexing butterfly illusion and the poison guman were just a cover. It was said that the one with the perplexing butterfly illusion could rule the world because it could restrain the poison guman. The real saying was that the one with the undying poison guman would rule the world. If the poison sect could concoct countless undying poison pills and nurture countless undying beings, then it would be easy for them to take over Cloud Realm Continent. Recalling the records on the altar, Han Yunqi pondered over Gu's constitution and murmured, "There's only one difference between Bai Yanqing and 7th Young Master's constitutions. Bai Yanqing will age, but 7th Young Master won't. Bai Yanqing's growth cycle is the same as a normal person's, but 7th Young Master's is a bit longer. Could it be?" Gu Beiwa said anxiously, Could it be that the poisonous fruits Snow Wolf ate all those years ago contained plant essence, and the medicinal herbs seventh young master ate in his mother's womb contained plant essence as well? It's just that the two kinds of plant essence are different. If the perplexing butterfly illusion can neutralize Bai Yanqing's undying body, does that mean there's something that can neutralize seventh young masters as well? Long Fei Yi asked seriously. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at each other. While they rejoiced that they hadn't used the 9 poisonous teardrops on Bai Yanqing, they were also worried that Han Chen would use them up instead. I still have some perplexing butterfly illusion left. We have to get the 9 poisonous teardrops back. There must be something we can figure out from them. Han Yunqi said seriously, "That's right. Princess, we have to get Bai Yanqing back as well. We can use him to verify the plant essence. If our hypothesis is correct, we might be able to find a way to save 7th young master." Gu Beiwei said seriously. Han Yunqi made a prompt decision. Long Fei Yi, let's go to the underground palace right now. Senior Han Chen might not hand over the perplexing butterfly illusion and Bai Yanqing to us, Gu Beiwei said worriedly. Let's go and have a chat. At worst. Han Yunqi narrowed her eyes. I'll threaten him. I don't think many people on the mysterious continent know about the wolf sect's background. Chapter 1165. Towards Han Yunqi, threatening her cold as ice and emotionless father. Everyone had the same reaction. They were all a bit worried. Long Fei Yi looked at Han Yunqi's big belly and said in a cold voice, "Don't run up the mountain. I'll talk to him myself. I should be able to reach an agreement." Everyone was very curious. Han Yunqi asked in a doubtful voice, "How are you going to talk to him?" "I'm going to talk to him about a deal," Long Fei Yi said. "What kind of deal?" "I'll go with you," Gu quickly said. "No need. Just wait for my news." Long Fei Yi did not reveal anything. He seriously looked at Han Yunqi, warning her to obediently stay here and not go up the mountain. Han Yunqi knew his temper and helplessly said, "All right, help me take a look at Xiao Yu's situation. Tell her to come back as soon as possible if she doesn't want to become a disciple." After Long Fei Yi left, Han Yunqi did not remain idle. She and Gu Beiwei seriously looked over Gu Yuntian's list of herbs. The two of them were not experts in medicine, so they just listed the herbs that could be bought. They gave the ones that couldn't be bought and some that they had never seen before to Gu for him to find. 7th young master, what other plants feed on flesh and blood? Let's find them all, Han Yunqi honestly said. Looking at the poison girl's serious and bright eyes, Gu felt like the countless dark years of his past were being illuminated by the sun. To be able to make the poison girl be serious for him, whether it was eternal life or an early death, he was satisfied. Gu narrowed his eyes and smiled. All right, I'll go find them now. While Han Yunqi's group of 3 were looking for herbs, Long Fei Yi quickly arrived at the maze. He entered the abyss filled with sharp arrows and knocked on the spot where the barrier had been opened a few times. After a while, the barrier was broken and the entrance to the underground palace appeared. The ones who came out were black clothed guards. East Qin Crown Prince, our sect master is not seeing guests. The black clothed guard was very rude. This prince is not here to see your sect master. Where's Su Xiaoyu? Tell her to come out. Long Fei Yi wasn't polite. There was no way he would be able to meet Han Qin if he wanted to make a deal with him. Su Xiaoyu hadn't returned for such a long time. Either she had already become a disciple of Han Qin, or Han Qin had forced her to stay. Su Xiaoyu was Han Yunqi's subordinate. Even if she wanted to be apprenticed to Han Yunqi, she still needed Han Yunqi's approval to let her go. Of course, the deal Long Fei Yi wanted to discuss had nothing to do with Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu was just an excuse for him to meet with Han Qin. Intimidated by Long Fei Yi's aura, the black-clothed guard's attitude softened. Please wait a moment. After a while, Han Chen's old servant personally led Long Fei into the underground palace. For the old servant to personally come, it meant that Long Fei's son-in-law still had some weight in Han Chen's heart. No matter what their temper was, a true expert would always respect another expert. However, Long Fei didn't see Han Chen. Rather, he saw Su Xiaoyu in a stone room, facing an aloof sect master like Han Chen. Su Xiaoyu wasn't afraid at all. Rather, when she saw Long Fei, she was afraid and didn't even dare look up at him. After the stone room's door closed, before Long Fei could speak, Su Xiaoyu timidly said, "Your Highness, save me." Long Fei was very surprised. He coldly asked why. Su Xiaoyu immediately told him how she'd tricked Han Chen into thinking for 3 days before becoming his disciple, and how she'd tortured Bai Yanqing. "That doesn't count as lying to him," Long Fei commented. "Your Highness, I said I'd go back and think about it, but he wanted me to stay. He left without saying a word, and didn't even want to see me," Su Xiaoyu hurriedly added. Over the past 2 days, she'd repeatedly asked the servants to leave, but the servants' answers were the same. Without the sect master's permission, they couldn't bring anyone out. When she asked to see Senior Han Chen, the same thing happened. Han Chen was cultivating and didn't want to see anyone. She faintly sensed that Han Chen had seen through her little trick long ago. That was why he'd asked her to stay. "It seems like he really wants to take you as his disciple," Long Fei said indifferently. "Your Highness, I still have to go back and serve my master. Please have mercy on me, Your Highness." Su Xiaoyu was so frightened that she fell to her knees. She had a feeling that something wasn't right about His Highness coming here alone. Long Fei walked over and bent down beside Su Xiaoyu. He said coldly, "Su Xiaoyu, become Han Chen's disciple and help your master gather information in the wolf sect and the mysterious continent. What do you think?" Su Xiaoyu froze when she heard this. Only then did she realize that Long Fei really did have ambitions for the mysterious continent. Su Xiaoyu was very reluctant to become Han Chen's disciple, but when she thought about it carefully, her eyes gradually brightened. If she became Han Chen's disciple, she might be able to conquer the mysterious continent with her master one day. This servant is willing to serve. Su Xiaoyu smiled slyly. Long Fei was quite satisfied. He didn't plan to let Han Yunqi keep Su Xiaoyu by her side. Su Xiaoyu was kind but not benevolent. He didn't want Su Xiaoyu's vicious nature to affect his child in the future. Since Han Chen had taken a liking to this girl, it was not a bad choice to throw this vicious girl to Han Chen. This child was too suitable for the mysterious continent, a world where strength reigned supreme. Su Xiaoyu was very smart. She immediately understood what Long Fei wanted to do after a few words from Long Fei. She whispered, "Don't worry, Your Highness. This servant knows what to do." Soon, Su Xiaoyu called for a black-robed attendant. "Tell your sect master that I've thought it over. My master, and I want to see him." Not long after, the black-clothed attendant led the master and servant to the altar. As soon as they entered the stone room, they could smell the faint aroma of tea. Long Fei smiled. "If you can drink winter flakes at that time, it must be the ice sea red from the ice sea." Han Chen was sitting by the tea table. He didn't say anything, but he personally poured a cup of tea and placed it on the table opposite him. He then gestured to Long Fei to take a seat. Long Fei made a bow with clasped hands before taking a seat and leisurely sipping his tea without a word. Han Chen also picked up his tea and didn't say anything. The servants on the side were surprised to see this. The sect master had a hobby that no one knew. He liked to pick his own tea leaves and brew them. He never drank tea that was bought or given to him by outsiders. The East Qin Crown prince could tell where the sect master's tea came from just by smelling it? Wasn't he too much of an expert? Could it be that he was also a tea fanatic? Su Xiaoyu stood in place and secretly glanced at Han Chen before timidly looking at Long Fei. She didn't feel like these two were father-in-law and son-in-law at all. Rather, they were like tea friends with similar interests. Long Fei Yi finished his cup of tea and softly said, I picked it a month ago and dried it under the scorching sun of the south. When I baked it, I added the fresh autumn osmanthus fragrance. This cup is the first time, and the second time is the best. Can I have a cup? Han Chen's calm eyes immediately lit up. He raised his brows as he looked at Long Fei Yi and cold said, I didn't think you were an expert. Long Fei Yi's lips curled into a smile, but he didn't say anything. Han Chen immediately brewed the second time. After Long Fei Yi tasted it, he immediately shook his head. You used the wrong water. Ice seawater can't compare to mountain spring water. Senior should try mountain spring water. It tastes better. Han Chen actually laughed. Just like Long Fei Yi, he didn't laugh out loud. He only curled the corners of his lips into a smile. He immediately ordered someone to bring over a new batch of tea and mountain spring water. Just like that, the father-in-law and son-in-law began to chat about the art of tea. They chatted for half a day. Su Xiaoyu's legs were sore from standing, so she secretly sat down cross-legged. If Han Shan had been alone, she would have already spoken up. But with His Highness around, she didn't dare to make a sound. The two people who cherished words like gold chatted. Although there wasn't much of a smile on their faces, they talked more and more. In the end, Han Chen seemed to be in a good mood. He actually gave Long Fei Yi a purple muslin teapot. Long Fei Yi probably wouldn't have liked a teapot given to him by anyone else, but Long Fei Yi liked the one Han Chen gave him very much. Su Xiaoyu listened from the side and thought about what His Highness had just said to her. She really couldn't tell how much His Highness was sincere or hypocritical about Han Chen. She was sure that if Han Chen wanted to play politics with His Highness, he would definitely be tricked by His Highness. When they were almost done talking, Han Chen finally looked at Su Xiaoyu and asked, Girl, have you decided? Su Xiaoyu immediately perked up and said seriously, I've decided. Han Chen didn't ask any more questions and waited for her to continue. Su Xiaoyu said frankly, I can become your disciple, but I have a condition. Su Xiaoyu wanted to see Han Chen's reaction, but he didn't. Thus she continued, Senior, please return the 9 poisonous teardrops and by Yanqing to my master. My master went through a lot of danger to find the 9 poisonous teardrops. In order to capture Bai Yanqing, she almost had a miscarriage and lost her child. Before Su Xiaoyu could finish, Han Chen interrupted, and if this sovereign doesn't return them? A gentleman doesn't steal from others. Stealing from others is simply despicable. I, Su Xiaoyu, will never acknowledge such a master. Su Xiaoyu said seriously. Han Chen was silent for a moment, then asked expressionlessly, 1 Ningjing in exchange for 1 Bai Yanqing, 20 years of protection for Cloud Realm's northern borders, and 9 poisonous teardrops. How is that stealing from others? Even if it's not stealing from others, it's still looting a burning house. Su Xiaoyu huffed. Han Chen glanced at Long Fei Yi out of the corner of his eye and snorted, Su Xiaoyu, your master doesn't have any objections. What are you worried about? He's just unhappy because he can't see my master being wronged, especially when she's being bullied by her own father. Su Xiaoyu laughed coldly. Han Kongan bullied her, Bai Yanqing bullied her, and now her own father is bullying her. Even a monkey that jumped out of a stone without parents has a better life than her. As I see it, she might not even acknowledge you as her father after 10 years. Despite Su Xiaoyu's curses, Han Chen was still unmoved. Very calmly he said, This condition is impossible. Change it. Just how cold-hearted can this guy be? Su Xiaoyu almost suspected that he didn't understand joy, anger, sorrow, joy, or the 7 emotions and 6 desires at all. Goading him into action wouldn't work at all. I'm not changing. If you're not sincere about taking me in as a disciple, then forget it. I'll have to trouble you to let me out. Su Xiaoyu turned to leave, but Long Fei Yi spoke up at this moment. I think Yunqi's been depressed these past few days because of this as well. Senior, how about this? This junior will make a condition for you to consider. Chapter 1166. Su Xiaoyu might not have noticed, but the sharp Long Fei Yi could tell that Han Chen wanted Su Xiaoyu to stay. Otherwise, Han Chen wouldn't have negotiated with them for so long, nor would he have changed Su Xiaoyu's conditions. Long Fei didn't continue, but paused in mid-sentence. He had prepared 2 conditions and was waiting for Han Chen's reaction to decide which one to use. Su Xiaoyu thought that Han Chen was done for, but Long Fei Yi calmly waited. He even poured a cup of tea for Han Chen. Finally, Han Chen spoke. "What is it?" "This junior owns a tea mountain in the south called Nanshan. The famous Nanshan red tea comes from there. If you can return by Yanqing and the 9 poisonous teardrops to me, this mountain will belong to you. This junior guarantees that no one will disturb you." Han Chen immediately looked towards Long Fei at these words. Long Fei Yi smiled. "If you like Nanshan red tea, senior, you can grow it and harvest it yourself. The annual production of Nanshan red tea is limited, but it's enough for your own consumption." The last time they were here, Han Chen's tea had caught Long Fei Yi's attention. It was a high-quality imitation of Nanshan red tea. Gu Beiwa didn't know much about tea, so he couldn't tell what was wrong. Gu and Han Yunqi were familiar with Nanshan red tea, but they hadn't paid much attention to the tea. Han Yunqi in particular hadn't even tried it. However, he knew there was something wrong with the tea the moment he took a sip. Judging from the tea set and the water Han Chen used to brew the tea, Han Chen was definitely a tea fanatic. He paid attention to every detail. Long Fei Yi himself was a tea fanatic. He knew that such a person wouldn't drink a high-quality imitation of tea unless he loved it. The tea house in Red South Mountain was originally Gu's property. Later, after it was sealed by him, he sent a special tea farmer to take care of the tea mountain. The Red South Mountain that was produced was never sold to outsiders. Gu had tea seeds in his hands. He once planted a batch of tea seeds in other places, but they were planted for Han Yunqi. He only planted them for 1 season. Han Chen couldn't get his hands on Red South Peak, no matter how much money he had. Seeing Han Chen's surprised expression, Long Fei Yi knew that he had one. No matter how strong a person was, he or she would always have a weakness. He used to love tea, but it was replaced by Han Yunqi a long time ago. Now they had a child. Long Fei Yi leisurely took a sip of tea and said, "As for that girl, Su Xiaoyu, she was originally a servant girl in this junior's residence. If senior likes her, this junior will send the Nanshan title deed and her slave contract to you later. You can keep her as a servant or take her as a disciple." "Your Highness." Su Xiaoyu pretended to be wronged and cooperated very well. "Slave contract." Han Chen was surprised. Long Fei Yi stood up and said, calmly, "There's no rush. Senior, please take your time to think about it. Perhaps this junior will be able to taste Red South Mountain's winter tea. In another month, the weather in the south will be cold." However, Han Chen suddenly became serious. "Long Fei Yi, your lust bite power is enough to kill by Yanqing. What do you want by Yanqing and the 9 poisonous tears for?" Although Long Fei Yi was polite, he wasn't afraid. Coldly he said, "This is a private matter. There's no need for senior to worry about it. Obtaining the perplexing butterfly illusion means obtaining the world. If you want to raise poison Gu humans, please leave. This sovereign will not agree to any of your conditions." Coldly, Han Chen said, "Could it be that senior left behind the 9 poisonous tears and by Yanqing because of this?" Long Fei Yi's tone also turned cold. "It's just a hobby. You should know that this sovereign doesn't need the perplexing butterfly illusion if I want to rule Cloud Realm." Han Chen immediately retorted, "If you can't win the hearts of Cloud Realm's people and give it peace and prosperity, then you can't call it ruling Cloud Realm. At most, you'll be invading." Long Fei Yi refused to budge. Even the usually calm Han Chen stood up. "This sovereign has no interest in the affairs of the world. Long Fei Yi, Why do you want the 9 poisonous tears, and by Yanqing? It's a private matter. No comment. Long Fei Yi said. Unexpectedly, Han Chen took the initiative to give in. If you don't want to raise poison goo humans, tell me what you want them for. This sovereign will return them to you. How about it? Could it be that the real reason Han Chen left behind by Yanqing and the poisonous tears was because he was afraid they'd use the 9 poisonous tears and by Yanqing to research ways to raise poison goo humans? Long Fei Yi didn't have time to think. After a moment of hesitation, he said in a low voice, "Save them." Long Fei Yi told him about goo. Han Chen was rather surprised. He hadn't paid attention to goo in the first place. He'd only seen goo use vines to trap by Yanqing in the barrier and hadn't thought much of it. He hadn't expected goo to have an undying body. If that's the case, then the lust bite energy can also destroy him, Han Chen said seriously. An undying body doesn't mean that you're truly undying. It's just that you're so strong that you can't be killed by normal forces. If this was the mysterious continent, an undying body wouldn't be able to dominate the world. Han Chen's explanation was similar to their conjecture about the plant essence. Whether it was goo or by Yanqing, they weren't truly undying. They just had fast recovery abilities and good immunity. If they encountered a truly powerful force like the lust bite power, they would be powerless. This sovereign will add another condition. How about it? Han Chen asked. What condition? Long Fei Yi was a little uneasy. His father-in-law was really unpredictable. Every winter, find time to go to Nanshan and drink tea with this sovereign, Han Chen said seriously. Long Fei Yi was rather surprised. He couldn't figure out whether Han Chen had agreed to exchange the 9 poisonous tears with Bai Yanqing because of the red Nanshan, Su Xiaoyu, or because he wanted to save them. Long Fei Yi wasn't interested in figuring out Han Chen's thoughts. He immediately agreed. All right, this junior will remember it. Su Xiaoyu hurriedly said, Your Highness, this servant wants to go back and see my master. Before Long Fei Yi could say anything, Han Chen said, Remember to answer on time. In 5 days, this sovereign will bring you back to the wolf sect and formally acknowledge you as my master. Just like that, Long Fei Yi exchanged Nanshan, tea with him, and Su Xiaoyu for Bai Yanqing and the 9 poisonous tears. Long Fei Yi brought Su Xiaoyu back to the medical academy and told Han Yunqi and the others everything. They were all in disbelief. Gu said jokingly, Long Fei Yi, it's only right that you accompany your father-in-law for tea. Haha, take the Nanshan tea garden as a show of respect to your father-in-law. You stole it from me anyway. Long Fei Yi couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. So he looked at Su Xiaoyu. Little girl, Qi brother, I will remember your kindness. Su Xiaoyu originally wanted to say that Gu owed her master, but after thinking about it, she tactfully said, Count it as you owing His Highness. This servant will listen to His Highness. Han Yunqi frowned and looked over. Little you, do you really want to acknowledge him as your master? Long Fei Yi didn't say the truth that he wanted Su Xiaoyu to acknowledge him as her master and become a spy. Yes, master. Once this servant succeeds in her studies, I will be able to protect little master in the future. Su Xiaoyu's big bright eyes were filled with seriousness. If you feel wronged, you must come back and tell me. I will remember. Han Yunqi said, seriously. This wasn't only because of her love for Su Xiaoyu, but also because of the promise that Ning Cheng and Ning Jing made to Bai Yuqiao. Master, don't worry. This servant will definitely not be wronged. Su Xiaoyu was especially confident. The next afternoon, Han Yunqi personally brought Su Xiaoyu to see Han Chen. Long Fei Yi wrote Nanshan's land deed and Su Xiaoyu's indenture agreement and brought them along. Han Chen personally handed the 9 poisonous teardrops to Han Yunqi, while Bai Yanqing was tied up in a large cloth bag and handed to Gu. Han Yunqi personally handed the land deed and Little Yu, Er's indenture agreement to Han Chen. She held Little Yu, Er's hand and hesitated for a long time, not moving. Han Qin didn't say anything, but Long Fei Yi and Gu started to worry. They were afraid that Han Yunqi would act rashly and not hand over Su Xiaoyu. Unexpectedly, Han Yunqi held Su Xiaoyu's hand and walked in front of Han Qin. She said seriously, "Little Yu is just like me. She was an orphan when she was young. Now that she has acknowledged a master for a day is a father for life. The world of Xiankong is dangerous. I hope." As Han Yunqi spoke, she actually knelt down on one knee and said seriously, "I hope that father can protect her." Father? Han Qin was slightly stunned. Everyone present was also stunned. No one expected that Han Yunqi would acknowledge Han Qin as her father under such circumstances. "Father, please agree," Han Yunqi said seriously. In that instant, Su Xiaoyu, who had always been stubborn, suddenly fell silent and her tears fell like rain. She knew it. She knew that she hadn't misjudged. Master truly cared for her. How was this a deal? This was practically a trust. Han Yunqi's father, and kneeling down was as heavy as Mount Tai. The lofty and aloof Han Qin, who was as cold as an immortal, actually smiled helplessly. He bent down and extended his hand. In a low voice he said, "Father promises you." Han Yunqi was overjoyed. She immediately took little Yu's small hand and placed it in Han Qin's large, gentle hand. "Thank you, father." No matter what kind of person Han Qin was, at least from these few things, he was still a gentleman who wouldn't go back on his word. With his words, Han Yunqi finally set her mind at ease. She thought that this could be considered as an explanation for the dead by Yu Qiao. If little Yu could learn from Han Qin, the identity of the wolf sect master's disciple would be much better than being her servant girl. Han Yunqi was about to get up when Long Fei Yi hurriedly helped her up. Little Yu hurriedly wiped away her tears. "Master, you'll always be little Yu's master." "Silly." Han Yunqi smiled helplessly. Before Han Yunqi and the others left, little Yu remembered something. She took out a small bag and handed it to Han Yunqi. "Master, give this to Sister Jing. Tell her that this is a gift from little Yu. She'll understand." The bag contained none other than Bai Yanqing's teeth. Han Yunqi took out something and stuffed it into Su Xiaoyu's sleeve. She said in a low voice, "Mingxiang asked me to give this to you last night. She said she was afraid that she couldn't bear to part with it and didn't dare to see you." "What is it?" Su Xiaoyu was very curious. Han Yunqi said seriously, "It's for self-defense. The mysterious continent isn't like Yunкong continent. There are many experts. You'd better watch your annoying mouth." "Oh." Su Xiaoyu nodded resentfully. After Han Yunqi and the others left, Su Xiaoyu returned to the stone room and secretly took out the gift from Bailey Mingxiang. When she opened the red cloth wrapped around it, Su Xiaoyu was immediately shocked. It was the Tang Sect's #1 hidden weapon, Red Lotus Blaze. "Stupid woman. So stupid. Why did you give me such a good thing?" Su Xiaoyu's face was full of disdain, but her heart was warm. A few days later, Han Qin took Su Xiaoyu to the mysterious continent. Han Yunqi and the others built an iron cage to imprison Bai Yanqing. The four of them discussed whether to use the 9 poisonous tears on Bai Yanqing. Chapter 1167. Han Yunqi and the others built a large iron cage and locked it in an underground secret room. The iron cage fit perfectly into the walls of the secret room. This kind of cage naturally couldn't hold an immortal old man like Bai Yanqing for long, but it could hold him for the time being. It was only after Bai Yanqing was released that everyone found out how badly Bai Yanqing had been tortured by Han Qin and Su Xiaoyu. At this moment, Han Yunqi and the others were standing outside the cage, looking at the unconscious Bai Yanqing. According to Su Xiaoyu, Bai Yanqing had been tortured until he fainted. Although they didn't know what had been discovered by the bloodstains on Bai Yanqing's crotch, Everyone knew that Bai Yanqing was basically crippled. Gu squatted beside him and lifted his chin. Just as Su Xiaoyu had said, not a single tooth was left. Gu turned to look at everyone and asked, "How long will it take for his teeth to grow back?" "With his recovery speed, I don't think it'll take too long." Han Yunqi supported her waist with one hand and stroked her belly with the other. The smell of pregnancy was getting stronger and stronger. "Princess, there's only one set of 9 poisonous teardrops. It's best to use it with caution. Let's take his blood first to grow the thorny vine seeds. What do you think?" Gu Beiwei asked. "That's a good idea," Han Yunqi said seriously. Gu Beiwei hurriedly brought over a few small porcelain bottles for Gu to collect blood from. Gu stayed in the dungeon to keep watch while Han Yunqi and Gu Beiwei seized the time to do their experiments. As for Long Feiyi, he didn't have time to watch the show. He had a pile of things to take care of. When Bailey Yuanlong found out that Bai Yanqing's matter had been resolved, he immediately urged him to return to the army. Indeed, he couldn't delay any longer. However, he burned Bailey Yuanlong's letter immediately after reading it. He didn't even want to let Han Yunqi know. After all, Gu Beiwei couldn't recognize poison, and Gu had to guard Bai Yanqing. Without Han Yunqi's help, Gu Beiwei would be in trouble. No matter what, they had to wait until they figured out Bai Yanqing and the 9 poisonous teardrops before leaving. A few days later, Han Yunqi and Gu Beiwei followed Gu's instructions and used Bai Yanqing's blood to grow the thorny vine seed into the blood vine seed. The thorny vine was a plant that fed on the bones of animals. Once it absorbed enough of the essence of the flesh, it would germinate and grow very, very long within 2 hours. The blood vine, on the other hand, was obtained from Gu's own blood and could grow instantly. In order to distinguish them, Han Yunqi named the seed grown from 7th young master's blood, 7 blood vine, and the seed grown from Bai Yanqing's blood, white blood vine. After the white blood vine seed was grown, they planted it in the soil and into the flesh of animals. They found that the white blood vine was just like the 7 blood vine and could grow instantly. The only difference was that the white blood vine was highly toxic. This result made Han Yunqi and the others more and more convinced that their hypothesis of plant essence was correct. They took advantage of the fact that Bai Yanqing was still unconscious to conduct experiments in the prison. If the white blood vine seed in Bai Yanqing's flesh could become undying and impervious to all poisons, just like the 7 blood vine in Gu's body, this meant that Gu's constitution was very similar to Bai Yanqing's. Perhaps the method to neutralize the poison Gu man could also neutralize the 7th young master's undying body. Gu personally took the seed and planted it into Bai Yanqing's wrist. Han Yunqi, Long Feiyi, and Gu Beiwei stood outside the prison and watched in silence. What would the result be? Gu Qixiao should have been the most nervous one, but he was completely carefree. He only chuckled before planting the seed into the ground. Han Yunqi and the others all stared at Bai Yanqing's wrist. Who would have thought that after staring for a long time, Bai Yanqing's wrist didn't move at all? How can this be? Han Yunqi was very surprised. The white blood vine seed would germinate immediately after being planted in the soil or the flesh of animals. Bai Yanqing's hand shouldn't have been so silent. This why? Gu Beiwei was also shocked. Who would have thought that Gu would laugh out loud and reveal the seed hidden in his palm? Because I haven't planted it yet. Gu. Han Yunqi was so angry that she wanted to give him a kick. Gu Beiwei, on the other hand, had a good temper. He smiled and shook his head helplessly. Poison lass, don't be so nervous. At most, I'll age a little slower and marry your daughter when the time comes, Gu said with a chuckle. Don't even think about it. You're courting death. It was obvious that the first sentence was said by Han Yunqi and the second by Long Feiyi. Gu wanted to retort, but Gu Beiwei stopped him. 7th young master, stop fooling around. Hurry up and plan it. It'll be troublesome if Bai Yanqing wakes up. Gu Beiwei looked at Gu's smile and a trace of sadness flashed past his eyes. Gu Qixiao's jokes had always been the truth, but now they were all lies. How could he marry the princess daughter? It was unknown whether he could survive this tribulation. In fact, he was a mortal and didn't have much time left. Only then did Gu plant the white bloodvine seed. The moment the seed entered Bai Yanqing's flesh, a thorny vine actually broke out of the skin and flew out. This vine was not much different from the one that grew in Gu's body. The only difference was that this one was poisonous. Han Yunqi was delighted. Seventh young master, hurry. Gu immediately swung his sword to cut the vine, but found that it couldn't be cut. This time, Gu was also pleasantly surprised. Fire, bring me fire, hurry. Long Fei tossed a torch inside, while Gu Qixiao used fire to burn the vines. Once again, the results were a pleasant surprise. The vines didn't burn. It's the same. Gu was delighted. Your Highness, give it a try, Gu Beiwe said anxiously. As soon as Gu moved aside, Long Fei Yi activated the lust bite power and slashed down with his sword. They saw the vine being cut in half. This result made all four of them very excited. A vine suddenly flew out of Gu's right sleeve and attacked Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Yi naturally knew what he meant, but Long Fei Yi still used the lust bite power to deal with it. Han Yunqi and Gu Beiwe watched nervously as Long Fei Ye's sword fell and Gu's vine was cut into pieces. After this sword strike, the room fell silent. Gu looked at Long Fei Yi in disbelief and was a little dumbfounded. After a while he muttered, Long Fei Yi, you can really kill me. Han Yunqi was so happy that she almost couldn't speak. She pulled Long Fei Ye's hand and said excitedly, Our guess is right. It's right. There's no such thing as an immortal body. It's just that his tolerance and immunity are stronger than ordinary people. The lust bite power doesn't only kill poison Gu people. Yes, Senior Han Chun is right. There's a power more powerful than the lust bite power on the mysterious continent that can kill poison Gu people and seventh young master. Gu Beiwe was also pleasantly surprised. Our guess is right. The principle of Bai Yanqing's immortality is the same as seventh young master's. We can definitely find a way to break seventh young master's immortality. We definitely can. Han Yunqi smiled. Gu, let's concoct the antidote first. If something happens to seventh young master's body one day, and we can't treat it, we can just take the antidote and return to normal. If nothing happens, do you want to grow old with us or accompany the little thing? It's your choice. Gu, subconsciously, looked at Gu Beiwe. Gu Beiwe was also looking at him. Poison Lass was so thoughtful. Unfortunately, she didn't know that something had already happened to his body. Gu had a narcissistic look on his face as he said loudly, A loyal person like me naturally has to grow old with you guys. As he spoke, he walked over to Long Fei Yi and hooked his arm around Long Fei Ye's shoulder. He chuckled and said, Long Fei Yi, how about your daughter acknowledge me as her godfather in the future? To make up for my regret of not being able to marry her? How about that? Long Fei Yi didn't say anything, but he grabbed Gu's other hand and slid his fingers into his sleeve. From Han Yunqi and Gu Beiwe's point of view, Long Fei Yi was only trying to pull him away. However, Gu froze in that instant, because Long Fei Yi had felt the abnormality in his arm. Long Fei Yi quickly let go of Gu. It was just a cold look, but Gu didn't dare to speak anymore, as though he had been threatened. Long Fei Yi often shut Gu up with just a look, so Han Yunqi and Gu Beiwe didn't think much of it. Gu Beiwe said seriously, Princess, why don't we take some poisonous Gu human blood as backup and use it to cure Bai Yanqing's poison? Han Yunqi had already combined the 9 poisonous teardrops into a small bottle of antidote. She had also done a detailed analysis of the detectable toxicity and medicinal properties, and even compared it with the perplexing butterfly illusion that she had left. She recorded all the data in detail and handed it to Gu Beiwe. If the 9 poisonous teardrops were tested individually, they would still be very corrosive. However, When the 9 poisonous teardrops were mixed together to form a poisonous teardrop medicine, the corrosive properties would weaken. Not to mention a human's flesh and bones, it wouldn't even corrode a blade of grass or a tree. Han Yunshi could only confirm the corrosive properties of the poisonous teardrop medicine, but she didn't know what it could corrode. If their hypothesis of the plant essence was correct, then the poisonous teardrop medicine should be able to corrode the plant essence in Bai Yanqing's body. This was still just a guess. They needed to put it into practice. They needed to see how the 9 poisonous teardrops would neutralize Bai Yanqing's poisonous goo human body. They also needed to see how Bai Yanqing's body would be after the poison was neutralized, and what changes there would be in the composition of his blood. Moreover, they also needed to neutralize Bai Yanqing's undying body. Otherwise, this cage wouldn't be able to trap Bai Yanqing. Gu didn't say anything and immediately went to collect Bai Yanqing's blood. Then, Han Yunshi handed the poisonous teardrop medicine to him. Gu glanced at everyone. Seeing that everyone nodded, he forced the poisonous teardrop medicine into Bai Yanqing's mouth. Gu Beiwe hurriedly went forward to take his pulse. His pulse is weakening again. Gu Beiwe said seriously. Han Yunshi couldn't help but go forward to take his pulse. Just as Gu Beiwe said, Bai Yanqing's pulse was weakening again. His body seemed to be deteriorating, and there were signs of death. He won't die, right? Han Yunshi was worried. His body is deteriorating. Check his breathing. Gu Beiwe was a little anxious. Gu checked his breathing and was shocked. His breathing is very weak. Could his internal organs be corroded? No, it's normal exhaustion. Gu Beiwe was very sure. The poisonous teardrop was the antidote. It could only neutralize the undying body, but it couldn't kill Bai Yanqing. How could this be? Bai Yanqing wouldn't die like this, right? Chapter 1168. The weakening of Bai Yanqing's breath made Han Yunshi's heart clench. Gu Beiwe's brows were tightly knitted and he didn't make a sound. What was more hurtful than disappointment was when hope was followed by disappointment. That was called despair. The room was silent. Han Yunshi and Gu Beiwe could feel that Bai Yanqing's pulse was weakening bit by bit, and it couldn't stop. Gu had already stood up. Standing in front of them was still that smiling face and those smiling eyes. Long Fei Ye's consciousness fell on his hand, the hand that was hidden by his sleeve. A heavy, hopeless atmosphere filled the entire prison cell. The air seemed to have weight, making it hard to breathe. It stopped. Suddenly, Gu Beiwe exclaimed. Han Yunshi didn't say anything, but the shocked expression on her face said it all. Yes, Bai Yanqing's pulse had stopped. No. Gu Beiwe's hand loosened, and he felt weak. If they didn't find a solution, Gu would be in great danger. Because there was something wrong with his hand. It can't be. The records on the altar won't lie. The antidote is the antidote. How could it kill? Han Yunshi stubbornly pressed on Bai Yanqing's pulse, refusing to believe it. All right, poison girl, if worst comes to worst, Chi brother. Before Gu could finish his sentence, Han Yunshi suddenly exclaimed, His pulse is back! Gu Beiwe, look! His pulse is back! Gu Beiwe was in disbelief. He hurriedly grabbed Bai Yanqing's hand and felt his pulse. He really found that Bai Yanqing's pulse had recovered. Although it was still very weak, there was indeed a pulse. Finally, Gu became nervous. This time, he carefully checked Bai Yanqing's breathing. The result was, he's still breathing. He's not dead. He's not dead. Han Yunshi looked at Gu excitedly. Gu couldn't help but laugh when he saw her dumbfounded expression. Princess, the pulse has changed. Gu Beiwe became serious. Han Yunshi didn't dare to be careless. She checked his pulse carefully and immediately noticed that Bai Yanqing's pulse had indeed changed. It was no different from a normal person's. Moreover, through his pulse, they could tell that Bai Yanqing had suffered a very serious internal injury. His body was covered with injuries, and his blood loss was very serious. If they didn't save him, he would really die. Normal? Gu asked nervously. Are you nervous now? Han Yunchi asked seriously. Only then did Gu realize that he was nervous. He wanted to give Poison Lass a smile, but he couldn't. Of course he would be nervous, because he really, really wanted to grow old with them. Seventh young master, take his blood. Just a small amount will do, Gu Beiwei said seriously. I'll go get some pills for him first, just in case. Princess, I'll leave this to you. If Bai Yanqing lost his undying body, judging from his injuries, he would be half dead even if he didn't die. Gu was very careful when he took the blood. He didn't dare take too much, for fear that he would accidentally kill Bai Yanqing. Gu Beiwei brought some pills back and fed them to Bai Yanqing. He then helped treat his wounds before heaving a sigh of relief and revealing a warm and clean smile. The white bottle contains the original poison blood, and the red bottle contains the current normal blood. Gu handed the blood sample to him. If they had modern equipment, they would be able to quickly detect the difference between the two blood samples. However, even without modern equipment, Han Yunchi believed that Gu Beiwei would be able to figure out the difference. The poisonous teardrop medicine was made from a mixture of perplexing butterfly illusion and myriad poisons, while perplexing butterfly illusion was made from the residue of 49 different poisonous herbs. In that case, could the antidote to Seventh Young Master's undying body be related to the medicines he had taken since he was young? If they could find all the herbs Seventh Young Master had taken and use the residue of these herbs as medicine, would they be able to break Seventh Young Master's undying body? There was only one set of poisonous teardrop medicine, so they couldn't experiment with it on the vines. However, Seventh Young Master's medicine wasn't unique, so they could experiment repeatedly on his vines. With Gu Beiwei's medical skills and Gu's pharmaceutical skills, they would definitely be able to find the antidote as long as their hypothesis was correct. Princess, the next step is to find the medicine, Gu Beiwei said seriously. Right. Finding the medicine and the catalyst. This is Seventh Young Master's specialty. Han Yunchi was clearly in a much better mood. Gu was also in a good mood. Done. Leave that prescription to me. Do you need Ling or his help? Han Yunchi asked again. Gu shook his head, just like last time. Han Yunchi shrugged and didn't say anything else. They walked out of the prison, and Long Fei Yi personally locked the door. Bai Yanqing's undying body had been broken. With his current injuries and stamina, he wouldn't be able to escape this prison, no matter how good his martial arts were. Moreover, Bai Yanqing's martial arts weren't top-notch. Han Yunchi glanced back at Bai Yanqing one last time, a trace of mockery flashing through her eyes. She wanted to wait for Bai Yanqing to wake up and find out that his undying body had been broken. She wanted him to despair. Without the protection of his undying body, forget about his other injuries, even his teeth would never recover. After leaving the prison, Gu grumbled about going to the Medicine Ghost Valley to find medicine immediately. You can just write a prescription and have someone send it over. Why do you have to go by yourself? Han Yunchi asked seriously. Finding medicine was one thing, but Gu still had to cooperate with Gu Beiwei for a blood analysis and various tests. There are a few herbs on the list that only I can pick. I'll be leaving this afternoon and will be back within 10 days, Gu said seriously. Han Yunchi raised her brows at him and suddenly felt that something was wrong. Long Fei Yi asked, "What are you afraid of dying?" "If I can recover, of course I have to recover as soon as possible. Poison Lass, you have to promise me that you'll keep this a secret forever. Don't let that crybaby Mu Linger find out. Otherwise, she'll annoy me to death." As Gu spoke, his gaze landed on Han Yunchi's bulging belly. He chuckled and said, "Don't tell this little brat in the future either. Otherwise, he'll be afraid of me and won't be close to me." With the topic changed, Han Yunchi didn't think too much about it. "Princess, don't worry about the pregnancy. After such a long delay, His Highness should be returning to the army. Leave this matter to this subordinate, don't worry," Gu Beiwei said seriously. If it were anyone else, Han Yunchi would definitely be worried. However, Since Gubeiwa had already said so, what else was there for her to be worried about? She couldn't even do this herself. Only Gubeiwa and Gu could do it. Although Long Feiyi didn't say it, she knew that Long Feiyi had to return to the army as soon as possible. The 4 regions of the world weren't truly peaceful yet. Gu would be leaving in the afternoon. Gubeiwa had to hurry and analyze the blood samples before they dried up. Han Yunchi hesitated, then said, "Then let's leave in the afternoon as well. We'll be going the same way." The journey from Medicine City to Tianning's barracks was east, and so was the journey to Pill Fiend Valley. The roads were interconnected for about a day before they parted ways, one to the east and one to the south. Gubeiwa seemed to want to say something, but a complicated look flitted past his eyes before he held himself back. With the princess's intelligence, she'd be suspicious if he said too much. It's only a day, so let the 7th young master do as he pleases. Gu, on the other hand, was overjoyed. "What do you want to eat? Chi brother will prepare it." Long Feiyi laughed bitterly in his heart. He actually allowed Gu to treat Han Yunchi so well. He was crazy. "No need." Han Yunchi refused again. "Look at the list of ingredients clearly. Don't make a mistake. Also, have Su Donglin find the ingredients you need from Medicine City. I'll lend Su Donglin to you guys for now." Su Donglin was Long Feiyi's personal bodyguard. He represented Long Feiyi in many situations and had great authority. Han Yunchi kept Su Donglin for 2 reasons. 1. To make things convenient for Gubeiwa and the rest. 2. To have Su Donglin report back to her at all times. After making all the arrangements, Gu was the first to slip away. Only the heavens knew where he was going. Han Yunchi discovered that her hand was a bit swollen. She didn't tell Long Feiyi and went to find 4th young Miss Run herself. Long Feiyi went to Gubeiwa's study the moment she left. He went straight to the point and asked coldly, "What's wrong with Gu?" Gubeiwa was slightly taken aback, but he quickly smiled helplessly. There were many things that could be hidden from the clever and quick-witted princess, but they could not be hidden from His Highness' sharp eyes. "We don't know the situation yet. If we travel together this afternoon, Your Highness should take a look at his arm. His flesh is being corroded by the roots of the thorny vines." Gubeiwa said seriously, "If we can quickly concoct the antidote and break his undying body, this situation should be resolved. I'm just afraid that if we can't concoct the antidote in time, 7th young master's body, will he completely become the food of the thorny vines?" Long Feiyi asked. Although Gubeiwa didn't want to admit it, he still nodded. "Yes." Long Feiyi frowned and remained silent for a while. He didn't say anything, but sighed heavily. There was no doubt that his heart was stifled. "Your Highness, 7th young master doesn't want the princess to know about this. She's pregnant, so it's not good for her to be too sad," Gubeiwa said seriously. "I know," Long Feiyi said indifferently. "How long will it take to find the medicine on the list?" Long Feiyi asked seriously. If he guessed correctly, Gu didn't want to go to Medicine Ghost Valley to find the medicine at all. Instead, he wanted them to return to the army as soon as possible. "I spent the entire night with 7th young master last night. There are 10 medicines that are extremely difficult to find, and they can't be found in Medicine Ghost Valley. I've already sent them to the King of Medicine, so we should get a reply as soon as tonight," Gubeiwa said seriously. 10 medicines. Long Feiyi was very surprised. 10 medicines wasn't a small number. "Your Highness, these 10 medicines aren't the biggest problem. The biggest problem is that 7th young master took 2 types of plague poisons when he was young. They were concocted by Gu Yuntian using the blood of plague victims. Concocting these 2 poisons is even more troublesome than finding the 10 medicines." Gubeiwa's tone became serious. The so-called poison was a type of medicine concocted using the blood essence of the victims. Normal people would suffer the same symptoms as the victims after taking it. It wasn't easy to find all these medicines, and even if they did, it might not be enough to save seventh young master. After all, finding these medicines was only the first step. "We're not leaving," Long Fei Yi said. Gu Beiwei was shocked. "Your Highness, please reconsider." Chapter 1169. If seventh young master heard Long Fei Ye's words, how would he react? He'd probably react the same way as Gu Beiwei. Gu Beiwei said seriously, "Your Highness, the situation is still uncertain and the world is still in chaos. You must return to the army as soon as possible. It's winter this year, and Ningjing and Jinzi's tiger troops are bound to be caught in the snow. There will be many changes in the northern battlefield this winter, so you have to be on guard. The western battlefield is a place where generals fight for merits. There are many local armies there that are known for their savagery and ferocity. If they aren't given a taste of sweetness, they might riot, and the people will be the ones to suffer in the end. The South, Your Highness, should be well aware of the situation there. I'm sure some people have already finished sewing your dragon robes." Gu Beiwei said seriously. Seeing Long Fei Yi hesitate, Gu Beiwei added, "Your Highness, even if you stay in Medical City for a year, Cloud Realm will still be yours. However, in this 1 year, how much chaos, how much slaughter would there be? If you miss this year, you'll have to spend at least 3 years to truly pacify the world and establish an empire." Long Fei Yi understood all of this. "Your Highness, you and the princess won't be of much help even if you stay. Gu is the best at finding and concocting medicine. The princess is pregnant, so she can't come into contact with poison." Gu added. Long Fei Yi waved his hand, indicating that he need not say more. After a moment of silence, Long Fei Yi said, "If you need anything, just send Su Donglin. Report any situation in secret." "Understood," Gu Beiwei replied seriously. At this moment, Han Yunqi was in fourth young Miss Ren's study, completely unaware of the truth. Fourth young Miss Ren had taken a look at her hand and prescribed some external medicine for her to apply. She was about to leave, but fourth young Miss Ren had asked her to stay. Fourth young Miss Ren approached. "Princess, please wait a moment. Let me check your arm." "Arm." Han Yunqi was puzzled when fourth young Mistress Ren hurriedly whispered, "Princess, I have a request." "What's wrong?" "The walls have ears." Han Yunqi lowered her voice as well. "No, it's—" Fourth young Mistress Rin felt helpless. Han Yunqi was even more puzzled. She wondered if it had something to do with Gu Beiwei. Of course, she could tell that fourth young Mistress Rin liked Gu Beiwei. In fact, there was no need to look. All the girls in the medical city liked Gu Beiwei, the young, promising, and unmarried director. Whoever could marry Gu Beiwei would have a meteoric rise in status. Just being able to see Gu Beiwei's gentle smile every morning would make her happy for the rest of her life. Han Yunqi couldn't figure out Gu Beiwei's thoughts, especially after he said, I don't recognize a few days ago. She was even more confused. Fourth young mistress, Rin lowered her voice even more. Princess, there are ears on your head. On your head? Han Yunqi was about to look up when fourth young mistress, Rin, hurriedly stopped her. Look at it later. Otherwise, it'll know that I told on you. Han Yunqi was confused, but she still listened to fourth young mistress Rin. She pretended to get up and leave, but when she reached the door, she inadvertently looked back. She saw Lil Thing was actually hanging upside down from the roof beam. Its round, black eyes were staring at fourth young Mistress Rin. It didn't even realize that she had seen it. Fourth young Mistress Rin didn't even dare to look up. Just how scared was she of Lil Thing? Lil Thing had been staring at fourth young Mistress Rin for many days. At first, fourth young Mistress Rin thought it liked her. She even tried to tease it and hug it. However, she didn't know until she teased it. She really got scared. Lil Thing was clearly hostile towards her. That day, She took out a herb to tease it, and it almost bit her finger off. She ran to find Director Beiwe on the spot, but was forced back by Lil Thing before she could reach the door. She couldn't go herself, so she sent an apprentice to do it. Unfortunately, the apprentice couldn't meet Director Beiwe and was sent back. He said that the Medical Academy's matters had been temporarily handed over to Vice Academy head Shin, and Director Beiwe wouldn't see anyone. She wanted to find the princess again, but Lil Thing blocked her way and almost bit through her shoes. Although she couldn't understand what Lil Thing was saying, she understood that it was warning her that it wouldn't let her off if she told on her. She didn't know Lil Thing well, but she had grown up in Medical City. She had heard of the poison beast's reputation. How would she dare to provoke it? Today, he finally had a chance to tell the princess in secret. Han Yunqi studied Lil Thing for a long time. Lil Thing had always been very vigilant, but it actually didn't notice her. This little fellow had disappeared for so many days. So it was here to make trouble for fourth young Mistress Rin? But why was it looking for trouble with fourth young Mistress Rin? Fourth young Mistress Rin could be considered her savior. If Bai Yanqing's subordinates hadn't captured fourth young Mistress Rin, but some other obstetrician, they might not have been able to deliver the letter so smoothly. Ahem! Han Yunqi coughed softly. Lil Thing was still unmoved. Han Yunqi coughed again. Fourth young Mistress Ren was looking at her, but Lil Thing still didn't move. Its eyes were filled with hatred as if nailed to fourth young Mistress Ren. Finally, Han Yunqi's eyes turned cold, and Lil Thing disappeared into thin air. Without a doubt, Han Yunqi had used her poison storage space to take Lil Thing away. I'm really sorry. I didn't discipline it properly and caused you trouble. Although Han Yunqi apologized, she didn't pursue the matter. Is there some misunderstanding between you and Lil Thing? Fourth young Mistress Rin was about to cry. Princess, it's a poison beast. In other words, what could a mere doctor like her do to Lil Thing? What misunderstanding could there be? Han Yunqi was too embarrassed to answer. Don't worry, there won't be a next time. I'll bring it back and educate it properly. I'll make it apologize to you later. No need, no need. Princess, you're too polite. Fourth young mistress Ren hurriedly waved her hands. She thought, if the princess wants to take Lil Thing away from Medical City, that's for the best. If Lil Thing doesn't take it away, it'll definitely hold a grudge, and her days will be miserable. Han Yunqi smiled helplessly. Actually, I don't understand either. I'll have Gu Beiwe talk to it later. Perhaps he'll be able to understand what's going on. Dean Beiwe can talk to it. Fourth young mistress Ren was very curious. Han Yunqi smiled. Lil Thing likes Beiwe a lot. Even I, its master, have to take a step back. Back in Tianing, Lil Thing would run over to Beiwe's residence all day long. Whenever it squeaks, Beiwe will know what it wants to do. Lil Thing was particularly noisy in the poison storage space. With no other choice, Han Yunqi could only let it out, but she held it in her arms and covered its eyes. Lil Thing quieted down, no longer daring to act recklessly. Seeing that Lil Thing couldn't move, fourth young mistress Ren relaxed and asked, then, Dean Beiwe must like it a lot too, right? Han Yunqi laughed in a low voice. Gu Beiwe is a clean freak too. If he didn't like it, why would he hold this furry thing in his hands all day long? Why would he let Lil Thing hide in his sleeves? Fourth young mistress Rin looked at Lil Thing with an envious gaze. How exciting would it be to be a little squirrel and accompany him without a care in the world? If Lil Thing could understand human speech, it'd be very happy to hear Mama Yunqi say that Sir Beiwe liked it. Unfortunately, Lil Thing's vitality was too damaged to understand what Mama Yunqi and fourth young mistress Ren were saying. It peeked through Mama Yunqi's fingers at fourth young mistress Ren, its eyes filled with hostility. It could tell that fourth young mistress Ren liked its Sir Beiwe. It also knew that he treated her very well. Of all the women in the medical academy, Fourth young Mistress Rin was close to him. It had to be on guard. It wanted to chase her away. In its heart, no one but Mama Yunchi was good enough for its gentleman. Once upon a time, Lil Thing wished that it could recover quickly so that it could communicate with Mama Yunchi's consciousness and tell her to tell the gentleman that it wanted to stay by his side for the rest of its life. But it had endured its disgust and anger in by Yanqing's poison storage space to break through and communicate with Mama Yunchi's consciousness. Instead, it had used its claws to hurt the gentleman. Ever since Bai Yanqing took it away, it had been hoping that one day it could return to the gentleman's embrace. But now it didn't dare to look at the gentleman, much less snuggle into his arms. It was afraid of hurting the gentleman and seeing his disdainful gaze. Right now, it wished with all its might that it could recover so that it could communicate with Mama Yunchi's consciousness. Not because it wanted to talk to Mama Yunchi, but because it wanted to plead with the gentleman not to make things difficult for itself. Fourth young Mistress Rin stared at Lil Thing and unconsciously ignored its hostility. She stared and stared until she fell into a daze. Fourth young mistress. Han Yunchi waved a hand in front of her eyes before fourth young Mistress Rin recovered her senses. She hadn't dared to ask before, but she really wanted to know what Sir Beiwa had been up to lately. After some hesitation, she asked timidly, "Princess, will Academy Head Beiwa leave the medical academy this time?" Academy Head Beiwa had gone into closed-door cultivation after taking up the position of academy head. After that, he left the medical academy and hadn't returned until now. Fourth young Mistress Rin was truly afraid that he'd leave again. He shouldn't be leaving, right? Han Yunchi naturally knew Gu Beiyue's whereabouts, but she didn't want to reveal too much. After all, this concerned Gu. Fourth young Mistress Rin was so thrilled that she didn't know what to say. All she could do was smile at Han Yunchi. When you like a person, when you see him or hear about him, your eyes will burst with light. This kind of light is impossible to hide. Seeing fourth young Mistress Ren's radiant gaze and recalling Gu Beiyue's words, Han Yunchi could only sigh in her heart. She wouldn't be so nosy as to poke her nose into Gu Beiyue's private affairs. Moreover, Gu Beiyue was going to be very busy these days. He probably didn't have time for feelings either, right? After bidding farewell to fourth young Mistress Rin, Han Yunchi took Lil Thing home. When she returned to her room, she placed Lil Thing on the table. She didn't say anything and just glared at Lil Thing fiercely. No matter how she tried to educate Lil Thing, it wouldn't understand. Still, Lil Thing could sense her warning if she continued to kick it. Of course Lil Thing knew that Mama Yunchi was educating it, but it was stubborn and didn't want to admit its mistakes. Thus, when Long Fei Yi and Gu Beiyue arrived, they saw the pair staring at each other.